up? What up?
What's up? Mic check.
You sound good. You coming in good. We good. In the chat. Let us know if we sound good in the chat. What you got planned today, man? You getting all good?
Shit, man. So busy, man. I'm headed to the house now. Been up since 4 a.m. Busy last night. Just all kind of, man. Fire up the grill again. Fired it up for the first time this season, this weekend. So I don't even think the thing is cold yet. I'll probably put more coals on it. Keep it going, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that bitch ain't even cold. So, but speaking of the weekend, man, since we got two vets up here, I wanted to appreciate you, shipmate, for your service to this country. And I wanted to recognize, see, people don't know what Memorial Day is. They think it's a day to drink, first day of the summer and all this shit. Nah, man. It's a day to remember those we lost, many of which you and I both have lost to the fog of war, who were killed in action and missing in action. Those who are still held prisoner to this day. You know what I mean? They left out of here and never came back, or came back in a box. So shout out to the service member that paid the ultimate price, made the ultimate sacrifice. Personally, going back to the Vietnam War, a cousin of mine, Alvin Chabot, Chavous, died in Vietnam as a U.S. Marine. So his name is up there on the memorial in Washington, D.C. So shout out to all the stones in Arlington Cemetery and all the cemeteries across the country. This shit ain't easy, man. We died doing it.
Yeah, man. Definitely RIP to all those lost in service of the country and protection of all the freedoms we enjoy. Shout out to all those people that sign their name on that dotted line, and like you said, the generation before us didn't have a choice, man. So when you eat your hamburgers and your hot dogs, you know what I mean, pour out a little bit of that liquor, man, just a little bit, and just understand, bro, freedom ain't free. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Word. How I sound? Check.
Perfect.
Check is good.
It's a fact, man. God bless the dead. I forgot to read these from the last stream. So, Son Kiss, Shalom, thank you for the other stream. MJ, salute. For the jam, she said, this fine morning, indeed. The Villa with a $10 super sticker. Like the Villa was missing in action for a little while, man. Good to see you back in the Discord and all that. Otis who was popping from the last stream. Appreciate you. My brother O'Ken in the building. Salute. But the first 20 ball, man, he gave us the Black Power fist and all that. We was rocking. We did some 90s, 80s, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? To pick people up in the morning, get them kids up, get dressed. We try and get the stream for y'all. We don't miss no work. You feel me? But we trying to get the stream for y'all so y'all can get up out there with y'all families, go touch some grass and shit like that. Salute to O'Ken for the first 20 ball of the day. Then fit. Thank you, As A, for the $2. Said we are here. Indeed. Son Kiss once again. Salute, man. Let me see. Yeah, man. Hey, man, I appreciate both of y'all. That shit, regardless of how people feel about it, that shit ain't easy. I don't give a fuck what reason you went for. The opportunity that may become available for you to have to go to war is enough for somebody to say we appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? That shit could get real fast, boy. I'll tell you that. Let me see. Let me change this real quick. What's hold on. All right, let me see you in the chat real quick and we get it popping, man. GA, salute, my G. What's popping? E-Dub in the building. Nightbot behaving. DC, you already. Thank you, Son Kiss, once again. I got GA already. Bino, salute. Thanks for rocking out to the music stream, man. Chicago Hood was popping. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for rocking out. Impress, what's up? Impress putting in work as always. Luzon, Shalom. Matt P in the building was popping. Salute, salute, salute. Miss Jilly, Miss say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Tarus was popping. Tarus is a vet as well, man. Salute to Tarus. Relly was good. Mel, you already know. Hey, Rob. Horse was goody. Miss Bell's in the building. Leon L was up, kid. D Majesty was popping. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
And a shot of that good shit followed by a gulp of water will solve whatever's going on in your throat. Oh.
Yeah, man. I don't know what happened. Oh, can I hear these? Can I hear this? No.
Perfect.
Yeah. Let's get it, man. Hey, Rob. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. Salute to the 100 people in the building so far. Let me check the likes. Make sure the likes match the viewership. Let me get it popping. Hold on 1 second. Yo, I don't know how I even caught a cold, son. Like, I wasn't even doing nothing for it. Well, I guess the same shit I always do. Maybe it's like a lack of rest, I guess. Always something. The kids ain't even sick. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Right, Rob? Like, at least one of the kids be sick. Ain't nobody sick but me. All right, let me see. Yo, so what's up with the boy, man? Mr. Fantastic. What's up with son? Who the fuck put them long ass legs on his? Huh?
Yes, you remember the kid that about a year, it's been about a year now, he had the height lengthening surgery.
Yeah.
Right? So he broke his legs on purpose and put rods in them and shit and so on and so forth or whatever, right? So I guess now he's fully healed and he made like a, like a little promo thing revealing, the results. And now he went from, they said either 5'5" or 5'6" to 6 feet. And I'm just like, bro. And he would, in his little promo video, he was doing like boxing, boxing movements. I'm like, nigga,
let me see.
Got 5'5" on. Let me pull it up.
Yo, so
your arm's still 5'5", brother.
He got BBL legs, 5'5" arms, 5'5" torso,
and 5'5" hands,
and 5'5" hands. What son talking about?
Hey man, listen, bro. He told, and it was crazy, right? He did a whole promo. I'll see if I can find it, right? To where he was talking about how the damn, the women he gets now is totally different and women that wasn't looking at him before now look at him and all this other shit. And I'm just like, bro, they gonna be mad as hell. They have kids, bro, and that motherfucker come out Little Fella Federation like a motherfucker. You can't hide them jeans, nigga.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like, when he gonna tell her that the kid's gonna be 5'6"?
Hey,
there's no way he don't look proportional. He can't look proportional.
I'm gonna try to pull it up. Hold on.
And then, how heavy are his legs?
I don't know. He did some shit with a dude was they look very slender.
But where he get the extra skin from?
Now ain't even the problem. It's the thing. So he made the adjustment. I think it's like a millimeter or something per day or some weird shit. He explained the whole process.
The skin will stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, my understanding of the way it goes is they break the bone, put distance between it, and then the bone regenerates itself. And so does everything around it. The muscular structure, the skin just regenerate. If you cut yourself open like that, skin's gonna fill in, right? Like when we lift weights, we tear muscle fibers and shit fills in. That's my understanding of the science of it. But what concerns me is the biomechanics is gonna be all way out. What kind of issues you gonna have with your feet in the future?
His
Your body's
feet.
not designed. Your feet are not big enough to walk, right, with that kind of height. Like, what's going to happen to your spine? Can you imagine building a building 100 stories tall on a foundation made for a building that's only 20 stories? The stiff breeze will knock that bitch over.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. He can't be functional, son.
Not optimally and not with longevity, no sir.
Here you go. Hold on, I got it. 1 second.
He got Cali with the 2000 said he got a knee BL is fucking diabolical.
Gally.
Yo, niggas would do anything for cheeks, bro.
Anything, bro.
Yo, Miss Fantastic. Even if it may be true, hold on. Let me see this nigga.
Let me mute it. I'm gonna mute it for the music so you don't get hit for the music.
All right.
Like you saw that. Let me pause that. You can clearly see his arm is too short. I mean, I don't know. He's not ever been athletic as it is, but with his release, you can look at the release and tell that shit is just all fucked up and awkward.
So with the legs. So those the fake legs?
Yeah. Well, the extended legs, pause. And this is him standing next to himself before. So this is his like where he was, right? And this is where he is now.
See, them shits look like they working though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Let me see. Not this part, nigga. I don't want to look at this shit. Why he punch himself?
I guess he was hyping himself up, like before he started working out. I don't know.
Why he getting kicked in the ass?
So no, so it's supposed to be like a leg kick. So like which the dude is doing it wrong, but just showing that the legs are stable. So he having his homeboy do some light ass kicks. He ain't getting kicked for real.
Crazy. So
bro, if you gave that dude a leg kick for real, bro, like you said, he could never do MMA. Never ever.
Yo, man, if you was 5'5", would you consider it?
If I was 5'5",
5'5" is bad, nigga.
Hey, according to the little niggas, they say they get all the pussy, man. I ain't never heard a 5'5" nigga say anything. That's all they say. Oh, you tall niggas ain't doing shit.
Why they say
That's
that?
all I ever hear. The smaller the nigga, the louder the nigga.
The smaller the nigga, the louder.
The louder the nigga. The more pussy he get, the more they ain't scared you and all this other shit. All right, brother.
yo, niggas, he did this for cheeks, bro.
You know what's crazy? Hey, you know what's crazy? I know you don't cover this shit, but you sometimes you do. So you know the balloon pop shit.
Yeah.
So funny about it is one of the dudes that was on there before came back, hot, but it was heated. He's 5'7".
What happened?
All the chicks was telling him, "Hey man, you look good and everything, but hey, little fella federation, I can't do it. You too short."
Let me see. Which one is this?
Now, hey, he wasn't having it. He was not. He was not going.
Let me see that shit. Yo,
well, I ain't gonna do that because they hitting people's shit. So I don't want to play that because I gotta go through a thing. They doing some shit now where they hitting everybody's shit. So I gotta they'll demonetize the video all the way. So I ain't gonna play that.
Wait, but they demonetize the video, or they like try to hit you with a.
You gotta like I appealed it, and then so something that's going on with the balloon pop shit because they made the sale, they sold the rights to whoever.
But you ain't get a strike or nothing.
No, ain't no strike. But yeah, like you can't even appeal the shit. if you play it. It's not right now. So like, so I'm in the process. I got to talk to YouTube and be like, hey man, y'all got to talk to them because a lot of people having the same problem.
Oh, you saying they taking the money from the video?
Yeah. They like you appeal to shit. They're like, nah,
All right, fuck it. Play it real quick. Play it real quick. Fuck it.
I'm dead. They bucking their ass.
We just cause we be streaming for 3 hours. We just clip that shit out. All right. So, all right. See, this to be the problem. It's like, do the ladies like tall niggas or not? Because you'll have Ask Abe come in here talk about they don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Ask Abe is a fucking man hater, and he specifically. I promise you, I ain't gonna even say that. And she old. Come on now, you lying ass. I've never in my life, as a tall nigga, heard a woman say, "I don't like tall niggas." Never in my life heard that. Not once.
I'll tell you what though, I've seen cats too specifically that are 5'1", the most successful cats I know. Matter of fact, I'm pulling up to the crib. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna show you pictures and everything. These brothers. Let me get in the crib. I'm gonna mic up and cam up for real. Give me 10 minutes. Y'all, this is gonna blow your mind.
Yo, yeah, like they be trying to act like that, and I get that. Obviously, all don't mean all, right? You know, you could definitely match up with somebody, be cool, but generally speaking, I've seen the tall niggas get favor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, niggas don't pay attention, and well, I you know what? I gotta start saying. I gotta start. Maybe they don't teach it no more. They stopped teaching a lot of things, so I think it's something they might not teach anymore because they taught that to us. You know what I'm saying? When it came to like biology and mate selection and stuff, either middle school or high school, like science, biology type shit.
Yeah, it's but like you can't be a. I think what I've learned is you can't be a small nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like if you short and small,
yeah. No.
If you petite, my nigga, like yo,
everybody is like, get them out of here.
Yeah, like you can't do nothing to know. You can't do nothing. Like when you see something, it's like you can't do nothing about nothing.
Hey, other than have a strong motherfucking index finger.
He had 5 pounds of pressure.
Hey, that's it.
Look at Mr. Williams. Yo, Mr. Williams is the superest of the supers niggas, bro.
This nigga got shit that nigga. I'm still looking for one of them. I'm looking for a tree to climb. It's been difficult for me.
Real shit. Yo, I'm telling you, like, yo, if you nuggieable, it's over, bro. It's a wrap, bro. Go ahead, play some. Aaron will catch up.
Yeah, buddy was not going, bro. He heated. Let me see. Let me speed up just a little bit.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
All right, sounds good. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's go on over there to why they ended up popping. Right. Okay, we'll start here with your name and age.
I'm Sydney and I'm 28.
And Sydney, what do you do?
I'm an assistant principal at elementary school.
And so why did you end up popping your balloon?
Just not my type physically.
What makes them not your type?
Probably the height, even though I'm short, but I usually don't. Just the height.
Okay. Yeah. And how tall are you?
I'm 5 foot.
Okay. Brian, how tall are you?
5'7".
Now, is she someone that's your type?
Yo, pause it. You know what be killing me? The pops. Like
randomly, just random pops. Those niggas be getting tight.
Like it's like they looking at Duke for like the last 30 seconds. Like, I can't do it.
Yeah, telling you.
He got the yo. That's one thing that I can't do, bro. Like they have like, I don't know, the belt and the shoes. Don't they gotta be the same designer? Just because you got the belt on display, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'll do Balenciaga make belts.
I don't know, but just go ahead, go to Marshall's.
And then it looked like a gold belt with silver accessories, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like
but he a Louisiana nigga, man. Shout out to Sherelle and them. You know, he say Earl and shit. You feel me?
Oh, word.
Yeah. I think
Mel the one. See, Mel, that I don't know, bro. I feel like I'm saying Phil, right? You got a Balenciaga shirt or something like that. You had a Balenciaga shoes. You're not gonna go a Balenciaga shirt with, you know what I'm saying? Prada shoes. That should look crazy.
Yeah, they say mixed matches. Future said mismatching designer, man. It's authorized, I guess.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And you popped on me. You know, did you say only because of height?
Only because of height, because you look good. I like your eyes, your
Okay.
skin tone.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the fixation with the height?
Just because I'm just so small and little, I want someone just big. If that makes sense.
Told you, hey man, chin tilt theory is real. My
What's
nigga.
that?
Chin tilt theory. The more she got to tilt the chin back, pause. You know, it puts her in a curtain. You know what I mean? It puts her in a very very submissive positioning. It just does something to women. I don't know. It's
Or
been about women too, by the way.
you
But
know one. See, I don't got that much. My wife is 5'3", so she got a little bit of tilt. But you know what else helped me though? Your hands, nigga.
yeah,
Like like even to this day, like let's say I'll put my hands like right here on her, and she'll still say like how big my hands are. Like we ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like even to this day, son.
but
You
that's
know?
what like, and people don't even understand it. Like certain things like that, like you know what I mean. Your frame as a man, hand size, foot size, height, all those different, your jawline, all those things exude cues. But you know, again, niggas don't, use fucking computers for other than them posting pictures on Instagram.
Want somebody to tower over you?
Okay.
Is that what it is?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, over here, your name and age.
I'm Alicia and I'm 29.
And Alicia, what do you do?
I'm a content creator.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I think we're both vets to the show. I've seen you on the show. I do think you're a little strict for me. I do tend to date taller guys, and we've just had some interesting interactions on the internet. I don't know. You're a little spicy on the internet. You've said some not nice things to me. So,
Oh, to you directly?
yeah, I just feel like it was just after a catch up or something. We just had an interesting interaction, and I just didn't like the way you handled me on the internet. I thought it was a little rude.
Why you got it going so fast, nigga?
Brian, anything you want to say? And is she also
That's like y'all niggas can't listen. Put your fast ears on, nigga. Goddamn.
Shit down, nigga. I got a cold too.
someone that's your type?
I mean, she looks good, right?
Now, see, hold on. Why Arlette did that though?
Arlette messy. Now listen, Arlette is the nicest, messiest host of all time, bro.
One, she put heels on. She already put the nigga at a deficit. This,
Arlette?
yeah. She ain't had to wear the heels, bro.
No, it's not just him on the show. It's like 5 or 9 of the other niggas. So
She could have got some slippers though. But why she ain't throw the slippers on for boy?
Why would she change it up for him? That's that nigga fault.
All right, go ahead.
That nigga better put some inserts in his shoes.
Pass.
That's fair.
The thing you're speaking about on the internet, you called me sassy in the comments. I really didn't appreciate that. I thought that was disrespectful, right? And I said something back to you, and that was pretty much it, really. But I think you're moving a little too fast. I really don't think you're here for love, to be honest with you. Last time you said you had your homegirl with you on the episode.
You're
I really
promoting
don't think y'all was really.
You came out and basically like promoted your book. So I thought that was a little interesting as well. But I am here for love. You're not my type.
I doubt that.
Thank you.
I doubt that. But
That's
it's
okay.
cool.
We're not here for you. Mwah.
Let's move on. Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Alexis, and I'm 30 years old.
And Alexis, what do you do?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I'm a teacher by day and an entrepreneur by night.
Okay. What kind of businesses do you have?
It's a cold pressed juice business.
Nice. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
Outside of the height, you said you like to go to lounges, and I'm not big on lounges, so that's ultimately why.
Okay.
Is she someone that's your type?
She's nice.
Thank you.
I would approach her. But, lounges as a deal breaker for you, I don't really understand that, but okay.
Farewell.
Nigga, hold on. She said outside the height, obviously.
Outside the height.
It was a wrap for home.
Yo, it's built. Hey, but help. It's crazy. It's building help. I don't know if you see it. Like sun's getting tight, bro.
He just had an argument, right?
Yeah, but that ain't even that wasn't no argument, bro. That's just it ain't even, bro. It ain't even close.
Age.
Yeah, Kim Folk, thanks for the update. Yeah, we already know we gonna cut this part out. We just because we was hold on, pause me because the reason why we even looking at it is because the dude who put extensions in his leg. So what we doing is build around a premise about the height thing and how important it is or is not. And is the sexual biological imperative that important? Like you need to get that much access to the women that you probably don't fit just because of the height thing alone, and you doing shit like fucking altering your legs or you getting tight because they don't like short niggas. Like, yeah. All right, go ahead, bro.
All right, cool.
For starters, you had me a little perplexed from seeing you on other episodes. So that was probably the initial thing. And then outside of that, I think you're just a little bit older than my preference. But outside of that, you're very attractive.
Okay. Appreciate that.
And is there anything specific that caught you off guard about him about other episodes?
Oh no, I like it's just like the interaction, maybe like a little bit of like again perplexed, like a little shocking kind of shock factor with the way that you kind of communicated your desires or your like things that you're not interested in. So yeah.
Okay.
Now she's someone that's your type.
She looks good. She looks good. I love the chocolate. I love the shoes. Everything looks good. I love the teeth. You got it
Thank
together.
you so
know,
much.
but get to know me. Ask questions. Don't judge me for past episodes. Don't worry about none of that. Don't worry about what I tell the next woman. Focus on what I tell you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you could have been a match with Pop.
Likewise, Brian.
Thank you. Let's go here. Your name and age.
Makara, 29.
And Makara, what do you do?
I'm a therapist.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
It's solely just height for me. Height is a big preference for me, so that was just it.
We have to ask, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
And look at Brian's face. And Brian, now she's someone that's your type.
She's good. She's good. I just think it's a cop out. You know, that's the first thing y'all talk about is height. I think it's a cop out. I think it's an easy thing to say, oh, he's not my height. But if I was up here talking about your weight, if I was up here talking about the weave, the lashes, and everything like that, then it will go
from my head.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you feel like I'm less of a man because I'm shorter than the 6 feet,
I didn't say that. You said that. All I said was I didn't like your height for me. That was my preference. That was it.
I understand. I mean,
I
it's
wish you
cool,
well,
but I'm
though.
just, it's always what, the second or third one talking about height. So I just want to bring it to
Yo,
Hey,
son getting dumb tight.
tight.
She didn't even say that. No, I should have. She didn't say that though.
Hey, that,
Hey,
and,
go, hold on.
all my life, all my life,
they
they've been talking about my height. Nigga.
Yo, I can't laugh because I got this. Yo, hold on. Rewind it. We already go get. They already go strike it, right? I mean, they already go give a content thing, right? we go a little bit forward. But he didn't even say that.
Questions. Don't judge me for past episodes.
He mad at her. He mad at her too.
Focus on what I tell you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you could have been a match with Pop.
Likewise, Brian.
Oh, let me
let's go here. Your name and age.
Makara,
let me make sure I point this out. So this shorty right here is probably one of the baddest, if not the baddest here. So I say between her and the girl in the white, the two most attractive ones. She still got her balloon, so pay attention. The girl in the pink still got her balloon.
I'm enjoying this.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
It's solely just height for me. Height is a big preference for me, so that was just it.
We have to ask, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
And wait, what?
Look at Brian's face.
Hold on. She 5'5".
Yeah, 5'5".
So what the? Go back. Go back so we can see her shoes. It's fantastic, ladies.
Got on like 6-inch heels or some shit.
Ladies in the chat. Damn. Your mouse skills is ass, bro.
Focus on what I tell you.
Okay, preference. That was it.
I understand. I mean,
I wish you well, though.
It's always what, the second or third one talking about height. So I just want to bring it to.
It's fantastic. Come on, bro.
I'm trying to think. I don't know what the damn. I don't remember.
You got a mouse?
That's the first thing y'all talk about.
Yes.
I think it's a cop out. I think it's an easy thing to
say.
say.
Is it a plug-in mouse?
If I was up here talking about you.
No,
she looks good. I love the chocolate. I love the shoes.
I didn't know they showed her shoes. I don't know.
No, they did.
Ask questions.
All right, when she say our height, that's why. Forward a little. Go forward a little bit.
Focus on what I tell you. You know what I'm saying? So you could have been.
Your name and age.
Makara, 29.
And Makara, what do you do?
I'm a therapist.
Get your finger ready on that space bar.
It's solely just height for me. Height is a big preference for me, so that was just it.
We have to ask, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
And
yeah, them tall as heels. They're like 6-inch heels.
All right. Ladies, how what's the
height on the heels?
Yeah, what's the height on the heels? Those 6-inch heels? Those 6-inch heels, let us know. Just put a 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. All right, go ahead.
Look at Brian's face. And Brian, now she's someone that's your type.
She's good. She's good. I just think it's a cop out. You know, that's the first thing y'all talk about is height. I think it's a cop out. I think it's an easy thing to say, oh, he's not my height. But if I was up here talking about your weight, if I was up here talking about the weave, the lashes, and everything like that, then it will go
from my head.
I'm just saying. If you feel like I'm less of a man because I'm shorter than the 6 feet,
I didn't say that. You said that. All I said was I didn't like your height for me. That was my preference. That was it.
I understand. I mean,
I wish you well, though.
It's always what, the second or third one talking about height. So I just want to bring it to the forefront about what's the problem with that. What's the fixation y'all women have with height, preference, and all that. Listen, I got enough confidence and enough prosperity to be able to stand taller than the tallest guy in the room. You heard me? But you want to
I love
experience
that for you.
I hope somebody.
You're a damn lie. Listen, that too. Stop saying that. Stop saying that you bigger than the biggest nigga in the room. You're not. Okay? Tall niggas got personality too. Tall niggas got confidence too. So please stop that.
Yeah,
Little
you gotta. If you don't get a chance to talk in that room, forget about it.
Yeah, get them out of here.
And even that don't always work. You know what I'm
My
saying?
experience with that.
For sure. I hate
Thank you. Okay, let's head back this way. Your name and age.
Jordan, 27.
And Jordan, what do you do?
I am a therapist and I own a small business selling hair care products.
Now, before we jump into why you ended up popping your balloon, we did have you on the show before and you ended up matching, but what happened?
We were not aligned. And I would love to elaborate, but I don't think I will without him here to say his side of it. So, but we were not a match. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. So why did you end up popping your balloon?
So like the other lady said, I have seen you on previous episodes and I did find it a little distasteful, but I've never met you in person. I wanted to give you a chance. That's why I had it unpopped. But then I witnessed it for myself. The same distaste I kind of saw in the last episodes. To be specific, I guess I'll say, I think you say you're very confident, but when somebody brings up height, you get very defensive, which is not indicative of confidence. And so for me, I wanted to hear you out because I did have a prefix judgment of you, but I wanted to hear you out. And then that interaction kind of confirmed what I prejudged. So.
Okay.
All right. No, she's someone that's your type.
She's good. She's definitely a catch.
Thank you.
But, I think he was wrong with that. The fixation height that y'all women have, that's a
Don't
problem.
say y'all. I never spoke on your height.
You just spoke on the height.
No, I never spoke on your height. I never spoke on your height.
He didn't say nothing about his
what
height.
you did on your previous.
Yeah, he's so enraged, man.
He just projected.
Exactly, little man syndrome. Bro. He can't let it go.
Episodes was distasteful to me, but I wanted to give you a chance to come out here and interact with you.
He don't
myself.
listen.
I actually wanted to answer one of your questions, which is why I had my balloon unpopped. But you got, I won't say sassy. You got defensive with her.
You said it.
And I didn't appreciate that, and I feel like you were like
Pause
on
it.
previous episodes. And
You can't say, don't say I ain't gonna say sassy. Once you say it, you've said it.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna call you bitch ass nigga. I ain't gonna call you fat.
Yeah, but
Like,
hefty. let's just say exactly, nigga. You got that. You snuck the insult in there, goddamn.
yeah. I ain't saying you. Come on, man. Go ahead, bro.
and I saw it in real life.
That's not you. That's a whole nother woman. So you a girl's girl?
Define girl's girl.
Or you a girl's girl? You know exactly what that means.
No, define girl's girl.
You a girl?
Arguing.
Define girl's girl.
Yo.
He arguing?
Yeah, bro. This is red pill in real life. I did a whole scream and bro. Do not do the red pill shit in real life, bro. That is not where it's not gonna go well.
Oh my god.
That kind of mean you would choose a woman before you choose a man. That's what that
Oh
means.
yes.
You would? Okay.
Okay, let's move on. Let's go down here. Your name and age.
Y'all gonna get it today.
Hi, I'm Shaylin.
You heard him. You heard him?
And I'm 30.
What'd he say? Go ahead. I missed it. Go ahead.
Y'all gonna get it today. He said y'all gonna get it today. This nigga done turned.
He came back for revenge.
But you got, I won't say sassy. You got defensive with her, and I didn't appreciate that. And I feel like you were like that on the previous episodes, and I saw it in real life.
That's not you. That's a whole nother woman. So you a girl's girl?
Define girl's girl.
Or you a girl's girl? You know exactly what that means.
No, define girl's girl.
You're a girl's girl.
Define girl's girl.
That kind of mean you would choose a woman before you choose a man. That's what that means.
Yes.
You would? Okay.
Let's move on. Let's go down here. Your name and age.
Y'all gonna get it today.
Hi, I'm Shaylin, and I'm 30.
Shaylin, what do you do?
I'm a nursing student.
And so why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm copping out. It's because you're short.
Okay.
And I don't like men that argue with women. All that going back and forth is crazy.
Okay. No problem. Okay.
Is she someone that's your type?
She's nice. She'll catch. But then again, she's a girl's girl.
Keep
You'll
it
follow her.
Keep it cute.
You'll follow her, love.
Keep it cute,
You
buddy.
weren't about what I'm telling the next woman. You'll follow her.
Here you go. Argue
Worry
with
about
women
what I tell
again.
you.
That's
It's really
crazy.
not about being argumentative. It's about really letting you women know what's the deal on a national television show, YouTube.
We're not
right?
interested. It's okay.
It's all
Just
good.
take
You don't
it to
have
the
to be
chin.
interested,
Move
but you're
on.
gonna listen to what I gotta tell you after
Let's
you
move
say
on.
what
Let's
you
move
said,
on.
right?
Let's move on.
It's all fair game.
All right. Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Ty. I'm 27.
How you doing?
Ty, what do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the owner of Fat Bar. I'm a lash tech. I do everything esthetician field, basically.
Okay.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
It's the height. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
No
for me.
problem. No problem. It's all good.
Is she someone that's your type?
Not really. You know what I mean? But she's good. You know what I mean? She's all right. You know, I don't really like the weave. I don't like the lashes. I don't really like all that.
So what's the difference?
I like to
of the
keep it
height
natural.
thing?
You know,
What's the difference?
what's the difference with what?
Of a girl saying she don't want you for your height, and then you don't want.
It's just the same fixation that y'all use in every episode.
So
That's
it's the
really
same
all it's
fixation
about.
of
I don't really
lash
care
and
about
weave. Next,
I don't really care about the height thing. I really
Next,
don't because I'm confident about that.
Let's
But
move on.
you know,
Your name and age.
My name is LaPortia and I'm 30.
You said LaPortia?
Yes.
Okay. And LaPortia, what do you do?
I have a lot of trades. I'm a veteran. I'm a cosmetologist. I have a CDL and I just finished school for cybersecurity.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm not interested.
And what is it? May I ask?
I don't really want to like have an argument with you. I just don't like the way you speak to other women.
there we go again. A girl's girl.
It's fine.
A girl's
Thank you.
girl. I don't really like the box eyebrows.
Okay.
So,
They're not for you.
but you know, they definitely not for me, baby.
Exactly.
You hear me?
Your name and age?
My name is Annalicious. I'm 28 years old, and I work for Dynasty Financial Services.
Okay.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
So I've listened to all these people. If I was your woman by your side, I'm kind of getting cringed. I'm getting scared. My heart rate is going up. So I'm just, baby, stop. So I just had to pop. Sorry.
No, you don't have to say sorry, baby.
Is she someone that's your type?
Not really. But where you from?
I popped.
Not really. She's not really my type. No, she's another follower, a girl's girl. You know,
You looking
so
in the camera.
But
I don't
one thing,
think
you
that's
look
good.
beautiful.
Thank
I
you.
love the style, the
Thank
fit,
you.
snatched.
Thank you.
So you did a
Thank
good
you.
job, and you work out. So it shows that you're dedicated to being a hard worker.
For sure. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All he wrote, man. You couldn't take it, man. Little fella under pressure, man.
Fellas, come on, man. Yo, fellas. You can't respond like that. Like, and then you get wild sassy with all the chicks. Hold on. What was his Instagram, man? Let me see if I could call him, man. What was his Instagram, Mr. Fantastic? You go back.
Hold on, shit. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Sassy,
Man, gotta
sassy
get
underscore the short one.
That was terrible, son.
Oh, hold on, here you go.
That was a terrible look, yo.
His Instagram is.
I call this nigga.
I tell him he making the little fella federation look bad, man.
Yeah,
You gotta revoke his membership.
No, he's only like 180 pounds. I'm over 200, man. Come on, man. This mouse game is terrible, bro.
Look at the mouse.
Yo, it's the mouse, bro. Like, what's up? Yo.
Jesus Christ.
I gotta call him, man. Nah, bro. I need his Instagram, bro. What if he pick up? That is
it's Brian. B is Brian Ski. B. Hold on, let me see. It just said. Hold on. Let me see. It's hurry the fuck up. Just had it, and then this shit. Like I was saying.
He was 5'7". He was just attacking for the sake of attacking. She's a girl's girl. She's a follower. What does that even mean? Mr. Fantastic, come on, bro.
Bro, I'm brother. I'm trying to track it down, brother. Jesus Christ, brother.
Yo, I'm just saying. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can.
So it's Brian Key, BRYANKEI.
BRYIAN.
No, BRYANKEI.
Okay, so Brian got that nigga crazy. Hold on. You okay, Rob? Tell your brother be nice. All right, I'm gonna give him a chance. I'm gonna tell him to call me, man. Let me send him the link. That look crazy. Do you think, ladies, do brothers still respond like that in real life?
They finna lie like a motherfucker, man. Everybody, hell, ain't nobody crashing out like this, bro. Stop it. When the last like you out? When you would have seen this? You're the subject matter expert on this shit, yeah. So anything that you literally got the best view because you're elevated, you're over everybody, and you see the whole crowd. When the last time you seen niggas get into it with a woman? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I ain't seen that. That looked
That's
crazy.
what I'm saying. It usually don't go like that. It's like it's just crazy. Even outside the club, it's like whatever. It's like, hey, you know, at most a nigga gonna call, oh, bitch, you ain't all that, and go on about his way. He not finna, you know, get this bitch the motherfucking 10 red pill commandments and shit.
That shit was. Should I call him?
What? Hey, he off? Shit, he
All
off.
right, I sent him the. I sent him the link. I sent him the link to see if he. I'm gonna give him a few minutes to see if he read it.
This nigga don't know.
I got more followers than him, so I know he gonna treat me like a goddamn stunt double, nigga. All right, all right, we'll give him a second. Yo, that looked crazy, bro. Like he blamed the other girl for talking about height. She said nothing about height.
Nothing. The nigga, he's in his own, man. All his life.
Like that is diabolical, bro. Yo, so what did they say in the chat about height?
Who? Oh, what did they say? I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna call him. Y'all give me a second.
Damn, and she's usually like on the feminine side. So yeah, ain't nobody doing all that crazy ass shit.
What Rainbow Swift talking about?
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, thank you, big baby.
What? When did I do what? What did I do? Hey, you talking about? Now y'all just making up shit.
I don't know. Hold on. What'd you say?
They talking about I did it. Who did I do it to?
All right. We saw you spit game before. That wasn't great, but
hey man, everything's still grande over here, baby.
That shit was hilarious.
That shit worked too. They start speaking the Spanish. Especially how you know how you think I know what Domino Papi means, motherfucker? Don't play with me.
Because we listen to rap music.
Nah, hey, who? What fucking man saying that? Ain't a man in history saying no more.
Nah, it was like, you know, they be having the girl say it in the background.
Nah, brother. I heard that in live and in person. 4D.
I'm gonna give Brian a second to say something, man. But that looked bad. that looked stupid. Like he looked like, and then he trying to be so forward. You know what I'm saying? He trying to be so like, and it don't even resonate well.
Yeah,
he trying to be well spoken, but that's not really his thing. He from New York, nigga. We know you ain't well spoken. Like, and then the biker chain with the I don't know, bro. I never could see why people did that tuck with a belt just because I guess because it's a Louis belt. But did he come there to get a girl? Or did he come here just to talk his shit?
That's what I said, man. You know that show serves like a 3. I told you it's a triple fucking impact, right? So of course you get to promote yourself and whatever you got going on, right? Then you get to try to get at the girls there, and then because you were on there, now you get introduced to plenty of all the other girls that watch the show. You know what I'm saying? Once it's taped, you feel me?
Yeah.
So whatever you got going on, your own social media, your business, like you got a book or some shit, you promote that. Then if it's a girl there that you want, right? You got to get to shoot your shot at her. But overall, the biggest thing on the back end is the residual hoes that's, you know, gonna be watching the show on YouTube and on TV and shit.
Yeah. No, I get it. It just it don't. It's a catch. It's a not a catch 22, but it's high risk, high reward. Right? Because you get up there and embarrass yourself, you may not be able to capitalize. You'll always be the sassy dude. or you could be like the plumber dude and just become a meme, right? A live meme where you get money off it. But I think the majority of people gonna end up on the short end of that stick. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is interesting to me, man. So I think that there is an innate advantage, and then y'all gotta make the most of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
What's this, Aaron? You taller than everybody? We already know that. You on mute. You on mute, Aaron.
I guess he's talking about the little Fu
Yeah,
Manchu.
right. That right. Forget about me. How tall is the shortest man in the picture?
I have no idea.
I've seen him do shit with the man. First of all, he's the funniest cat in the world. He makes Cat Williams look like a physics professor.
Come on, Aaron.
The dude is I'm telling. I've seen him. And here's another one. This cat.
He's funnier than Eddie Murphy Raw.
I've only laughed at Red Fox stand up and Richard Pryor stand up as hard as I laughed in a room with him just bullshitting, just talking shit.
I made you laugh on the panel, so shit. I'm probably funnier than Eddie Murphy then.
Bro, this dude had me like, I'm telling him to shut up so I can breathe. Like you know how you get to laughing so hard like you can't catch a breath, like you about to die. You feel like this cat. Somebody was making fun of his height, and he says, "I blame my dad, man. I must have been only like a half a nut or something." But the way he like presents it and delivers it and can make fun of himself is hilarious. And I'm telling you, he snatches women like he's at a gumball machine with quarters or something. Like he pick one. 10 minutes later, it don't matter.
She what though? They friends?
Moment.
They friends? You on mute, Miss Van.
Aaron said going, nigga. Aaron said going, so I believe it.
That's not funny.
Aaron said going.
Like him telling a joke. This is not
Aaron,
funny.
Aaron said going, I believe him.
They going to be friends? What are they going to do?
He's trying to tell jokes again, right?
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
Going like, home, brother. Giving up.
What you mean by going? This is what I want to know.
Wherever he wants them to go, to do whatever he wants to do. All the way.
What you saying? What you saying?
The man was really good with women. I'm just put it real plain.
He stuck out like a sore thumb, right? Being that short and being that successful.
He used it to his advantage. You see this? This is another cat.
He flipped.
Remember I told you I knew two dudes? This is another one. I've seen this dude murder scenes like you would never, man. Listen. And we're all standing on level ground. You know how me and Tall Jesse are. And this is back in the day. This is like, who knows? The dude is 5'1".
5'1"?
Look at him stand there next to me. I'm 6'5". Jesse's 6'3".
That's 5'1"? Are you 5'1", Aaron?
Both of these cats are 5 feet 1 inches tall.
5'1".
I've seen them move through packs of women. I'm like, slow down, bro. Like, listen. The charisma. First of all, he looks like a 1/8 scale version of what's this brother's name that acts?
Aaron. Come on, Aaron. 5'1". This is how they get treated.
You have eyes. You see the picture.
Puppies is cute, but they don't kiss them on the lips. You saying moving through a pack like what? Like a court jester? Or you saying they winning?
Listen, hold on.
Come on,
I got you right here.
5'1" is diabolical, my nigga.
Hold on.
Yo, come on, son. Yo,
hold on.
Go ahead. Oh.
Yo, shit. Pick up the phone. We're gonna now niggas want to be busy. And yes, I said niggas. It's Memorial. You not bit. Yeah.
So good. All I'm saying is 5-1 is a tough, very tough to overcome.
Watch this.
5-1 is tough, bro. They look like they don't look 5-1.
Like the dude in the Halloween picture with me would have to like turn him away. Like he would get sick of him. They trying to spend a night with him. He's like, no, you gotta go. What you got going on? Nothing. I'm just sick of it. Now they don't want to pick up no phones. That's all right. They'll hit the link later.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying they probably got game and all that. I think they are extreme outliers, and I think you develop.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I think you develop different traits based on what the gifts you've been given. You know.
Yeah, both of them are decent looking dudes out the gate. Pause, and I think their height. They played that. Like they built something out of that, right? I'm not purporting this to be the norm by far. These probably the only two cats on the planet, and then throw Cat Williams in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
because Cat Williams is like 5'2". Like
Yeah.
Prince, wasn't he like 5'4" and dressed like women? And we know what he was into. He was all the way to the left. He was a record full of pauses.
Yeah, no, 100%. I ain't arguing.
We need to go ahead and get that out here today.
Come on, like nobody did it like Prince.
Well, we need to go ahead. Listen, Prince was a brotherfucker, man. Let's just go ahead and get it out here today.
Okay. Whether he was or he wasn't, his resume.
Prince was Diddy before Diddy, man. All them pancakes cooking and shit, and the nigga and what sold me.
All right. We're not gonna have no Prince slander on here.
It's not slander, brother. It's the truth. We got we accepted
it. Man, stop! You
if we accepted it with Luther, we can accept it with Prince. Okay.
Yeah. Damn. Why you got to be so realistic today? Can't you like windmill or something?
It's a day of mourning anyway. Mourning and celebration.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. God bless the dead. Shit.
Prince out here getting humped with ass out jeans on, bro. That's like I didn't remember that part. I saw
why are you going in on Prince right now, bro?
Because he got brought up. Sorry.
I'm talking about his resume and his resume to height ratio.
I had to go ahead and you can't have your
Come on, man.
Oh, you're gonna get this man a heart attack.
Jesus Christ.
He was wonderful, man. He was but like I said, if we can accept it with Luther, we can accept it with Prince, man. It's okay. It's all right. It's a new day.
Well, I think that you can definitely overcome any perceived deficiency, right? And then there's obviously women that have preferences, and there's a preference to where I don't think there's a preference of short men. I think that they don't have a preference for tall men. You see?
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't think they'd be like, hey, I'm looking for a short dude, but they don't discriminate, right? I don't think they'd be like, yeah, I'll make sure he 5'6". Like, ain't nobody saying that shit. Right. You know what I'm saying? But there's women out here who just be like, yo, if he cool, you know what I'm saying? Long as he taller than me, everything's everything.
Hey, I got Chill on the phone. Chill, you probably can't hit a link or nothing, but just answer a couple questions. We talking about Jose. How tall is this motherfucker? You hear that?
No.
Say how tall's Hose?
4'11", 5 foot.
All right, that's question number one. Now, question number two.
Hang up on Chill.
No, watch this. Question number two. Describe his relationship with ladies. What you mean? Appreciate you, Chill. Go ahead. What'd you say? I've never seen nothing like. I'm telling you, I appreciate
Alright,
you. Chill. Enjoy
chill.
Memorial Day. I'll hit you later. The
Bye,
panel said what's
chill.
up.
Bye, chill.
All right. There you go.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Fuck. Come on, Sean.
It's a Marvel character. I don't know how it happened.
Bro.
I seen it.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I don't give it. Listen, I'm about to text Chill myself.
Hit him up.
See what the Cash App look like you sent them before you called them. Because that shit is diabolical, son. Real shit, though. Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Salute everybody in the building. We just, you know what I'm saying? We getting through it today. It's fantastic. I sent that to the chat. I just never even seen nothing like that. I saw it before, but yo, the access to women is like, that's just like the number one goal. And niggas is literally willing to be taller, like reconstructing themselves. Is that him putting that shit in his legs is worse than them getting a BBL?
Hell yeah.
That shit crazy.
Because like you said, bro, once he hits, like, you know, God willing, he lives to be 60 and older, bro, his all that places where that bone, you know what I'm saying, healed good enough now, that shit is gonna be like motherfucking communion crackers, nigga. It's over with. Like he's gonna have serious issues, bro, the older he gets, because, you know, like I said, your bone density is pretty much set already. So if you intentionally play with that and manipulate that, and like you said, hell, he added 6 inches. Pause, bro. That shit is never gonna be, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, people forget, like, your body ages like all at once, right? So, you know what I mean, your bone structure, for the most part, unless you've had some major issue or problem, is your same age. All of that fake bone is gonna be, you know what I'm saying, that age going forward. So you're gonna have weakness there. And if you start getting things like osteoporosis and so on and so forth, that's gonna be the first place it hits. So that's just it. You know what I mean? It's worth it now, I guess. But
yeah, he's living in the moment, man.
Yeah. All for the hoes, man.
I can't tell. Damn, speaking of well, I can't even say that no more. But let me show y'all this. What y'all think of this, man? Fellas, don't be out there lengthening your legs, please. What y'all think of Duke getting married?
No prenup, no what's the name. Hey, man, I wish him the best. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I hope he you know what I mean? I hope it lasts forever. You know what I'm saying? I hope she don't, you know what I mean? But only time will tell.
Are we surprised is my first question.
Are we surprised? No. There's no prenup. That's been proven.
Now that is surprising.
They proved that there's no prenup.
Yep. Everybody's reporting it. Everybody's reporting it.
How you get that info? How did they get that info? There's no prenup.
Well, I don't know. Somebody probably asked them. More likely than not, it's probably some that, you know what I mean, somebody talked to him or whatever. But yeah.
Oh my God! All right, so he bought her the.
What? Come on, let's do it! Whatever, my Broncos say
So he bought her that car?
Yeah. I guess it's a some type of special edition G-Wagon. They said it was like $500,000.
But it's both their wedding, right?
Yeah. But you know, the wife, like the wife's cake is bigger than the husband's cake and all that shit. So I guess that's his version of like, you know, her thing, his wedding gift to her.
I just don't believe the no prenup thing, but that's all I keep seeing.
Everybody keeps saying it, so it could be. I don't know. But everybody's reporting it that way.
So after all we know, what we learned, right? Obviously, their relationship is public. What you guys take on it?
I think they're too young to be married, first and foremost, because I understand what Travis is, what, 22, 23, 22.
Yeah.
The girl has, from what we can see, what she's shown to the public, I won't say behavioral issues, but at least, you know, emotional control and understanding how important it's going to be for her to hold frame, being linked to a very popular and impactful man whose image matters a whole lot. So she doesn't have that proper training, right? So her not understanding the moment and not understanding how to respond in public, I think that could be a major issue if you know, those things aren't corrected over time.
Yeah. Aaron?
If he spent $500,000 on a G-Wagon. He better spend another $500,000 on some Emily Post literature and take some classes. I mean, Emily Post is dead, but son, you have your work to do. Like Fantastic said, as a representative.
Who? Ugh. Well, from what I gathered, though, she seemed like she fell back from being in the spotlight, though. Like, I haven't seen much on her. It's been him playing for the Jags, doing well. You know, maybe they learned, right? Even when he had removed himself off social media, does she still have social media?
I don't think so. I think pretty much she when he removed himself, she removed herself for the most part. I know they were doing a podcast together or something. So I think he just removed all of that stuff or whatever, and you know, they went on with their relationship. And like I said, the draft happened, and now, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what was? And I guess the thing is, right? Is Travis? She knew him before he got all the bread and all that. Is her conduct any different?
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't say she's malicious or anything. I just knowing what we know about women, right? And also her history and dealing with different dudes at that time or whatever, while she was dealing with Travis and not understanding his worth and not
Trajectory.
and saying publicly that, you know, she wasn't his type and stuff like that. I just say things like that are major red flags. You know what I'm saying?
Well, is it red or is it actually more of a positive because she didn't understand the value?
No, because if a woman doesn't understand your value before you're valuable, she's never going to appreciate it once you actually are.
Well, what I'm saying is she didn't understand, oh, this is going to be an NFL superstar, so I need to lock in. She treated him like how the majority of men just get treated in relationships. She being regular.
Again, no, and then like I said, the whole way that happened too, you know, where they say it, pretty much she was introduced to him by her brother, which she didn't know who he was. And remember, she left him on red, or he tried to shoot a shot and she didn't deal with him. And then all of a sudden she came back once, you know, 5-star recruit, fucking, you know, high school dude, and then, you know, the HBCU shit, and now what's her name? You feel me? So I can't accept that she didn't know shit either, right?
Yeah.
Because of the way they met.
You think he saw that music video before they reposted it 4 years later?
I'm pretty sure he was aware of it.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think the video was like the official. She was with the guy that she was in the video with, and I don't know if it was 4 years. I don't know if it was,
that video's old, bro. Like 3 years old, 4 years old.
Yeah. But remember, the timeline was too close. So when they gave the timeline, when they started going public, he was saying he was dealing with her for 2 or 3 years. You feel me? He'd been dealing with her for 2 years already. You feel? So, and that's what people was bringing it up for. But then definitely the one with the party, where she was in the party, twerking on some dude.
Yeah.
So that's just the stuff that's questionable. Like you say though, it could just be a whole thing to whatever. But at the end of the day, I wish him the best, man. Like you said, he's happy. I'm happy for him. I hope I really, really do hope it lasts for him, and I hope the girl don't, screw him over in the end.
It's like you damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
So because we was mad about them waiting at the finish line, but technically, at least she got with the nigga before he got rich. Like, is there any happy medium, or if you get too much bread, you just better be on the lookout?
Yeah, if you get too much bread, it's the same outcome either way, whether she's with you beforehand or whatever. Because even a prenup done, so with Travis, a prenup would have worked, right? Because he came into it wealthy with his wealth, right? But for most dudes, you're gonna elevate and you're gonna, do different things throughout the thing. So that's what the she grows with you.
But I guess my point, like for instance, like Jalen Hurts, his wife been with him since college. What's the other boy that played for the Eagles too? Deontay. He just got married. Dante, the receiver, the real Smith, the real skinny.
Oh, okay.
He played for Alabama too, though. But his wife, they about to have a second kid. I think they getting married, or whatever the case is. Like, what makes this one different is because we know the origin story.
But yeah, this one, like I said, has a lot of controversy starting with it, and I think too, just everybody. This is the biggest thing, man. We just don't want it, man. Travis is a good kid. I mean, not kid, he's a grown man, but he's a good young fella. You feel me? And it's like, this dude is super talented. Once in a lifetime talent. You feel me? And you just don't want to see him, get screwed over. And because, like I said, a lot of us been there. Hey, man, leave that girl alone. She ain't no good for you. Leave that girl alone. She ain't good for you. And because that was us, we was told the same thing. We was like, nah, man, fuck that. I love her. She's a good woman. She's a good girl. She's not gonna do this to me. And then lo and behold, I hate that bitch.
Yeah.
Well,
just her conduct, right? Being a video vixen for all intents and purposes, she should be cut off from being taken seriously at that juncture.
Well, no, she wasn't a video vixen. She was in it. She modeled for. She was in a relationship with that dude when he did the video for her. So she did the video for her boyfriend. The guy they were in a relationship. So when she's on the bed with that guy, they were actually like dating. So outside of that, she don't have no other work, from my understanding.
Oh, so he used her as video.
Yeah, he used her as the model when they were in a relationship.
Damn. So, all right. Go ahead, Aaron.
I got a theory, and I'm afraid maybe I just have a tinfoil hat on. But what if all this is just clickbait? What if these people are this is a cash cow? They're making money. They're using their notoriety and visibility to generate attention, because attention is money.
But he removed his social media. That's where you would capitalize. He removed all that stuff that would be monetized, essentially. He's a football.
You're right. But now I'm thinking about the future. Is that part of the gag? Is there a return? Because I just think about the ones that we looked at that we thought did it right. Let's look at Michelle and Barack and the things that are coming out about the nature of their relationship. Let's go further. Look at Will and Jada. When they first paired, we were like, oh man, that's right. Like, everybody wants to be that. Come to find out, nobody wants to be that. So I'm just thinking, like, we look at this situation and it's like, nobody wants to be that. Really, though? Or is this just a gag? You know what I mean? Like, again, maybe it's a tinfoil hat. Maybe I'm looking too far into it. But I'm just looking at the other side of the fence and just kind of doing that with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think they had much to capitalize on, man. It was mostly slander they was getting. Just straight like, yo, you wilding for even dealing with her and etc. And I could see it if they would have kept a semblance of the media up, right? To continue to, because the clicks bring views and likes, and that stuff brings money, but that wasn't it for them. And I mean, he signed a Nike deal before he got drafted, right? 6 months ago. And so I think that him being a generational talent playing both ways, they ain't need no gimmicks. You know, like Dion's youngest, or excuse me, second oldest son, Shiloh.
Yeah.
He needed a little bit of, like, when they recorded him doing the combine for himself. I didn't get invited to the combine. I brought the combine to me and shit like that. He needed a little bit of that, and I think he's doing pretty well.
The boost, yeah.
Yeah, he needed that boost, and that's why you saw Travis kind of participate in when Shiloh was going, and his brother was throwing, because they had to build it up for those guys, you know. And they got the most receivers taken. Yeah,
God, compensate for not being at the top of the mountain. This guy, you can't go no higher. Like what? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, this is literally the top of the mountain. Like, you don't know where to put this guy because he has so much talent, right? Which could be almost like a gift and a curse. So I don't see it in the same way. Plus, how he was reacting to it, it seemed like watching him, he was hurt by this shit.
No, he was. He was.
Looked too natural. You mean like this was not fabricated? You're saying?
No, definitely not. No. He didn't like Ham said. He don't like Travis. Travis was top 5 paid in NIL money or whatever. No money he was going to get from what's the name would be anything substantial to him. He didn't need the internet.
Fair enough. Just a thought.
So what do you do? What do you do as a young boy? Getting money, you got a good trajectory. Do we wait? Do we get to the finish line and then pick one, or do we want one to build with?
I think you take the Derek Jeter approach. If you can get a woman and you're gonna take care of her, and of course, like I said, I mean, again, I know people are gonna say this is unpopular, but if you're in a committed relationship and you got all the money in the world, quote unquote, Cam Newton, right? So Cam Newton did it. It was good as long as it, you know what I'm saying, he was together until it didn't last, right? You live with your children, you have a home with their mother, it's a healthy environment. I don't see an issue and problem with that. Because like I said, as much shit as people talk about Cam, all Cam got to pay is child support. Cam ain't paying no motherfucking alimony. Cam ain't got to really give up no properties and shit. He I think he ended up giving her some shit, but then he took it because she wanted to get on, on the internet and talk shit, right? So I think from a leverage standpoint, if you want to be in a monogamous relationship, be in a monogamous relationship, but I would definitely wait till after I retired. Most of those dudes that have these careers, man, professional athletes, I think they get divorced within 2 or 3 years. That's NFL or NBA. And we seen it happen. KG retired, bro. He was married to his wife for damn near 20 some years. Like, they didn't even last a year after retirement.
I can't speak to the probability of success, but I'm just looking at the probability of trust. You're either gonna have to do it like LeBron or Jay-Z. You're either gonna have to somebody is get it out the mud with you, right? But even then, the probability of that, we look at Barack and Michelle. Or you're gonna have to get to the top and get another one from the top, like Jay-Z did. But once again,
let me help you out. You got young potential pro athletes sitting there. What do you tell them? You have young men sitting there that are on the trajectory to success,
on the path.
They listen. They said, "Okay, STEM is the way. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be an engineer. I'm gonna get a business degree and apply it to something that already exists that I'm already successful in." Right?
Oh, so we're talking about regular. We're talking about regular cats now. So we're talking about regular.
Yeah, but doing the right thing though, right? Upwards of they're on the trajectory to where you get a job just because there's limited resources in that realm anyway, right? And so they're gonna do well for themselves, right? What do you tell them that from the athletes on down?
Well, I think the conversation changes as to where, like you said, because you're gonna have a ceiling, right? So if you're a regular guy, your ceiling you be lucky to hit 7 figures, right? In mid 6. So let's just say he's a STEM guy, or he's something that's a very, very lucrative, regular, everyday occupation, right, or field. Let's say he hits 250,000, right? I still would tell him, by all means, get you a woman, get you a girl. If you want to settle down, but don't rush into getting married. Especially, like I said, we're talking college age, just graduated college, right? So under 25, or right at 25, correct?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So I would say, and I don't know how people are going to feel about this, but I don't think any engagement should be less than like an engagement. Hey, we felt each other out. We decided that we're gonna, take this to the next level. I don't think an engagement should be less than 4 years. I really want to say 5, but I'll say 4. I don't think an engagement should be anything less than that. A lot of people say this, and I don't know why. I think because old people used to call it shacking up, but I don't think you can marry a person without cohabitating with them first. So that gives you time for for you guys to get everything together, have a plan from a financial standpoint, bring stuff together, see how this person is with money, see how you are with money, budgeting, all these different things, living together under the same roof. Can I stand being around your ass 24/7, 365? Ain't no just coming over to visit. Ain't no just, what I'm saying? I just think it's a whole lot of things where we have to start looking at this and, and slowing it down if you're going to do the marriage process, because a lot of people rush into it and then you find out a lot of things after the fact. And once you're in it, it's too late. Now you got to pay a price to get out of it.
So what you saying though? What's your advice? Like, what's your advice?
My advice is if you want to get married, young fella, all right, take it slow. And like I said, I'll give my layout. If you're gonna get married, pick the one you're gonna pick. Y'all be in a relationship for some time. I'll say at least like 4 years. That way you make sure everything aligns. And hey, if you're gonna go from there, go for there. Godspeed. Wish you the best.
Wait, how long is the minimum amount of time to be engaged?
4 in my head.
Minimum. All right. So let's say the dating phase. The dating phase is what, a year and a half before the ring?
Dating phase is like a year and a half.
So, and then a minimum of 4 years engagement. What time what age would you say these people are getting engaged at?
So that would be right around 28, 29.
All right. Well, so the wedding.
No, starting the engagement.
Yeah.
Oh no, starting the engagement is probably right like 26, 27.
26, 27. So 31, 30, 31, 32 is when the wedding bells ring.
All right. So this is what I want to tell y'all.
That's crazy.
I'm looking at the analytics last 28 days. Almost 24% of the viewers are 18 to 24. So you got a quarter of the viewers. What the hell are y'all telling them?
Okay, so young niggas, listen to Unc Fantastic. All right. If you getting out of college, bro, and you on a trajectory to be,
that's 18 to 34. So yeah, that's right there. That's that whole range. 25.
Right where we need. Yep, right where we need to be.
If you want to get married, okay, and marriage is your thing, of course, pick the best one that you can possibly pick. All right. Make sure you guys align. And once shit gets serious, y'all have to live together, be engaged for some time. And if you survive that shit, hey, pull the trigger. If you want, and I still wouldn't suggest me personally doing it on paper. That's me though. But more likely than not, most women is not gonna be with that shit. That's gonna be something that she gonna want. She gonna want the state to recognize that motherfucker. So I just say you gotta be extremely careful. And most importantly, the finances need to match up. The philosophy on certain things need to match up, and you guys need to know that you can cohabitate. I think cohabitation, finances are the two biggest things, and of course your children or not. More likely than not, you're going to want children, to plan for the kids, saving money for the kids, where the kids are going to go to school, all those different things.
What would you say is the probability that path of modus operandi would lead to a marriage?
Shit, I would say 80%.
All right. So you're talking about, all right. Do you realize the exhaust fumes of that, how toxic they are? So what, in the event that after this 4 or 5 year engagement, he decides, you know what, I've learned everything I need to know to not marry this woman. Now you got a 32-year-old woman out here who has tried it once with an extremely high caliber or upwardly trajectoried individual, and now she has to try it again, that much closer to the 36-year threshold.
Yeah, but
so now I'm not thinking about that exclusively, but that's just 20%. That's the exhaust fumes of that. What's that doing to her mind on year 2 of this engagement as she's processing this? She's now 27, 28, and she's starting to get that shit or get off the pot nigga kind of mentality. How does that creep into the relationship and start to sour her behavior away from what he would want to marry?
Well, that. I mean, that's a character flaw. It's
Is it?
people. Yeah, that's a major character flaw. It's people that's out here, and again, I'm just going by the thing, right? So I know, and I don't know the numbers on this, but I know a substantial number of people that have been in long term relationships. You know, no engagement, no nothing, and then eventually, hey, let's get married. You know, I don't know what the average. So if somebody in the chat can give us the answer, I would imagine the average relationship lasts somewhere around long term relationship between 3 and 5 years. So all we're doing is substantiating and matching the average relationship length to plans of getting married. So that's the only thing we're
The-
actually put more constraints, and you're looking at it different because you plan on spending the rest of your life with this person.
Right. And that's the distinction that I'm making. When you say long-term relationships where they just eventually ended up getting married, they were in that relationship for the sake of the relationship. Marriage wasn't the priority nor the goal. They just reached the conclusion and said, well, we're here now. But I'm talking about going in among people where marriage is the goal. You know what I mean? Like where they're prioritizing the institution of marriage.
Yeah,
Do
so I
you
was right.
apply the same logic? And what I'm just considering what the fallout of that is. Nothing is guaranteed, right? So
and
what's the fallout?
So this is what I'm saying. A woman that can't hold on, let me see. Switch that one. Yeah, add that one. Help. The average relationship is between 2 and 5 years. So all I'm doing is giving it's still the same framework from what we're gonna be, right?
But
So
you pushed it out to almost 7.
no.
Are y'all still giving them advice, or y'all going back and forth?
Well,
Well, I'm challenging his advice. I haven't given mine yet.
Why you messing with his? Why you messing with his advice?
It's Memorial Day. I gotta fuck with him.
Aaron was asking me a question about my.
You know what? Let's do that. Yeah. How about it?
Yo, man, y'all. So he's scrutinizing your advice, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, pulling flyers.
Yo, why you on his neck about his advice?
Damn jarheads, man.
Hey, man,
Come on, yeah. There you go. Let's get it.
Serving y'all with the $5. Shalom, brother. Shalom. Those solutions sound like they are built on sand.
I'm just saying.
I just see niggas hate that. I just showed you if the average relationship is 2 to 5 years, and I gave you a 4-year engagement, there's nothing wrong with that.
Aaron with the $2. Uncle Rick. Wait, no, Uncle 3 times. Oh,
brother.
It's been 5 years. Break down the timeline.
What do you mean 5 years? I'm confused.
As Abe with the $2, why so much grace for this woman? As Abe with the $5 says, why all of a sudden y'all acting like this girl was naive? She knew he was rich potential. On her brother didn't know the trajectory either. She knew. No, I think they be knowing. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking what makes her any different. You know what I'm saying? If you go to school with these cats, you can see the fanfare. Like when I was coaching up there in Maryland, right? And Nick Saban walking to school and all these kids, like it's a vibration around those kids, you know? Like, just had 2 people actually get drafted too, from Flowers High School.
Where Maryland?
Flowers, it's Glen Arden, Maryland. Yep. You know, like, I'm not saying they don't know. I'm just saying, what's the difference? You know what I mean? As Abe with the $5 says, practicing marriage is like practicing flying without getting off the ground. Make it make sense.
Well, that's a bad, yeah. Okay.
So what's up, Aaron? What's your advice? You scrutinizing Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, right. All right. So let me go ahead and put an iron in the fire. So I would lean on pedigree, and I would lean on discernment, right? I would lean on the people that are in the community I'm in. I would not be looking for anybody from lower tier environments, right? So you're going to be involved in organizations. You're going to be going to charity events. You know what I mean? Hopefully, maybe you kind of have some religious platform that you're, drawing from. These are the places you kind of want to look for a potential mate. Your professional environment, people that have already established themselves to be on a trajectory that aligns with yours, right? People that understand the community and the culture.
Aaron. These motherfuckers is 18 to 34.
Well, if you're 18 to 22, don't listen. You need to be in the
20,
books.
It's
23 and up.
24% of them listen to This Might Be Risky. They trying to figure out what they should do. Should they complain about waiting at the finish line? Should they grow with her? If they got a trajectory that can be easily seen, should they be skeptical of all the women around them? What should they do?
Grow with her. Pick one that is on a trajectory that you can grow with and grow with her. Waste no time. Be purposeful. Be deliberate. Be discerning. Be practical. And expect the same out of her. Put shit in order. Get your shit together. Keep it together. Bring her on board. Her shit should be aligned with yours, which is really easy to see the flaws. If you align it like that and you keep your shit on the straight and narrow like that, you can easily see the flaws and reject the non-hacks real quick. 18 months is longest. You ain't gonna fit. You'll know in a year. Once that ring is on, now the ring is the intention to say, I'm going to marry you. That means wedding plans begin. Between getting a ring and the wedding bells is just how long does it take to get this wedding together and buy this house and all this other horse shit. But the planning and the vetting, the vetting and all that, the interview should be before the ring.
Okay. So I found that, yes, she definitely needed to keep up appearances depending on, the spotlight, right? Essentially, right? She needed to know how to act in certain environments 100%, right?
Correct.
What I found that what Biggie said still resonates with me. Keep family and business completely separated. Now, your wife, you definitely want to allocate her for certain things, right? Make things easier, functionality, but too much pressure bust pipes.
Yeah.
So I think the overwhelming piece that she could bring to your life can outweigh her utility. Not to say that she shouldn't be utilized, right?
Yes.
Right, because I think the relationships are transactional,
Yes.
So there's certain things like I ask my wife to do, she does them, right? But there are going to be certain pressures that I'll absorb or I'll outsource.
Yes, right.
Because I want to keep the peace that she can bring over the utility. You see?
Right. And not overwork her and keeping that peace by allowing the pressure. Right. I got you.
Right. But then if I need a boom, she can jump in, right? And being able to present depending on setting appropriately.
Precisely.
Right? Like that if I could get that, and I think you're more likely to achieve it earlier on.
Right.
With the woman, as opposed to waiting until you done made it. Now everybody know you worth $1 billion. See, because when we start talking about first round and second round, a lot of women don't know what it means, right? They don't know the difference between money between the first round and second round is $10-20 million.
Yeah.
But then once they see the contract come out and say 5 years, $60 million, they understand what that means, right?
Right.
So at the very least, before they have an idea, but it's not written in stone. So now while y'all grown, before you make it there, see who bring you the most peace and can be utility whenever asked.
Right. And I 100% agree. And that's why I was saying, just draw from someone that is within the culture that your life is going to be involved in. So she understands how peace is to be cultivated, right? Because she understands the culture that you're operating within. And she can also be a utility to you when needed because she's acquired those skills that you can only get from being in that community. You know what I mean? It's just a way of weeding those skills out early on is where you get her from.
And I'm going to tell you another thing, right? 100% Aaron, right? And we looking at the chick and all that. Yo, Sean, you're going to deal with you're going to have to if you want to be in a monogamous relationship, you're going to have to deal with a little bit of shit that you don't like.
Oh yeah.
There it may be a behavior, it may be a constant, you're going to have to deal with something at least if somebody got a naked picture of your chick. Let me just say that because y'all don't want to say it. Somebody got a naked picture somewhere. You're gonna have to deal with that, bro.
This is facts.
I just wanted to go. I just wanted to go to all the way to extreme.
Yeah.
I want y'all to fucking understand, B.
You painting the picture though, yeah.
Right. This what you gonna have to deal. Feel me? Right. You gonna have to wrap your head around shit.
Real shit is real shit, right? It's kind of what, and you can't escape it. It's true. It's true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it could have been from a relationship, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever the case is. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But you're gonna have to wrap your look at Lonzo. See, you doing too much, Lonzo. Nobody
he went out the window. Yeah. Down goes Frazier.
You know, so I just when we look at his chick, it's in the spotlight, right? So it looked like she doing some wild shit, right? When the truth is, you're gonna come across a chick, she gonna be cool as a fan. Everything you want, and then it's gonna be something that you're like, damn, son. You know?
Some wow shit in a closet somewhere. Hey, yeah.
I do have this. Listen, bro. Whatever this is my advice to all dudes, bro. Listen, young fella, listen, hear me out. Whatever is the worst thing that is, you say you're gonna marry this woman, right? You say you're gonna marry her. Whatever your deal breaker is, bro, imagine her doing it and forgive her. If you can't do that, don't marry her. Whatever your deal breaker is, bro. Whatever it is, outside of course, her doing dicks. Okay, I ain't talking about her. After that, throw the bitch away. Okay, throw the whole bitch away.
What's the deal breaker?
It could be anything, man. It'd be a lot of stuff. It's levels of different. We all have different things. I mean, of course, I think it's a hard line across the infidelity and stuff like that. But something to you that would be like, for me, would be like, if I tell you something personal, right? Something like traumatic or something that happened to me in my life. Yeah. You use that shit against me, I'm out. I'm out. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Because I was, I loved you enough and I trusted you enough to be vulnerable, and you throw it back at me, I can't forget that. You know what I'm saying? So, but if this woman is special enough to you to where you can pull it, fuck it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I see what you're saying. If she's worth taking your forgiveness level and grace level to a place that is challenging that you never would have thought before, as long as that's not repeated, as long as it's honored.
Exactly.
She has to be worth that. Okay, that's a value assessment. I got you, and I would agree. I think that's what HAMP was saying, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, man. I'm just translating to what I'm saying. Shout out to HAMP. So this is what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, you gotta have grace for sure.
A lot of people talk this shit, because you had a failed marriage. I was married for real. Okay, wasn't no military marriage. I didn't need to get married for BAH and none of that bullshit. I had my kids before I had my wife, so I already had my BAH. You feel me? I actually got married for love, not understanding the business aspect of it. But one thing that we did do was we grew together, right? So I definitely know for a fact that's an important part of it. That's why I think it's a lot harder for men our age, because now you're established, right? Yeah. So even as much as motherfuckers want to say 6 figures ain't no money and you ain't nobody, nigga, well, I know I'm looking goddamn good compared to the field, bitch. You can't tell me otherwise. All right, I'm a 1% nigga. You feel me? Yeah. So when I understand that, right, and I understand what I'm bringing to the table and who and what I am and all the, you know what I'm saying, and then all the intangibles. Now, even though I'm not an athlete, right, even though I'm not a millionaire, shit, y'all hoes ain't either. Right. And you still trying to be provided and protected. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the whole part of it, man. I think a lot of times the men are purposely undersold our value, and so we sell ourselves short a lot of times. But for the younger cats, man, young fella, just slow down, man. You know what I mean? Don't rush into it, especially the marriage, bro. The shit's supposed to be forever, and forever is a mighty long time, bro. Shout out to Big Crit.
I'm sure. Yo, real shit though, right? And you'll have to accept those things, right? And here's the truth about most niggas, I would say, and I'm sure they're gonna yell back at me, right? Most niggas ain't like let's say I see a chick, right? You know, whatever the history was, you feel me? But if I see her, right? Generally speaking, you just have regular dealings. You ain't doing no crazy shit with her. You ain't, you know what I'm saying? You dealing with her for a minute, whatever the case is, right? But you know it wasn't going nowhere. When you see her lock in with a dude and it's cool, niggas fall back.
Yeah.
Now in your head, you might be like, I could probably, right? You might do that. But if you see her, oftentimes, from what I've gathered, just from most men, not everybody, it's a lot. It's respect there. Like you see her, you don't go up to her and no shit like that, no weird shit. You just let it be what it's gonna be, right? She happy with him, right? That's who she's supposed to be with. You know, I ain't going over there trying to blow his spot. Oh, I used to, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most men ain't trying to blow your spot. I'm not saying everybody, right? But most men ain't trying to blow your spot like that. So a lot of stuff you won't even be confronted with, but just know it exists. And like Mr. Fantastic said, you got to accept how life be life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
We all have things that we need to be given grace for, right? And that's different from being forgiven, because forgiven means you did something with this person, but grace is making changes in your life from who you used to be as a promise to being a better person for this one person, right? And just keeping that out of that person's face, like you said, as long as it doesn't present itself, which probably won't happen. We all need that grace because we all fucked up.
Yeah, and grace can be a slippery slope. Excuse me. Yeah. Grace is a slippery slope.
Super.
Grace is a slippery slope, because if you don't give yourself a lot of grace, then what grace do you extend?
Right.
You know, so if you hard on yourself, that's gonna be a situation, right? That I don't know if she gonna quite understand. Right. And you gotta try to leverage so like some empathy almost, you know.
But as a principled man, right, I think you'll agree, having strong principles will keep that clean and keep it pretty well defined. It'll manage that for you. You know what I mean? It won't let that get too out of hand one way or another.
Yeah.
Because your principles will keep you, you know what I mean? You got your laws and shit. Keep you on.
And it's not, let me clarify this too. It's not this, no. So like let's say Mr. Fantastic, but yo, I got this chick, and I had a dealing with her. Of course, I would tell, like, no question.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got to, you feel me? Or if I know niggas used to slide her around the campus, right? But I'm saying, like, a chick, you was cool, you tried to date her, it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Or even a chick you were just smashing, right? Because she just smashing you too in that instance. She know what it is. But now she find a nigga they actually like each other. I'm saying I'm not going out my way to air her or, you know, try to be cool, corny. Or if I see her out now, I'm texting her off the back end. Like, niggas ain't doing that shit.
You're just messy.
You move around. You know what I'm saying?
There's a difference between messy and intel.
Yeah, exactly. But this shit is, this shit ain't easy, son.
No.
Yeah. Like, niggas gotta absorb. Niggas gotta put is it pride? Gotta put it, cause there's shit that you be, cause you know what we do? We project, huh?
Yeah.
Like, if I got easy access over here with this chick, then how did the nigga not get easy access over here with this chick? With my chick, and then I'm like this. Now I'm wrestling with shit like this. Damn, I'm paying full price. That nigga ain't pay shit.
Ain't good shit, right?
It's a whole lot of shit you be doing in your head, like, you know. But you know, it is what it ought to be, right? Just based on, it is what it is, not what it ought to be, based on the world we live in now. You know what I mean?
But that's why I say, and I think you alluded to it earlier, that's why you can't waste time. Be intentional. And I mean, the things will shake out how they are going to shake out. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But don't waste time. Be intentional. Be principled. Be pragmatic. Don't fuck around. You know.
Yeah. Damn, son. That's like some hard shit. I know they gonna blow it up like we just, but that shit is real, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this shit is not easy, B. I just think the world's so dangerous, bro. To be out here just like running around, this ain't a run around market. Like I know they got a lot of different medicines and shit like that, but this is not a run around market, bro. Especially if you got a decent trajectory to where you're doing well for yourself and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Damn. So yeah, man. Let me read these real quick. Hold on. I read this right. This one. Yo, y'all read these?
Read it.
As Abe with the finals, practicing marriage is like practicing flying. Oh, I read this. As Abe with the finals said, the only way two people can keep a secret is one of them has to be unalive. Quote, Shannon, grow up, y'all. Do y'all just hear what I heard? Stop. No, he's
Shannon. What are you talking about?
it's not even for it's not for her. What you said ain't for her, Mr. Fantastic.
Oh,
As Abe with the finals says, wow, that hurt your friend to tell them stuffies.
I told y'all this. Hey,
Shout
man.
out to Ask Abe. Cheers, man.
What the hell is she talking about?
Old and senile.
Yeah. Nah, you can see things are taken for how people are thinking in their head, not for what's being said. Right. And so when that's happening, you gotta let it be. Damn, man. But we pray for that brother. Hopefully everything works out in his favor, of course. You know what I'm saying? We don't want nothing bad to happen. Hopefully she dedicated and locked in. I do see a bright side of the fact that they removed the social media, right? That's a lot of unnecessary noise. And when I go to I DJ a whole lot, right? Including weddings. And when I hear them, hold on. And it said, they say keep everybody out your business. That's the one thing that I hear most often.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Family, especially. Listen, this is advice I can give you, bro. Don't ever, if you love that person, don't ever tell everybody else y'all's problems. Okay. And I specifically tell people this shit, right? And I had this issue with my ex, you know what I'm saying? Because you grow up, childhood shit, la la la, and they tell you some fucked up shit. I love you, right? I love you for real. So somebody that hurt you or fucked you over, now I got smoke. I can't look. I'm your protector. So if you tell me somebody did some fucked up shit to you, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Especially like you defenseless some shit. Now I can't look at that person without like you lucky she love you because she did not fuck you up type shit. So please be aware that don't tell everybody else your problems because the person you love that person so you can forgive them, right? But you can't forgive, you know what I mean, on your behalf. You feel me? So don't do that.
Real shit. And then and let's say somebody spilled beans, right? Right. And then y'all not even thinking about it, but that person is. You know what I'm saying? They don't never let them beans go. You know what I'm saying? But how they gonna get treated is a lot different too. See, that's another thing they don't think about. Right? So if we going through something, we going back and forth, boom, that's the one thing. If another person bring it up outside of us, I'm gonna treat you like I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? We got to be real careful with each other for sure, man. That's fact. Yo, man, and I like this. Maybe I should drop the link for this because I think it's important to talk like this because I don't know how often we're like, yo, you gotta, and we are so apprehensive. Not apprehensive. Wait, what's the one, Aaron? Hesitant? Is apprehensive like hesitant?
Both, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They both work.
To being vulnerable.
Yeah, apprehensive for sure. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But monogamy is vulnerability, bro. Like you put yourself out there, right? You lock in, you gotta trust this person with a whole lot of shit. Like and I think we just gotta accept the verbiage that we don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they said, hey, you just gonna talk about the Carmelo? You had Carmelo in the thumbnail too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. I just
But nah, HAMP. That's what I said. HAMP. Women. This is something that women don't understand, bro. The most vulnerable thing a man could do is get married. You are promising monogamy for life to one woman, forsake all others. You getting out the game, right? I'm gonna provide, protect. I'm willing to kill and die for you in that order. You feel me? That is the ultimate fucking vulnerability.
I think they understand that vulnerability very well because they leverage it sometimes. Some back that up. They're capable of leveraging it. I think what they don't understand is the requirement it places on her, because where a man can seek 1% of this from this person, 1% of this from this person, right, and seek whatever they want from all these different people they have access from. Now you're required to provide all of that in totality for this one person if you're going to expect them to forbid everyone else, even if it's 1% of a person. You got to be the kit and caboodle to make it worth forgetting about the rest of the world. You got to become 4 billion motherfuckers. That's the part I think they miss. But I think they get the vulnerability because when it suits them, they will leverage it. It's what is your responsibility to make this monogamous agreement worth it? Can you be 4 billion motherfuckers for me?
Oh, shit be real, man. Shit be real. And it's just a matter of, you got to accept that shit. You got to accept that fact, B. You know?
And HAMP, that's what I'm trying to motherfuckers HAMP. I don't even I can't. What was your both of y'all are married. What was your first I'm married moment?
I know what HAMP's was.
What one? What was it?
When you had to go back in.
Oh yeah.
With the paper, with the signature.
Yeah, real shit. With the yeah. Because we had to go out the courthouse, then back in the courthouse to certify it. And I'm like, God damn, son. And I think, you know what was ill? When her social security card came in the mail. Like, you know,
like that. When I saw her name and my name together, or when I heard it, Joelle Wormley, I was like, who's that?
Yeah.
That's when it hit me. Oh, it's another Wormley in this motherfucker.
Yeah. I would say that. That's what I would say, Mr. Fantastic. What was yours?
Nah, for me, I don't know, man. Like you say, I think it was like after everything was said and done, right? After the ceremony is there, and you know, like that, your name is my name now, type shit. I think it's the name. The name thing is a major thing.
That name thing is huge, and the reason why I say social security card because it's so substantive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like a driver's license too. You know what I'm saying? But like it's just so, you know what I mean? Because you like born with that social security
right.
card. You know what I'm saying? And they like throw another nigga name on this shit, like, you know. So it just
I think it's the same for all of us then.
Yeah, it's just impactful, you know, in that way, right? Especially because we do a lot of the things backwards, right? So we already having sex. We go through this engagement process. Most people living together already. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things seem like a formality, but when you know that she had to have the marriage license to go, and then you got to go directly to the office and all that, you know. So it just it's impactful, right? And then when you look at her having the work to do all this shit too, like that shit is not even easy to have to change your name and change your right. Is she making a concerted effort? Every bank account, every this, every that.
The BJ's card, the Costco card, the emails, the email address,
yeah, and you just sitting there like, oh, she fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? But you know, people, if you never been there, like look at Miss Jilly. It's a fact though.
Yeah.
You know, real shit. And the thing is, right? Things that help certify is like we bought a house and then we had a reception in the backyard as opposed to having a big ass ceremony.
That's nice. Yeah. That's
You know
nice.
what I'm saying? Like she was with it, like boom, let's do this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of what we did.
Mm-hmm. But that
That's
money
exactly
went.
what we did.
Yeah. That shit helpful. You know, motherfuckers don't be on. So this part, man, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show y'all this. Let me see. So the Carmelo Anthony shit, bro. The Carmelo Anthony shit, bro. I saw he was charged with murder 1. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, I thought I had to relook at it to make sure it wasn't just people resharing it. They charged him as an adult and first degree murder, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I got the right slide up. I had it up. Hold on. This article, let me see. So the father here. So this one thing that I saw. Father of the teen who was killed at the track meet questions son's alleged killer being allowed to graduate. So advocacy group confirmed that while Carmelo will receive his degree, he will not be allowed to participate in any graduation activities. So did he? So I mean, what y'all think about this?
I mean, you killed somebody on school grounds, bro. Nah, expulsion. The fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Expulsion, like immediately.
What you think, Aaron?
Go ahead. Yeah, I agree, but even just from an image protection standpoint, you know what I mean? Like just being cognizant of what's forward facing and taking the necessary measures to like that. I don't see a problem with it. You know what I mean? You're just acknowledging the shit. But I mean, Fantastic's going a little further, and I can't disagree with that either. But at the very least, yeah, you gotta act like you care.
Damn.
I know if motherfucker killed my motherfucking son at a school event with a fucking weapon he wasn't supposed to have on school property. Fuck all that other shit. He broke the school rules and he
it's probably not wise to be at the graduate, honestly.
Yeah, don't
yeah.
GED for you, buddy. That's one of the prices you got to pay.
Yeah, damn. I mean, if you at the end of the, what was it, like mid-year, right?
It was about mid-year, I think, yeah.
And he meet all the criteria, then technically he should be able to graduate if he meet all the criteria. Does it actually say that it wasn't a school event? Because it didn't even say anything that was leveraged against him regarding the school at all, really, except for the fact that he couldn't attend the ceremonies, which I don't think he would.
Again, yeah. The paperwork, his credentials should reflect what he's earned. And if he's earned a degree, you know what I mean, that high school diploma or whatever the case is, then that paperwork should reflect. Now, as far as the ceremony and the pomp and circumstance around it, now image is in the equation. We got to keep that clean. There has to be a severance there. I would understand if I was the family of the one being separated. I'd get it.
Yeah.
It's the way of the world, man.
Yeah, and I understand why people would take exception with it, but it just seemed like if he qualifies.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, the biggest thing I saw, pause, is he was charged with first degree murder.
Yeah, that's a.
What's you guys' take on that?
I think, is this one of those cases? So HAMP, they throw everything at you, and then it's up to you to prove what shouldn't stick. You think that's what's happening here?
So yeah, they have the lesser and included offenses.
Right, that's lesser and included. Right. What's the story there?
Usually they try to charge you with a little bit of what you can get.
Right.
if first degree murder, but he cannot get the death penalty because he was 17. But he can get life in prison and he'll be eligible parole at 40 years old or 40 after 40 years. So he'll be like 50 years old, 50, 60 years old or something like that. Right. So those are the two things I saw. Did you see anything different, Mr. Fantastic?
As far as
Well, him being charged with first degree murder. So
yeah, I think I think, like you said, you overcharge purposely. They're not going to get him on first degree murder. It wasn't premeditated or planned.
But see, here's the thing, right? It can't be because this isn't upgrade, right? Because when we were looking at it before, it was second degree they charged him with.
I thought it was it first before?
No. And so this just came out. So they upgraded it to first degree, which is premeditated, cold-blooded murder. Right?
Yeah.
And so now here's the thing. Is there other evidence that hasn't been released to the public? You see, that's what I'm thinking about.
No, I don't think any new evidence was released.
Not released, but I'm saying that they have in their possession.
Available. Yeah, available.
Yeah, so is there new information available?
Yeah, I still say that the for the purposes of making the state look good and public satisfaction, they're going for that charge, but they know they're not going to get it, and he'll be found with something manslaughter or whatever the fuck. So
you're right, but so here's the thing. When we were going through it, second degree, right? We were like, okay, the statutes for second degree, right? The reason why this was so important, because this came out May 24th, that he's charged with first degree murder, eligible parole after 40 years, mandatory life sentence. The only reason why he's eligible is because he did it at 17 years old.
Yeah.
You see, that's all new information. And so I'm speculating that there's footage, gotta be footage. The weapon maybe, right? Because they haven't even really told us what weapon it was. We said it was a cleat thing and all this stuff. What was the conversation? What did the other witnesses say? Because the police report had one thing, but now they're being investigative, Also, I bet you he had an interrogation by now.
Yeah.
It's like
my thing is, so with the limited sentencing capability, I can see shooting for the stars no matter what. But even then, I think it's going to be hard to disprove murder one if he brought that weapon with him. That can be like looked at as intent, and then the history between the two can be like the motive component. Now, if he pulls a tent stake out of the ground, I think that will eat into the premeditation.
Well, now think about that, right?
Yeah.
If he seen the boy and went and got a tent stake,
premeditation can happen that fast.
That's down crazy. That's like maybe it's not as premeditated as bringing a banger, but the fact that you went and got a stake, and then if the police reports be it true, say touch me again, punch me again, or something like that.
Yeah.
Are they trying to qualify that?
Yeah, okay. Creating a situation.
And that's the thing. When we were looking at the statutes for self-defense, you can't use incendiary language to provoke someone to harm you and then use self-defense as a claim. So, but I guess one thing, that reason why I wanted to talk through it is because the fact that they upgraded it to murder one leads me to believe that there's information that we aren't privy to.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nerve-wracking. And I know we had this conversation in and out about his actions. And maybe we can have it again. But
whose tent were we under? Were we under the athletes' tent or the boys?
We're under the white boys' tent.
Okay, so we going right. All right, yeah. Pursuit. Like, what are you doing over there? You know what I mean?
We had a whole argument about that shit. I don't wait. You must wasn't here for all the.
No, I was here for one of them. The first one, I was definitely when you debuted it. I was there for that.
Yo, it's like, and then all the track people saying, "Yo, you can go over whatever, you can go under whatever tent you want." During the track
EBD
meet
was here for
like
that, right?
Yeah, I never like. I wasn't too much into track. Like I think I threw a couple years. But you just be there. But by the time I was about to throw the javelin, it'd be almost over. So I leave and come back and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Or I watch the guys run. I can't even notice the intermingling, but I guess it is because you just kind of around each other.
I ran a lot of track. Same with you. I threw shot put, discus, javelin. I ran the 1 and the 200. And yeah, it's not like football. There's definitely a lot more commingling.
Yeah, that's the one thing I couldn't quite recollect. For me, I'm like, nigga, football, we would never like.
Oh no,
come over here.
Parking lots are different. You know what I mean? Yeah, locker rooms. Yeah, you see these jokers on the line of scrimmage. That's it.
Damn. Let me ask the chat a question. Put a 1 in the chat if you think murder 1 is a probable cause. There's probable cause for murder 1. God damn. Put a 2 if you don't think so. Because murder 1 is premeditated, cold blood. Premeditated, cold blood. Murder 2 is not premeditated, hot blood. Meaning you in the heat of the moment and it's going down. They don't actually even have manslaughter statute. It's actually under the murder 2 statute in Texas, where it was an accidental kind of, but they only have like accidental death. I think it was. I was looking it up. It was for like vehicular and shit. T.O., just answer it, nigga. Damn. E-Dub. Oh, shit, not E-Dub. Mr. Williams, what's poppin'?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Salute to the chat as well.
Yes, sir. What's shaking?
What up, man?
Much, man. Had a hell of a weekend, man. Really good.
No doubt. What you want to comment on this? The last subject? What you think?
I mean, it's a lot. Hey, it's food for thought for every one of them. With that situation, I know being here in the Commonwealth state, that would probably be viewed as murder too, but most likely would get dropped to manslaughter.
Well, he got charged with murder 1. They upgraded it.
But by us being a Commonwealth state, our laws are kind of like up and down, loose in some ways and than others. But just the information that we've all seen, he probably could get manslaughter. Probably do 5 to 7. I'm saying here.
We talk about Texas. Texas
Texas
like killing people.
Yeah, they like frying everybody. So yes,
put man on rope.
But yeah, just looking at the situation and what I know and what we've all reviewed, it just looks like it could be a manslaughter charge. I think he was stupid for doing it. I do believe that he should have just fought. Took the ass whipping. But what's going on in my city right now, man, the teenagers, man, they just wilding. They shooting up everything. So he had a knife. They have guns. They got ARs and everything, man.
Boy, so we recommend and take that ass whooping.
Take that ass whooping, man. If we say we men, take that ass whooping. Damn. Now, me being older now, I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting you off the rock. I am. I'm getting you up out of here.
Wait, so why old niggas get to shoot but young niggas don't?
Hey man, you got health problems, bad legs, bad hips.
Fantastic say he ain't fighting nobody. He's sending them to see Uncle Charles.
Yeah, Uncle Charles, man. Crossroads.
Hey, but y'all old motherfuckers get to shoot, but y'all hold on, but y'all old.
I done had to fight though, him.
How many kids?
Hold on, but y'all old geezers get to shoot.
Yeah.
How many kids? How many kids you got again? 72.
I earned this grade, Hemp. I earned this grade.
So, Hemp, I'm pretty sure you ain't gonna let Big Chug be cussing around the house, right?
with me and him, yeah, but his mom around now.
Well, around amongst other grown people, no. So again, some things are reserved for grown folks. Sending motherfuckers home to the Lord is reserved for grown people.
What's the math on that?
But look,
mean what's
where I'm at now, they shoot first. They can't even take an ass whooping. So I don't have no choice.
Outside of somebody trying to take your life, man, I'm not with my son unaliving another child, bro, over like, you know what I'm saying, childish squabbles. So like I said, once you're a grown ass man, though, you know the law, you know the rules. Hey, if you invite yourself to try and physically harm me, brother, and I ain't did nothing to you, by all means, may the Lord be with you. I hope you're right with God. Okay. Now we agree
Catholic.
We agree to the standards, and you like, hey, sir, would you like to engage in fisticuffs? And I was like, you know what, sir? Hey, I'm feeling quite, you know what I'm saying? I'm feeling froggy today. Let's do it. And I agree to those terms. By all means, hey, I have no problem with it. But brother, you just randomly trying to physically accost me is going to cost you your life.
Yeah, it's going to be bad for you. I'm getting you
Hey,
better.
So you got two big ass white boys on your ass. Pause. And you got the banger or the slammer with you. You duking it out
on school property. You talking about on school property? Where we at? Yeah,
as a kid or grown?
Yeah.
You 18 years old, 19, 20 years 18. Old. You got the see, here's the thing. You have the banger on you though. See that y'all can't discount that.
I don't have plenty of fights with bangers on me though. You know?
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to at 18 under 21, sir. So you're not supposed to.
No, sorry. The hammer is the gun. The banger is the knife.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I ain't no white boy. I ain't never really carried no knife. I ain't never had to jug no knife.
But I'm saying, you got the banger on you. You got two big white boys bearing down on you.
As long as they using hands, bro, I'm cool. I'm with it. I told y'all, bro, I ain't had a fair fight as an adult ever. I've been jumped in every time it's been a fucking physical altercation with me. So nah, I'm cool. I can now if you pick some shit up, now it's different. But if it's just hands on hands, like, hey, I'm pretty much I'm good. I'm gonna make it out.
2-on-1 though.
Sneak me.
They usually like white boys. Hemp. Yeah, hemp. I done literally fought two. Y'all gonna think I'm gassing it, but it was, I want to say 3 white boys at once on the basketball court, and I fucking backhand the shit out of one of them.
Yeah.
Did a spinning backhand?
Yeah, John Jones shit, bro. I was surprised myself.
Hey man, punch him in the.
They gentrifying down there where you at too, huh?
Nah, this is the VA. Aaron, this is when I was on. This happened on base on Little Creek. Yeah, Little Creek. Yeah. Fucking white boys came to the gym. They wanted to play ball, and they had a girl out there. Right, I'm the biggest person in the motherfucking gym. The girl, I set a pick. The girl runs into the pick, and she's she hurt. I didn't do nothing dirty, and then I just stand there. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing, man? It's a girl. I'm like, I know it's a fucking girl, you idiot. And she know I'm a grown ass man. She thought she was gonna run through me, and she hurt herself. You need to fucking talk to her.
She shouldn't have got on the court. She shouldn't have got on the court.
Yeah, that's my wife, dude. Bro, I don't give a fuck who she is, nigga. You should keep your wife off the court then. Well, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? And they tried to rush me. three
get
white
on the court, bro. I will dunk on my grandmother, dude. If you get on the court, you fair game.
He said dunk on his grandma.
Fair game. Right. Don't come over here. If you fair game, then
in between them lines, goddamn it, ain't no friends, ain't no family, ain't none of that shit. I'm gonna get this fucking dog. I'll hug you after the fact.
Oh no, bro.
I agree with that one. I don't get on the court. Don't come on my job. Don't come on my job. Think it's gonna be equal. No,
it's your fault, Hank.
Deborah with the $2 says he was originally charged with first degree. Nah, we looked at that shit through and through. This is new. Aaron with the $2 says every week it's a race issue. Y'all noticed that? Was it? And Arnold with the $2 says tell MC8 to get that light from behind him. Mr. Williams, they say you blinding everybody with that open window.
It's not open.
I meant with the blind or whatever.
It's just the sunlight's coming through. Y'all ain't nothing I can do about it.
As A for the $2 says, the boy tried to grab the knife out the bag first, huh?
XA is just see now, bro. Just shit up.
Aaron with the $2 says a 6'5" super nigga want a fair fight is hilarious.
Why not? He should. He deserves a fair fight too. What the fuck? Damn. Take your ass whooping in.
Why? I don't know, bro. Like white people have done too much carnal shit in the earth for me to be fighting them. Like if it's two white boys and I got the banger on me, it doesn't seem far-fetched that I'm gonna pull the knife out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get But I'm saying, like in high school and shit, man, them white boys, man, I wasn't thinking, man, you getting this ass whooping. I'm one hitting you. That's it. I don't give a damn how big you are. Just how I am, how I grew up. Nah, we fighting like a motherfucker.
What?
High school too, man. Yeah, we fighting. I'm getting suspended, but I'm going to jail.
So you should just get jumped. You shouldn't give yourself an advantage.
No,
but why are we bringing up? Why are we bringing up jumping? He didn't get jumped.
I'm going for the big nigga first anyway, Hemp. So
they're the same size.
Yeah, but why are we bringing up the jump situation? That wasn't the situation here. It was 1-on-1. So why are we even talking about?
He was gonna get jumped.
Twin brother though.
They brothers. They twin brothers. They both were assholes.
I gotta be the motherfucking the coon nigga. I guess no. There's no
coon.
There's no proof of evidence of him getting jumped. And I promise you this right here. If that was the case, like Hemp said, they wouldn't have upgraded the charge. Okay. If there was chances of him to where he was getting jumped and he was at a disadvantage and all these other things and so on and so forth, they wouldn't upgrade the charge. They would more likely downgrade it. There's no evidence.
A shitload of brothers. Even if my brother's winning, you getting your ass whooped. Because that's my little brother. I got a shitload of little brothers. Okay, even if they winning, nigga, we gonna dust his ass.
Okay, well, that's you though. That's you. Everybody don't ride by that motherfucking what's name. If my brother got a 1-on-1, as long as
at all, that's your ass. And I'm the big brother. So you know what? I'm gonna be on that type of thing.
I know for a fact all brothers don't go by that rule. As long as the shit is fair, it's fair.
Majority do.
Because I can't have us being no bitch. Them niggas don't fight fair because now you know what I mean. Now all y'all getting shot. You build up that reputation.
We stopped fighting fair when we was kids, fantastic, because motherfuckers were jumping us. So think about it. It's 6 of us boys, right? Fuck that. Now you getting your ass whooped by all 6 because we used to fight 1-on-1. See, we used to do that shit. But motherfuckers would try to catch one, catch this. Now, guess what? Everybody's going to go ahead. No.
All right, put a 1. All right, hold on. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if you let your brother fight 1-on-1. Let me see something. Put a 2 if not. Niggas say fight fair for shit.
You learn that lesson though. You really learn that lesson. I'm telling you, they'll try to catch your ass. Next thing you know, you getting jumped. Nah, we start jumping motherfuckers because we used to love fighting for her. You can go ahead. You got a problem with my brother? Fight. After a while, when you, especially you getting 16, 17, the motherfuckers is jumping you, bro. Look on social media right now. They are not fighting for her.
1, 2, 2, 1, 1.
You better get your clique and have your clique together with you.
Yeah, I'm not letting no fuck that. As able to tell us, the brother said we were talking to him.
So he said we. See, that was 2. We.
No, it ain't funny. Unless that, I don't even know what the unless would be. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Empress, ain't no such thing as a fair fight, nigga. Like, I don't know.
You trying to be honorable and shit.
What?
You know, and motherfuckers, they butt hurt, man. They can't take an ass whooping. Back in the day, hey, we used to fight and shit and everything. We all playing ball the same day. We all doing it. The shit has changed, but I feel like he should have fought because he did take that life. His life would be a whole lot more easier. Then you could have just got their ass down the line. Because apparently there's some history there because it's been leaked out. There was some history there.
They proved history?
some people have been saying that online that there was some history. Even I think one of the uncles of one of the dead kid, one of the uncles even.
Oh, it wasn't an uncle. None of that shit. Again, all that shit was everybody's trying to be a fucking social media star, bro. Just like that lame ass nigga y'all was listening to. That yeah, and they were under the tent, and my daughter was over there, and they tried to jump that dude. That shit's all fucking made up, bro. None of that shit fucking substantiated.
Wait. This white boy
he was invited underneath the tent by somebody that he knew.
Wait,
so
was the white boy?
He wasn't trespassing if he was invited anyway.
Did the white boy have a history of bullying this kid?
Yeah, they got a history of bullying and being assholes, man.
No,
that was my understanding.
Narrative, Aaron. No, there's no proof of that. No proof of previous relationship between the two. And what's so crazy about it? Listen, the spokesperson, the dude that's the baby beater and woman beater that the family had represented them, he made an official statement saying that there was no prior history. So now you're going against when you listen to these narratives of these nobody ass strangers that's just trying to get some motherfucking clout on the internet. You're going against the official statement that the fucking family put out.
I mean, I don't know. That's all I'm saying, Fanta. I can only go by all of what y'all all have said.
Yeah, that's what I'm going by.
You know, I heard the same thing until the trial starts. So then I actually get the full. I can only go by what all of y'all have done. All the content that everybody has done.
Yeah, that's all I had. If you're right, and I do believe what you're saying is true, especially if you're leaning on official statements. I hope that's the case. Then that would eat into my argument earlier about motive with the murder one charge, right? I was thinking that, you know, if they had a history, that could lend to motive. You know what I mean? And if he brought a weapon to the thing, that would, you know, prove intent. But that's what I'm going on with what Playboy is going on. If what you're saying is true, fantastic. There are statements that oppose that, then that changes shit a lot of it.
Yeah, because it's very difficult, especially he was 17.
It's hard to know, yeah.
He was 17. He should have had his parents there anyway during interrogation and all that anyway. It's just a lot of things that it's kind of fucked up. So you just gotta try to discern as best as you can with the information you get. So, you know, until the trial starts, what can I really do? I can only go by it all.
So Callie said what the final is history of bullying and asshole behavior from the twin that got stabbed, Callie, or both twins, but not bullying Carmelo specifically.
So that was a personality marker on the guy, but that doesn't define the nature of their relationship, is what they're saying.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
As Abe with the 2000 said, the white boy fell into the. Come on. Aaron with the $2 says, men have never fought fair! Exclamation point. Stones, swords, guns, etc. As Abe with the 2000 says, I read this one. I don't know, man. Beans, what's popping?
What up, bro?
What's goody?
I wanted to ask you something, right? Did you hear about the case of the white boy the 17-year-old white boy who killed the 16-year-old black boy in Maryland? Yeah, and that's exactly what I want to ask you. Why is that? I wonder why that is.
When was it?
We was having a conversation where I realized today, because we were talking about why. Shout out to my man L.A. Wilkes. He was talking about why nobody ain't talking about that case. And last night I didn't think about it until I was doing my show a little while ago, and I thought about it like, but this kid name was Carmelo Anthony. And I think that may have played a role in the viralness of that particular incident outside of this anti-blackness, which is very American, where anytime a black person is the culprit and another demographic is the quote unquote victim, they absolutely going to highlight it. But the fact that it's not being talked about at all, I thought was kind of weird, given the proximity and date to the time in which this Carmelo Anthony case happened. But like you said, you didn't even hear about it. I didn't hear about it until LA mentioned it.
When do you know what the date is or how many days ago?
Actually, I didn't pay attention to it.
You know what part of Maryland? Or somebody can use to look it up.
It was upper something.
Marlboro, upper. What do you say?
I'm gonna try to find the link we just watched a minute ago. But yeah, it was Upper something, Maryland.
You say Upper Marlboro, Maryland, HAMP?
Upper Marlboro?
Is that what you said? That's what I said. Well, you said Upper something, Maryland. I mean, a lot of Upper.
Was it in
Upper
2024?
Darby? Upper Darby. Oh, I'm sorry, not Maryland, Delaware. Upper Darby, Delaware.
No, Upper Darby is Pennsylvania. That's Delaware County, Pennsylvania.
Okay, yeah, Upper Darby.
Yeah, that's 15
Delaware
minutes
County.
from where I grew up. That's right outside Philadelphia. Yeah.
Okay, so it was in Philly.
Yeah, that's West Philly essentially.
Okay.
About 10 minutes from where Will Smith
Oh,
grew
yeah,
up.
he did say it was in Philadelphia. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Upper Darby, 69th Street. Yeah, wow. Upper Darby.
Yeah, it was 6 days ago.
Yeah, so and the report that we looked at was from May 21st. So
The search for a suspect after a teen was shot and killed in Delaware County. Now, investigators say this started as an argument between the teen and another juvenile and escalated into gunfire.
Well, now officials have released new images of the suspect accused of pulling the trigger. Action News reporter Annie McCormick live now in Upper Darby. Annie, you spoke to the victim's family.
Yeah, and Sarah, a short time ago, we spoke to the victim's family. They're now planning that teenager's funeral today. As for why this happened, at this point, Upper Darby police are only saying they believe that there was an argument prior to the shooting.
It's like a nightmare.
When I see the news and clips on social media of young men, being gunned down, I sit there and I mourn for their parents. And now I'm mourning my son. But it's the same thing. And as parents, we try so hard.
The family of 16-year-old Khalif Webster left devastated after the Upper Darby High School sophomore was shot in the back Sunday afternoon around 3 p.m. It happened here at Long Lane and Pine Street, not far from the teen's home. As for the suspect, these are the images released by Upper Darby police from surveillance footage in the area. That young man seen fleeing from the shooting, police believe is the shooter. Police believe there was some type of argument before that suspect allegedly pulled a gun and shot Khalif, killing him. His family says he loved playing sports in the neighborhood with his siblings and friends, and he loved to work, holding several jobs, and couldn't wait to join the workforce full time.
He loved to work. I was telling him about the opportunities in the trade unions and construction. He was just so excited. He was looking forward to graduating and just moving forward and just being.
They're trying to identify the juvenile who shot and killed a 16-year-old boy. Upper Darby police released video and pictures of their suspect. They say the victim and another boy were involved in an argument when one of them pulled a weapon and shot the teen in the back. It happened near Long Lane and Pine Street just before 3 yesterday afternoon. The police department says it is working with Upper Darby School District to.
Yeah, it seems a little bit more clear cut and more, how you say, usual, I guess. The other case is seems a little bit more unusual, has a lot more nuance. And I think the name, right? Because when I first saw the name Carmelo Anthony, I'm like, why the hell is Carmelo stabbing somebody? Then I'm looking up his son and shit, and I'm like, hold on. And then I didn't even notice the K and not the C. So I think that helped it catch fire for sure. Shot in the back is crazy. But what they argue, he tried to dip. That sounds like the most obvious thing. He pulled a burner and then he tried to run and he probably clapped him.
So did they catch the white boy?
Nah.
Well, according to the report I watched, they did have him in custody.
Oh, they did? The one I watched, yeah. So
yeah, the one I watched, that he's in custody.
Yeah. So he died?
Search for a suspect after.
Yeah.
Well, he going to jail. Hands down. This is an open and shut case. What's the correlation? I'm missing the correlation here.
The question is, why isn't it being talked about though, right? Like, why was the other one talked about? That was the question. Why was the Carmelo case talked about? Like I said last night when we were communicating about it, it didn't cross my mind about the name until today. I was like, well, the Carmelo Anthony name thing probably definitely helped with the trendiness of it. But it still took on another life of its own, the conversations and everything around it, right?
But
So-
what's the name was it? So the whole money thing. So their interaction and the back and forth between the two things was what it was. So it picked up on social media because was it Matt Walsh or whatever had something to say about it. So you had pundits speak on it. No pundits are speaking about this. So you get a person that chooses an event that happens and chooses to talk about it. That's what pushes it into social media, into everybody's, as far as having a conversation.
Yeah, but the question still remains why though, right? So at some point we still got to get to the why. Why did he choose that one?
Well, I mean, if we look at it from on his face, I mean, it's two kids that went from a pushing match to someone getting stabbed and murdered or killed. That's why.
It's because the black kid killed the white kid.
Yeah, exactly. So most and again, most people would find that problematic, right? Be it two black kids, be it two white kids, be it two Hispanic kids, and so on and so forth, right? Now the response, and again, I think you guys are aware, you may not be aware of this because again, there are pockets of loud people on the internet. Black people were celebrating the shit, right? This was like, niggas was putting knives on flags and shit, bro. So, and then it gets the attention of the other side, who is, larger in population and in voice, and then it creates a, condition that we have here. So that's why it wasn't organic. It wasn't something that somebody just picked out of the thing. It was a response to a response.
I think if we're ever going to make the argument that black people started it in this country, I just think that's a foolish argument. I don't think we can ever say that, honestly.
Started what?
The white media had already made it racial. The white media already made it racial before we even got hold to it.
Well, no. Oh, so you're saying that at no given point in time, black people can never start anything?
No, I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying without evidence, right? Like right now, you said black people. Can you name one? And I'm not being disingenuous. No, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can name one. Maj Toure. Maj Toure is a gun guy, and he was saying that the self-defense shit was what it was, and he's looking at it from a self-defense angle. And he's saying that he had the right to, delete him.
Yeah, but that's different. So that's a rational argument, right? I'm talking about the irrationality that you were saying black people were doing online.
I don't. It was a whole bunch of people, brother. I mean, I could go find it for you and show you the evidence of it, but it was definitely happening.
Yeah, but so this is what I'm saying. Would it be dated, right? Because this is what we was talking about last night. What makes more sense, right? No, this thing happens in a local space, right? To your point, the first thing you said was maybe Matt Walsh talks about it and now it gets picked up. He has a specific kind of take on it and now it gets picked up. That makes more sense for the same reason why we don't know about this case that we just highlighted, because nobody with any clout is talking about it, right? So now he talks about it first. Right. So now Matt Walsh talks about it. He gives a specific take, and now people are responding to that take. What was that take? Right. Like that makes more sense than this situation happened. And then black people went online and was like, yay, the white boy is dead. Like that. No. Like to even suggest that that's how it happened to me sounds very, very naive.
Matt Walsh's take was the alleged inherent violence for young black men is an issue in this country, and it's something that continues to be glossed over. That was Matt Walsh's take.
And there it is. That's provocation. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That makes more sense. Now you make that take as this white boy sitting in the comfortability of your crib, wherever you at, away from it all. And then now you say something very provocative. This is the same dude who recently shared a photo of 4 white girls sitting together that looked like a SWAT sticker and said he didn't see it. Oh, y'all thought I shared it on purpose. Yeah, this is what you do, right? You're very provocative in the things that you say and share, right?
But the obvious retort to that would be, do you then celebrate the death of a child from a confrontation that 2 children had at a soccer track meet?
Yeah, well, if that's that, well, when you say that's the obvious retort, do you mean from idiots?
Yeah, from people whether you call them idiots or not is inconsequential to the obviousness of the retort. Where is it that doesn't make sense for people to say, yeah, Carmelo, you did what you had to do for two kids having an argument at a track meet. You should have stabbed and killed that boy. Hooray.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying, though, right? It's the same thing that Steven Crowder said the other day.
What did he say?
When he was on Piers Morgan, and the conversation is about the white lady who called the little kid an N-word.
Yeah.
He says, well, that goes without saying. We all know that's wrong. But let's have the bigger conversation. Let's leapfrog from her calling the little kid the N-word to talk about the problems with black people and what we're tired of and how they doing this and doing that. Right? So if you think that makes sense to do that, right, to have the deeper conversation about black people based on a white lady calling a little kid the N-word, what do you want me to say about black people who may be celebrating the death of a white kid online? How much time should I spend on that? Because I don't want to spend no more time on that than you are willing to spend on the white lady calling a little kid the N-word.
But, well, I understand what he did, but that's not what's being done. So if we say a kid stabbed up a boy, right? Because it was limited information when Matt Walsh first reacted. It simply went along with the things that they say cause black fatigue, right? So he was saying, look at the statistics, and you see that black people overrepresent, all the rhetoric, right? And then the retort would be, well, if you look at arrests, the arrests kind of match the percentages in the country. So 65% of arrests, as an example, are white people. Black people are around 20% of arrests. But why is the prosecution so much different, right? That's how I would kind of try to quell the stat itself, right? Why are they not being prosecuted at the same rates,
Yeah.
But instead I say I'm cheering the fact that this young boy got stabbed up when we know both of their lives is fucked. That part just doesn't resonate the same.
No, I'm agreeing with you that that's dumb. What I'm saying is when the white lady did something dumb,
what you said was saying dumb. Okay.
Yeah, when the white lady did something that was dumb, they wanted to spend 4 seconds on that. Hey man, that's wrong. She shouldn't do that. Now let's leapfrog from this to go talk about how bad black people are. You understand?
Okay. How'd they do that? That don't make sense.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they did. They used the white lady called the black kid the N-word, and since then it's been the conversation has been about black fatigue. That's what I'm saying. They spent all of 4 seconds on the white lady, and the rest of the time they've been talking about black folks. So, but I thank Steven Crowder for what he's saying, because he should be an example to black conservatives that it's okay to talk about the context. It's okay to discuss the nuances. It's okay to discuss the bigger pictures. We don't have to spend the whole time talking about how bad black people are. We can talk about why they're as bad as they are. So shout out to Steven Crowder for that.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Yeah. So they're saying she called the little black boy a nigger because people are tired of black people. Let's talk about that part.
That's how they framing it. I mean, it's right there for you to see. Piers Morgan and Steven Crowder. He leapfrog from that. Hey man, listen, we all know that what she did was wrong. Now, can we have this conversation about how messed up the niggas are? So why do I want to spend time on how bad when black people do something bad? Why do I want to spend more time on it than y'all willing to spend on when y'all people do shit that's fucked up?
Maybe white guilt.
Well, again, that's the advantage you have of being the spokesperson or being the person speaking, right? If you had the platform, you get to put out whatever message you want to put out. Just like there are white people that are for talking about black fatigue, there are white people on the other side that are talking about white privilege. So I mean, it's a balance of things. It's just whoever has the mic at the time. That's all it is. Whoever you're talking to at the time is going to be the person. Whoever has the platform, whoever has the mic, gets to say whatever they want to say. If they have a big enough impact, they have a big enough following, it's going to resonate. If you don't, I mean, a black person with a lot less clout or notoriety, then Steven Crowder could get on there and say the complete total opposite, because you lack the like I said, the reach that he has. Even though you saying it, it's not going to have the same impact or the same effect.
But you saying it to say what though, Mr. Fantastic? That justifies
what?
Well, yeah, we get it that they have the bigger microphone. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Mr. Williams. You know, but to just propagate, right, and skew the narrative or not address the issues because you have a bigger microphone, that is an extreme issue. That is not that you pointed out an imbalance that's not a justification.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it was justified. I'm just speaking to the reality of the situation. Most if people don't understand this or notice by now, I'm just speaking to what it really is. We can talk about what we want it to be and what you think it should be, which again, that's all subjective. Whatever you think should be, for the most part, outside of I think some agreed upon principles, we all agree that it was messed up to a kid unaliving another kid, right? For the most part, right? The way about which it happened though is where you start getting the subjectiveness. Okay. Well, self-defense. Okay, well, all right, self-defense. Well, I have a child. If I put my son in that boy's shoes, right? And black boy, white boy, Asian boy, fat boy, skinny boy, any type of boy kills my son over a push, I don't want to hear nothing about fucking self-defense, and neither do you. Nobody does. You mean to tell me he fucking pushed him like kids do on the fucking daily, and my kid is dead? You would be fucking hurt. You'd be livid. You would not be trying to hear none of these dumbass fucking internet conversations going on. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just think that they showing their prejudice though when there's situations like this though. This white media and all of that shit, the prejudice undertones. If you really paying attention to it, you know they prejudice is shit. You know they are. They show it on a daily basis.
Wow.
They're getting away with it because we not saying nothing about it. But
yeah,
they show their real prejudice.
Yeah, so there's a skew depending on what media you watch, 100%. But Mr. Fantastic, because you're hurt in that instance, you're saying that your son is justified in unbecoming behavior, and you get to determine what's too far.
I think society gets to determine what's too far. Society has determined that a child killing a child is abnormal and too far. Outside of a child attempting on another child's life, responding by taking a child's life without your life also being fully threatened to that level is abnormal and unacceptable societally. We agree, correct?
Is it killing a child or is it killing period?
A child,
okay.
A child killing a child. Like I said, we have separate rules. That's the why, even though laws may apply societally, when you start getting into the minutia of it, there's certain things that aren't acceptable for children to do that are okay or more understandable for adults to do.
That's fair, except for this, Mr. Fantastic. They charge them as an adult.
Yeah, well, so that's a legal aspect. So like I said, the legal aspect changes everything.
Understood. But if the legality says this is an adult and the two boys are the same age, right? Do you now reframe it since the legal system said charge them as an adult? Because you're saying societal standards allow kids to do or not to do, but most of that is based on legality.
Okay, so even if you do it from a legal standpoint, now,
okay,
did an adult kill a child? That makes it even worse.
Well, they're the same age, so
no, I think he was a year older, and what's name was clearly again the other. Either way it goes, the other party is still a child. So even if he's charged as an adult, he's charged as an adult because he performed. And why? And I'm glad you said that. So let's walk that down.
Okay.
So why did they charge him as an adult? Because he acted as adult behavior, even though he was a child. That's what the legal precedent is going. He knew better. He knew the societal standard. He knew the legal standard, and he fucking blew past it and took someone else's life. So now, because we know he knew better, we're going to treat him as an adult because he acted as an adult. He's being charged as an adult. Hold on, fam. Hold on, brother. I promise you, I'm gonna get when I'm done. When a child is charged as an adult, it isn't because they just want to do it. They say this child had enough wherewithal and understanding to know his actions was that of what was reserved for adults. So this is henceforth you're going to receive adult punishment.
But
they both were 17 years old.
my bad.
Yeah, they both 17.
They both were 17 years old.
Yeah, Carmelo probably a little bit older, but they were both 17 at the time. Yeah. So Carmelo was 17 first, which is inconsequential, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I just wonder, right? If the legality shifts, then do we give the action adult credence? Because essentially the courts are acknowledging it by charging him as such. So now, if he's in you or Mr. Williams' shoe, when y'all say y'all going to send somebody to meet Uncle Charles, if y'all get into a road rage incident, what's so different?
Well, no, like I said, that's totally different. It's not a equal setting as to
Road
where
rage?
I'm not doing no damn road rage.
Yeah,
I don't deal with stuff like that.
you listen. You hop up out that car, you gonna hop in a hearse.
Well, but see, that's you know they sell guns for places where you can't have guns, right?
Yeah.
I got this one. It's a belt. It's a belt buckle. You ever seen those?
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah,
But it's a 22 though. Right? They literally sell guns for places you can't have guns. So I'm just like, how you get because y'all both hop out the car. You got the slammy on you.
I'm not hopping out.
No.
Oh, you out the window with it?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yes.
You Mission Impossible music.
I'm in Florida, man. And I'm shooting 5.7, so ain't gonna be much trajectory change or nothing. Everything I aim at, I'm hitting.
The 3.57?
Are you? But are
Oh,
you hearing what you're saying?
Yes, I hear.
If he is an adult,
and this is Texas, right? Because like he said, Florida beans. This is Texas. Same type of shit. Go ahead.
So if he's an adult, that means Austin was an adult too, which means he didn't kill a kid. Which means
you can't. No. That means no. Now we're gonna stay within legal precedents. We have to stay within legal precedents. Just because the perpetrator is charged as an adult, don't mean that the victim becomes an adult, brother. That is a legal fallacy. So don't do that.
But hold up, though, because
how was he's charged as an adult because you're saying he did what again?
The state of Texas deemed his actions to be within the realms of adult behavior, brother. His violation of the law was that of an adult.
So it's not about his age.
Right. It's about the
I
state.
just told you it's behavior. That's what I said. I said that in my original statement.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
might have
now
been at
think
the
about
kitchen when
this.
you said that.
I worked in the juvenile corrections, right? So I got to see kids that were charged as an adult, and when they turned 18, we had to take them across the street, all right? So that because they're ready to do prison time. Now, depending on what the state, like you said, the state deems it. It could have been an accident, but if the state deems it that way, and you know you're in Texas, there is prejudice already. And I'm not talking racist shit. I'm saying prejudice. Had that white kid killed him, this shit wouldn't have went this far. It wouldn't have, the media wouldn't have been all over it or none of that shit. It was the fact that a black kid killed a white kid in Texas. Period.
So
it doesn't matter what he could have been really protecting himself. They could have been whooping the shit out of him. If somebody would have lost their life, he still would have got the same punishment that he's receiving right now.
Let me read these. Aaron with the $2. I think they want to rile black people up to riot. As Abe with the $5 says, what about George Zimmerman? What's his name? Trayvon Martin had no weapon. How does the panel feel about that? George Zimmerman was in fear for his life. Cops shoot for fear of what might happen.
He wasn't a cop. He was a piece of shit, and he killed that black boy. Fuck him.
Deborah with the $2. Hamp, drink a lot of water, wipes out sickness. I got you. Mike Brown, and thank you. Mike Brown with the $5 says, fantastic. Sounds like the kids at the back door of someone's house about to break in, but they end up getting shot, but it wasn't justified. Shaking my head. You respond to this?
It's fantastic. Sound like the kids that's at the back door of someone's house about to break in, but they end up getting shot, but it wasn't justified. How wasn't it justified? What are you talking about? If they were breaking in my door, I can fucking shoot you, depending on what the stakes are. that literally just happened to some white boy. And that's why y'all talking about these cases. A white boy just died pulling a prank, and the black man got locked up. I don't know if he got released yet, but this literally happened within the month. So what are we talking about here?
For them. T leaves with the 10 ounces. When Karens were a big thing, I did hear many white people complaining. We got our shit off about them. Black fatigue. What's T leaf saying?
I don't have a fucking clue.
Oh, he said white people took it on the chin when we back on the George Floyd days.
Yeah, definitely.
So if they took it on, what did they see it as justified, or they just shut up?
What do you mean?
Well, did they feel, and I'm saying feel like that was a time to where they had to be quiet?
They ain't never quiet. White people always running their damn mouth.
Okay, so they disagree with you, T leaves. Reap, do you disagree with him, Mr. Fantastic?
No, I don't.
Do you disagree with him, Aaron?
No, but I don't know. I don't know if it would cause black fatigue though.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the black fatigue aspect, but the white people definitely dealing with the George Floyd shit and a lot of the victimhood shit and all this other shit. Yeah. That's fact.
Reaper with the 10 ounces. Salute Hamp and panel. Salute my brother in Christ, Chief BBW Hunter, Mr. Podcast. The prosecutor may be looking out for Carmelo to prove first degree is a lot tougher than manslaughter. Yeah, they got lesser included though. As Abe with the 2 ounces is about to break in, just like the boys about to jump him. That's what I'm saying. It's slippery, man. Because, well, I don't want to go so far back into that, but well, yeah, I mean it's slippery because by the time you wait for somebody to jump you, it's too late. Usually, what we were taught is you make example out of the first nigga, and hopefully everybody else don't commit. You know.
Yeah.
The fatigue thing is interesting, man. Because like what he's saying with that girl, with that white girl who called a little boy a nigger, and then it just popped up like, but the reason why is because people are tired of black people. You know, like they didn't dive too much into her. And did she get that? Did she get that bread? That $1 million?
It was set up there. It looked like she did.
Yeah. For being disrespectful to our race.
Mr. Fantastic, was you up here for the fatigue conversation? What do you think about the black fatigue thing?
Huh?
Did we talk about that? Was that me and Sherelle? What do you think about the black?
I came up for the combo. I think I'm pretty sure that was you and Sherelle, but I came up for it.
Yeah, like what you think? Like to gloss over her saying nigger and then start talking about black fatigue.
Well, no, I think, like I said, that too. If that is what you came there to speak about, that's what you're about. That's what the topic is about. Yes, you acknowledge the wrong and what's wrong, but then you get to the main topic, just like anything else. If we were talking about something or whatever, I'd be like, okay, yes, I can acknowledge and be a human being and be like, yes, this is wrong, but this is what I'm here to talk about. And if I came here to talk about that, yeah, I don't think it's glossing over. It's coming to speak on what you came to really speak on. That's the overall topic of the subject matter, which I'm pretty sure it probably was.
It wasn't.
It wasn't. So what was the purpose of the conversation?
The white lady calling the black kid the N-word, and whether or not white people should be using the N-word.
Okay. All right. So if he finessed black fatigue into that as a response, I mean, I guess that was his defense as to why. So what was his overall thing? Was he saying that white people should be able to use the N-word or no?
No, he wasn't. He didn't make that argument, of course.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So again, if he's not saying that, then his I guess his defense mechanism or his argument counter to the topic was that. I mean, it's still sufficient.
Well, see, and that's what I'm saying. This is my issue with right-leaning black people, right? Because when somebody like myself who's an independent, when I do the same thing, I get told I'm being disingenuous. I get told I'm being a victim, right? When we had the conversation about the Carmelo incident, and I was talking about grace for Carmelo, why he deserve grace, and then I bring up the case about the white boy who crashes and kills 4 people, paralyzes 1 other, I read today, and injures 4 others. Why you bringing it up? It's always the victim stuff. What that got to do with this? So the rules only apply when we talking about white people. Then all of a sudden, you don't get to bring up nothing else. You got to stay specifically on the topic. But if we talking about some black shit, then it's like, yeah, she was wrong, but what about you niggas? Ain't that goalpost moving? Ain't that what we call that? When the women do it to us, when we talking about their behavior, and they want to say, what about the men though? Why don't the rules apply when we talking about white people?
I understand what you're saying, Beans. I'm trying to parse this out. It sounds like the nature of the crimes may differ a little bit. So with the white kid crashing into a bunch of folks, that's irresponsible, it's neglect, it's unintentional, and to that degree, it's certainly criminal, right? And it deserves a level of discussion. But then with the Carmelo Anthony incident, I think there's a level of intention that's perceived there. It's not an accident. It's a deliberate action. So maybe they're drawing a line there, and that's what the line that the differentiation between how they see the things. I think you would have to draw a more closely similar aligned case. But I'm not disproving what you're saying. I agree. I'm just trying to understand the details of it.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't, because nobody on this panel or anywhere else in the world has decided 100% what Carmelo's intention was.
Right. So for sure, right. No, right. That's why I said perceived. You're right. You're 100% right. That's why I said the perceived intention.
Yeah, and if it's perceived, then that means it's based on some level
it's an
of
assumption
bias
for sure. Yeah.
Right. Like it just is what it is. See what I mean? Thank you for sharing that. He just proved my point.
What was the comparison?
Right. Ethan Couch to Carmelo. You know, Couch, the kid who driving under the influence, ran into the people on the side of the road trying to fix the other car, killed 4 of them, paralyzed one other one, and injured 4 others. He got 10 years probation.
For affluenza?
Yeah.
Okay, and what was you're saying that you were comparing that to Carmelo?
Yeah,
So what I was comparing was the ability to extend grace, right? Precedents being set in cases, which was the conversation we were having. And so it's like, oh, you're comparing that case to this. I'm comparing grace. I'm saying if this kid can get grace at that, why y'all not extending it to Carmelo, especially when y'all don't even know anything really about his situation? Nobody up here can determine his intent. Not one person.
Yeah, but so you're saying
the line I drew, Hamp, was that one can be readily assumed to be neglect or accidental, whereas the other one can be assumed or perceived to be intentional. But even if it is, I think what would break that down is intentional to what end? Self-defense, which would almost justify it, which would go to your point, Beans, right? Mm-hmm. At least the other one is neglect, which shouldn't happen. It's just it's very nuanced and tough. Like I see what you're saying, and I'd like to agree, but there's detail. I kind of see. I don't know. It's wild.
To me,
it's level question to figure this shit out.
The argument would be, well, even if you think that it's apples and oranges, right? The argument would be that I'm moving the goalpost 20 feet and you moving it 15.
Let's entertain that. Let's entertain. All right, let's learn. Right? It is apples and oranges. Let's talk about the goalpost moving, because I think that's not what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying it is goalpost moving.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's what we call it when it's done. When we're talking about black people, and I try to bring up something that it maybe have led to black people being in the conditions that they in, which just so happens to hold white people accountable. They call that goalpost moving.
I see.
Right. So in this situation, when you have a white woman who did something, right, and then they want to bring up, well, but this is what black people be doing. Now all of a sudden, it's not goalpost moving.
I understand, which is wrong. That is 100%.
Get a reply to it though. Okay. So Aaron trying to understand, Mr. Fantastic, what say you?
Yeah. So again, comparing different cases, bro. Just you can't. You have different states, you have different municipalities, you have different rules, you have different things. So that's unfair or just inaccurate on its face. But let's just go there, right? So like you said, I don't remember the details of all the details. Was he drunk?
Yeah.
He's drunk, right? Drunk, and like you said,
the car guy was drunk.
Yeah, The influencer guy, yeah, Ethan Couch, right? So now we have to look into the parameters of what are the charges for that thing. Now, do I believe he should have got probation? No, right? Of course, no one agrees with that. I don't agree with that. I'm with you that justice was not served, and that's another part of the situation. Justice isn't always served. Tory Lanez is in jail right now. Okay, and from all accounts of what we're seeing, the evidence doesn't match up. This man should be doing 10 years of his life, but that's the legal system. So when we get into the legal system, it's a lot of different variables that come into place to where you can say, oh, well, this shouldn't have happened, or that should have happened. And this, again, you can't make that determination. You can have a opinion and your subjective viewpoint on it. But if you're going by the laws, right, and what they're able to do within the law, right? I mean, unfortunately, it is what it is a lot of times. Now, I guess there's some sort of justice to the point of where Buddy violated probation, if I remember right, and he did end up going to prison, right? So there still was, justice, be it higher power or whatever, was served in some kind of way. But again, we try to compare these different things, man. You're always going to end up just somewhere arbitrary because those aren't two similar situations. The first scenario you gave me.
Let me say this real quick. My memory is getting really bad. Fantastic. I'm trying to really listen to you, so I want to be smart before I forget this. The reason why I think this is bad faith, right, is because water. What can be more different than water and fire, right? But they both can have destructive capabilities, correct? So would I be comparing apples and oranges if I compare water to fire? Well, those are two different things, yes, but I can talk about how floods destroy things, and I can talk about how fire, earthquake, lava destroys things. If what I'm talking about is how things are destroyed, it doesn't matter if I'm talking about apples and oranges, because the topic is how things are destroyed. So what I'm talking about is grace, and I'm asking Black conservatives, why are you okay with this grace, but not this grace? And even in this case, you don't even have all of the facts. The only side of the story that you have in the Carmelo Anthony cases is everybody but his. You have no full detailed story from Carmelo Anthony as of Monday, May 26, 1:21 p.m. You haven't heard his side of the story at all. And yet everybody is sitting in the jail 40 years. He needs to be convicted, blah, 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 blah.
He said he did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did I say that he didn't confess, or did I say you don't have his full detailed story?
Well, either way, right? So let me interject. I'll say this, right?
Wait, hold on. Don't skip past this. See, this is what I mean. Did it a confession of first degree murder? Yes or no?
No, it is a confession of taking his life, though.
It is, absolutely, which I agree he's guilty of, right? But it's not a confession of first degree, correct?
The confession of the crime, the first degree murder, that has to be determined by a jury and lawyer, prosecution, judge, all those different things. Okay?
So what I said was factually correct, that people do not have the evidence. They don't have his full side of the story, and yet they want 40 years, first degree, all this other stuff. They want him charged to the max. The law needs to stand up and all this, when they don't have the evidence.
It was the same way with George Floyd. Niggas did the same thing for George Floyd, so that's why that would never hold weight. That happens in a lot.
They did what for George Floyd?
They wanted the cop to fucking be hell. Some people wanted the death penalty. What are we talking about?
Wait, so you're saying that video of somebody being on somebody's neck for 8 minutes?
He wasn't on his neck. Y'all got to stop saying that. If you didn't watch the case,
absolutely, whatever you want to call it that he was doing.
Well, let's make the comparison. So
I want to make sure that he's saying that is similar to no video evidence and a kid saying I did it.
Here's what you would compare it to.
Evidence released to us. There is video evidence. It's just hasn't been released to the public.
Well, let's compare what we know. So, Mr. Fantastic saying the video, people made determinations, right? Once people saw the video, him kneeling, he need to get hung up, right? Carmelo says it's not. He said it's not speculative.
Yeah, I'm not alleged.
I'm not alleged. I did it. Can I claim self-defense? I hope he's okay. I did it. Right. That's the all pretty much what we know. What he said. To your point, Beans.
Mm-hmm.
You take that video. You take what he said, and then you take all the facts around it. You saying that people coming to determination that Carmelo deserves to go to prison for murder is what? No grace.
No, I'm saying people already convicted him. First degree, no grace, no none of this other stuff. To me, that's problematic. You don't have the evidence to suggest that, right? If you right now with what people have, they would you take these black conservatives and put them on a jury, he's done.
Megan Thee Stallion did the same thing to Tory Lanez.
And are you right now saying that it's not right? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that it's not right. But
You literally just said Tory shouldn't be in jail.
Exactly. So, Beans, what I'm saying is everyone does it though. That's what I'm trying to figure out how we're missing each other.
That
Everyone
doesn't make it right.
Cases, either side. People pick
That
a
doesn't
side.
make it right.
I'm not saying. Well, so if we're having an argument about it being right, I agree. We actually agreeing. I don't. The court of public opinion is just that though. But I think we're arguing something that can never be. Is never going to change. Is never going to be substantiated. You have a side. You have an opinion. You have a thing. And like you said, especially when we're talking about a racial issue, you put the racial aspect into it. There's that. So you have again all these different variables and things. The law is just the law. It isn't always right. Isn't it always just? You feel me? That's the argument I made earlier.
No, so fantastic. What I'm saying is this, and so just so we don't get lost, right? What I'm saying is this: if I am a regular citizen and somebody brings me a picture and somebody says this person committed this crime, right? And then they show me a picture of you, and I go, yeah, first degree, he need to go to jail. 40. I don't got no information. I don't know the whole story. None of that. All I know is they said you did it. Okay. You say you did it, right? Hey, yeah, I did that. First degree, hang him up, 40 years to life, no parole. All this. I'm ready to just throw you away. Then they show me they say another person did a crime. They show me a picture of him and he looked like Eminem. And I'm like, well, we need to get the facts together. We need to know all the merits of the case.
They did that for the affluenza boy?
No. What I'm saying is that is what we do, though. That is what black conservatives do.
For white people?
Absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely. This is not even hard.
Black conservative.
This is not even hard, bro. Like, absolutely.
Well, and again, I know
They don't even do shows about the white people who do crime or do stuff. They don't even do shows about them.
Well, it's funny you said that, Beans. I got one of those cooking. But listen, no, again, Beans, and what are you expecting? That's what I'm saying. So now we're bleeding over into a lot of different things. So first off, again, there are a lot of black conservatives that don't shout out to ABL, right? Right? That don't rock with the fucking narrative. He has specifically been going about a lot of these things and being like, hey man, what the fuck is y'all got going on? I'm not putting my political, over my personal belief and my stance or whatever, so on and so forth. He caught flack for that. He's willing to catch flack. So let's not just say it's all or most, especially the black ones. Now, of course, you have your Officer Tatums and you have your the two light-skinned niggas, the light-skinned brothers. I feel that, but it's not all. I think that's like, now, would it be fair for you to say that's a major contingent and voice of a lot of those guys? Yeah. But I mean, if they're more party related than race, I mean, that's another argument.
But that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem, right? That if I can go back to a time and where I know it wasn't like this, then I look at now, I see that that's a problem, right? If you can't come to me in a situation and just say the person is black and then I automatically go here, right? That's not how that's going to work for me. I'm grown. We grown. All the people we talking about is grown people. We not talking about no 19-year-old emotional ass college students. We talking about overgrown ass 30-something, 40-something, 50-something-year-old men with kids and bills and responsibilities and education and life experience and all this and that, who will still sit on panels or sit in chats, by the way, and type out dumb shit, remix what you said to make it what they needed to mean in order to paint you as a certain way, because they need you to be a full-on leftist liberal because they're a full-on conservative douchebag. So they need you to be exactly this thing over here so they can argue against you instead of just standing on what's true. When I was on Donovan Sharp's show, he admitted it. He was like, you know what? That's a good point.
I don't want to hear about him too much. I don't know none of them niggas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't. It don't matter. It was where I was at. It ain't like it's because it's him. But I'm saying he admitted that. Yeah, you're right. We don't know. We haven't gotten Carmelo's full story. We haven't heard Carmelo say, "Man, this what happened. I was over here and I walked in here, and then this happened and that happened and this happened and that happened." But here's the thing, Hamp. I would ask you this. Let's say Carmelo's story and the Living Twin story don't match up. Who you think the black conservatives are gonna believe?
So if I can put the ones that I hear in my head talking, the white boy.
That's what I'm talking about. The same white boy who the black boy though, who you just said, it's not alleged, I did it. Does that sound like something a guilty person would say?
That doesn't think they have a self-defense claim? No.
Right? That's what I'm saying. So, and then we trying to make it seem 17 years old. Y'all call that a kid when we talking about girls.
Yeah.
Oh man, you a rapist, 17-year-old. You a whole rapist out here. Y'all some PDF files. But now 17 years old, he was at a premeditate, contemplate. He knew what he was doing. He went and picked out the perfect knife at the right size. He put it in his bag because he was looking for trouble. He went in there with his hand in. Now he's the coldest killer ever seen in America.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what the law is, hopefully his criminal defense attorney can do what you just did and create reasonable doubt. But if you just read the statutes one to one and then read what it says and read the police reports, you can come to a conclusion without being objectively, you can come to a conclusion. Like if you just look at all the information that's provided to us, you can come to a conclusion without having to err on either side.
Of you talking about as far as what he should be charged with, what kind of time he should get and stuff like that?
Yeah, so if you look at the statutes, look at what was said, look at the different witness accounts and etc., just based on that alone, you could say, okay, based on the statutes in Texas, this is what he seemingly qualifies for, and then your subjective part comes out, but I hope he get this. I hope it should be, whatever the case is, but just based on the facts, you can come to a conclusion that's fair.
So you heard about the prison break, right?
In New Orleans?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And then I want to get Jay Tillman in after. Go ahead, Beans.
Absolutely.
What up,
it's
Jay?
a sister down there. So apparently she was riding with another chick.
Yeah.
The chick she ran with gets a phone call from one of the inmates who escaped. They go pick him up, ride around, take him wherever they going, whatever. So at some point, drop him off. They gave her $1 million bond.
Aid and abetting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who,
$1 million.
the Louisiana thing?
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana grandma?
Yeah. Aid and abetting a fugitive.
Yeah, what's
That's
the
her
problem?
fault. That's her fault.
What are we saying?
See what I mean? See what I mean? This is what I mean.
Beans. Hold on, beans. Now make her white. Make her white, Beans. Just make her white.
I can do it for you right now. Like a real story. Ethan Couch's mother. She aided and abetted him, helped him escape to Mexico, right? When he was about to get punished for breaking his probation. They gave her $1 million bond. And then the judge dropped it to $75,000 as soon as she got in front of the judge. Now, you think they're gonna drop the sisters down to $75,000?
Yeah.
Has the grandma been seen a judge yet? It's Monday. My understanding. Hold on, now Beans. Let's walk this down. So my understanding is she would have been arrested over the weekend. We know today's a federal holiday. So what that mean? Court closed.
No court.
Yeah, Tuesday.
So all right. So has she had her day in front of a judge yet? So we can't make.
Let's say no.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. So we can't make the assumption until we know that her bond is denied. I'm pretty sure that an old lady in Louisiana who has original whatever it is set will have her bond reduced. If I was a betting man, I would bet money on that she would have it reduced, brother.
So absolutely. Do you think it's gonna be $75,000?
Could be lower.
Yeah, that or lower. I think it'll be that or lower.
But
are y'all willing to
know
bet?
what the situation was being so.
That's what I'm saying. So again,
Are y'all willing to bet money? Your own money.
What I say this means, if she has property, they'll probably lower it down to whatever her property value is, right? And overall, the old lady, hey, she really didn't know what was going on. She just loved her thing. They're gonna have sympathy because I promise you, what they don't want out of all this bullshit that's going on is locking up some motherfucking old ass lady that had love for her son, and her son showed up, and it's just whatever. She's not really knowing what's going on. So now, if I was, does she get something out of this deal? I mean, maybe she gets some type of punishment. But if it is, I think she gets a fine, and maybe she gets like a year or two of probation. That's in my head. I don't think they keep this old lady locked up in jail, prison, or whatever, awaiting trial, because again, that's horrible optics on the, as a whole to the public.
Yeah, but they sent the sister to jail for 5 years for sending her kid to a school in another district.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm cheating from the chat. Shout out, I'm cheating from the chat. He paid for a HAMP. So somebody did say something. They dropped Carmelo's bond, brother. Carmelo had how much was his bond?
$1 million.
Right? Million. I ain't dropped that shit. So yeah, so they dropped it. So what are you saying? Can he murder somebody?
What do you mean? See what I mean? Now it's okay to compare apples to oranges, right? We talking about a case where somebody aided and abetted versus a case where somebody aided and abetted, and now they want to compare aiding and abetting to murder. You see how it's okay to do it whenever the conservatives want to do it?
Well, I literally gave you credit. I didn't say it was no different.
I'm not mad at you. I'm glad you did it. It just proves the point.
You said changing the oh, I got you. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. It was still more. So I mean,
I'm just saying, let's wait to see what happens in this particular case. Let's see if they drop the bond down. Let's see if they get down. Yeah, the lady in New Orleans. Let's see if they drop her bond down to $75,000 or less. Let's see how they treat her. Let's see if she get treated the same way the white woman got treated.
You can when
she was a flight risk.
But when you go to arraignment and things of that nature, it'll get dropped, and you can wait. And you go to your next bail hearing, it can get dropped again. See, a lot of bails get dropped, like most of them get dropped down.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, you don't see it in murder, death, kill. Mm-hmm. So when they present the Carmelo Anthony one, that one is a bit more impactful, simply because you don't usually see it with murder charges.
Yeah, but I saw somebody who did a video who brought up several times where it had actually happened. And
Oh,
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying. Go ahead.
I'm in the Commonwealth though, and I see it constantly. Murder, death, kill.
Okay.
They be getting out. Shit be lowered. They at home under house arrest. But we're in a Commonwealth, so like I said, they can be really loose. You can get, you can have 30 pounds and get out, or they'll hold you, and then a person can commit a murder, got all the proof, and you still at home chilling on house arrest. I mean, it is just so crazy.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Jay Tim, what's popping?
What's up, Hamp? What's up, panel? What's up, chat?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, that Ethan Couch guy, man. He had a whole bunch of previous run-ins, drunk driving, a whole bunch of other stuff that was behind that, man. He just had an affluent family in that community, so that's how he got off. They changed the laws for him. I don't think we ever heard of affluenza before that.
I didn't.
So, and you're not going to see anything. This is why I appreciate this chats like this, man. I appreciate what Beans and Mr. Fantastic is saying, because I agree with some of what both of them is saying. Like when you put yourself at the mercy of the court, man, that's when they're gonna get you. That's when the prejudice and whatever racism or biases people have against you is gonna come out. So our best defense is to stay out of that system. That you can thrive out of that system, but as soon as you at the mercy of the court, man. For one, people they'll be like, "Oh, he never did anything wrong. He was never held accountable for nothing, so we can't do it now. So let's just go lenient on him." That's the mercy Beans is talking about.
So Jay,
in this other case.
Jay, just a question, right? Do you think that there's disparate treatment?
Absolutely, it's human nature. Place to place. I mean, people just like you could be walking down the street and see another brother getting jumped on. Most likely you might help because that brother looked like you.
No, in the context in which you provided, be it the judicial system.
Yeah, people like that's what like I'm married to a lawyer, so I kind of know how like picking jurors and stuff goes. They do that stuff, man. That's why you go to a place and in the district it'll be a majority black district, and then you'll go and look at the jurors, and it'll be all white people. You're like, how did that happen? How did you only pick white people on this jury? That don't make sense. It's like, oh, what's the case about? It's like, oh, okay, it's a brother broke into a place and knocked somebody over, they fell, and now they're in a coma or something like that. Like, okay, so now this is what we want to get them in. And defense don't have, no pull in that. Once the jury's picked, it's a wrap, man. You're going up the hill.
Yeah, so in United States specifically, I don't know if it differs in Canada, but the process called
I'm only talking about the states. I'm only talking.
Okay.
I don't know about others.
Yeah, so the process of voir dire, everybody's involved, the defense included, right? So you get to pick, strike, and etc. Do you think? Let me ask a more pointed question. Then, do you think there's disparate treatment when it comes to Black people?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, racism still exists. It don't like hold absolute weight over our lives and nothing like that. It's not like there's a man or a system that's keeping us down. But when you get in certain systems, there are people there who have influence over things, and they might have a certain opinion about you. Unfortunately, because if you look at the system inherently, it's not designed to be against you. The system itself is people that's put in certain positions that they might have their own agenda or opinions or prejudices. That one day you might go in on 1 week and a different person might be in. You might get passed, but then you go on the next week and another person might be there, and the same exact thing you did before. Now you a lot of trouble for it. So
systemic racism versus systematic. Systematic, not so much. Systemic is there.
Yeah. Go ahead, B. You want to ask my question?
No, it wasn't necessarily a question. I'm not even sure if it's even worth saying. I was just thinking about the fact that during slavery, there were Black people who were not slaves. There are always Black people and white people, for that matter, who like to throw it up or bring it up that Black people own slaves as well and stuff like that too, right? So this idea that we can look around and see Black people who aren't slaves, which means that racism doesn't exist anymore, it's just hilariously stupid to me. And I'm not saying that's what I got from what you saying, bro. I'm just, you saying that made me think about the arguments. As you talking, I'm thinking about the arguments that bigoted white people and Black conservatives would have to say behind that. I mean, I've heard all of them. We point to the fact that it's a bunch of Black millionaires, Blacks in the military. I'm like, what does any of that mean? What is that? Any of that have to do with the experience of those people who are doing what they're enduring? It has little to do with nothing. And like I said, it's just problematic for me, because if it was white people and maybe like the other races as well with their bigoted rhetoric, fine. But at this point, I'm thinking we're at about, and I want to be fair, I would say we're probably that house nigga that Malcolm X used to talk about. We like 40% there at this point, in my estimation.
So when you make a comparison, though, like if we were try to compare it to slavery as an example, in 1865, once the release happened, you do get laws that were created specifically, i.e. vagrant laws, loitering laws, soliciting laws that would get people instantly remanded, because the 13th says you can only not be a slave as long as you're not a ward of the state. And so it was a way to put people directly back in slavery by creating laws that would directly affect those people almost one-to-one. And so there's a difference there when you're talking about now, So I see a key difference where it was exact. It was systematic at that point. So now what Jay Tillman introduced was, if you don't subject yourself to these systems, your worries are, exponentially reduced.
But in what way? Like if you think about it like this, to that point, I get what you're saying.
Your question is going to be.
No, I get what you're saying, but the fact of the matter, like right now, look at it this way. Right now, the bill, the budget that Trump is proposing has massive cuts to what we deem as welfare, including Medicaid, which, by the way, I heard, and I believe I actually saw the clip of him saying that he would veto any bill that came across his desk that had cuts to Medicaid in it, right? But I brought up something else that he said that ended up not being true, which is that he was going to cut the military budget, even though he just raised it by almost $200 billion. And nobody cares. The black conservatives, the people who support them, they don't care, right?
Yeah.
But Hamp, think about it. If now, shout out to Fantastic because he acknowledged something the other day in our conversation. Capitalism, and for that matter, every economic system requires poor people, and yet we shit all over poor people. We talk shit about them being poor. Why you ain't making it? Why you ain't successful? I did it. You do it too. But at the same time, we need you in order for the system to even work.
Okay,
right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, we need you poor people, but not only are we going to judge you, but then we're going to remove the little bit of help that we give to you to make sure that you're at least okay with being poor since we need you there.
No. So let me, so I can answer that, right? So the system needs poor people, but not perpetually poor, right? So like everything in life, you're supposed to graduate, you're supposed to improve, right? Of course, you starting out, so on and so forth. You don't have skills and things, but you develop those skills. You make yourself more versatile. You make yourself more marketable. You make yourself more valuable in the workplace, and therefore you get better paying jobs, and you make more money. You save more money. You get out of poverty. That's how it's supposed to be. Now the problem is, and what he did, the reason for him doing it is people that are staying perpetually poor, people that are depending on and abusing the system. The government was never outside of injured people, old people, you know, people that are indefenseless, non-working people, people that cannot work. The government was never meant to take care of you. Okay, it's there to support you if you're unable, but it's supposed to be limits on that. So what Trump is doing, or what Trump was doing, was to get out of the abusers that have been on government assistance for years on years on years on years on years, of course, that are totally capable of working themselves. That is costing the United States taxpayers and governments a lot of money, because now it's kind of unfair for all of us that fucking work, you know, and add into the system, and then you have to pay double because I'm not getting no food stamps. I'm not getting no reduction on my mortgage or my rent. I got to pay full price for everything. And then at the end of the year, I'm taxed. So what he's doing is forcing the people that are capable, okay, of being able to work, because a lot of people, I didn't say most, but a substantial number of people are cool with being taken care of until they're forced to do something for themselves.
Right. So what's your evidence that that's what he's doing? Exactly. Remember, you just said something very exact. So what's your evidence that that's what it is?
I mean, how would there ever be evidence of that?
So why are you giving him that grace? Why are you giving him the credit that that's what it is?
It's speculative, but I mean, all the evidence leads to that.
How? What's the evidence? You can't say all the evidence right after I asked for the
they gave the numbers. He gave the numbers to those people, and they did the numbers of years that people were on it. That's why he cut down and reduced the years. Correct. My understanding is he reduced the amount of time that people could have certain government benefits. Correct.
No, I don't have. I'm not gonna lie. That's not what I've heard. So
I'm pretty sure that's what
you've heard that. Then there's something different
it
from what I'm hearing.
Totally cut off, but your limitations and times of being able to utilize it is what happened, right? They reduced those. So that is what leads to it. All the evidence supports the fact that man's like, hey man, if you got on hard times or some shit happens, so cool, fine, we're gonna help you out. But you can't do this shit forever. You gotta get your ass out here and work.
Yes, but so I don't understand. I don't know if you understand this, but this thing that you're saying when you say you can't be perpetually poor, that's exactly what they want, right? They want the okay, let me ask you this question. Can I please just have a yes or no? Do the rich and wealthy want to be perpetually rich and wealthy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so why wouldn't the opposite be true?
Because you don't have to have all.
That's not what I asked you.
Because you have rich people.
That's not what I asked. What I asked is why wouldn't the opposite be true?
Because why would you? Yeah, hold on, wait. So I want to make sure I'm getting the question correct. My bad, Jay, and Jay, I'll let you go. So hold on. You're asking me why would people not want to be perpetually poor? So that you're the equivalent or the opposite?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure everybody up here speaks English.
Okay,
the question was if the wealthy and the rich, right, want to be perpetually wealthy and rich, why wouldn't the opposite, not the opposite of the people, but the opposite be true? That the poor people would need to be perpetually
No, now you're changing the word.
Not mutually exclusive.
Okay, wait. You're
changed
saying
the-
I'm
he changed
changing
the
it,
word
but
in
I'm
it.
clarifying. So are you going to take the clarification?
So re-ask the question then, because you
I
said
just clarified, so you can accept the clarification, right? I just
So,
clarified
hold up. So we're clearly saying, and you're expert at doing
that,
this.
the opposite would be true.
No,
Not
about
the opposite what you said though.
I
said
know.
one-
That's why I just clarified. That's why I
you're saying
conceded to that.
The rich need to be rich and the poor need to be poor. Is what you're saying? That's the argument you're making.
Well, no, I'm saying the rich do want to be perpetually wealthy and rich, but I'm saying why wouldn't the opposite be true? Where the poor,
because the key word is want. So hold on. So because you messed up the trick you was trying to pull.
it's
So
not
the
a trick. So please don't create a narrative.
So
right?
well, it's not a narrative. So I'll say what you did. So I'll point out to you. Maybe you missed it, so everybody else can understand. So how many people in the chat? So what you
I
really
just
said?
clarified though. So why do we have to go backwards?
You denied the clarification because I asked you, are you saying want or need? So
No, I'm telling you what I'm asking you. Why wouldn't the opposite be true? Why wouldn't? No, not want or need. Fuck the people and what they think they might want, because what they want don't matter. Everybody wants to be wealthy and rich. How's that working out for them?
So you just killed your own question.
It's not. See, that's what I'm saying, because I'm not talking about what they want. That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Okay, so need then.
It ain't
So
about what they. No, I'm asking you, why wouldn't it exist?
Okay, I got you. So it wouldn't exist because most people don't want to remain at a disadvantage and dependent upon other people.
Absolutely. So wait, now you heard what he just said. He just said most people wouldn't want to do it. So why is it happening? Fantastic.
Because because you have, that's how economics works. You have levels of everything. That's just no matter you have classes. So you're gonna have lower
why
class.
are you punishing them for? So you're punishing them for the inevitability.
Well, no, I'm not punishing them. What I'm saying is I grew up poor. A lot of substantial people that are in the middle class grew up poor.
Right.
So I grew up poor. I don't have a choice. Once I have a choice, now I employ myself and I get employment to where I can pull myself out of poverty, quote unquote, the bootstraps argument that y'all hate having. The majority of people do that. Hold on. What's the the percentage of poor people in the country, Beans? What's the percentage of people living at below the
Well, it
poverty line?
depends on what you describe as poor, though.
Well, I'm talking nationals, like the national level. National level, I think it's something like 30,000, under 30,000.
You're talking about poverty?
Yeah, poverty.
Yeah, it's a small number.
All right. So let's even move it up to under what the median income is. What median income for the country is 60K, I think, or 58K, something like that.
Absolutely not.
Median income.
Median income for the country is probably around 38,000.
Talk about two family or what?
No,
Median
individual
income for the country is probably around 38,000.
No. Median household income is definitely in the 50s or 60s.
Well, you're saying household, right? So that's what I'm saying. Median income itself.
Individual. Hold on. Okay, I got you. Median individual income, U.S. Okay, I think that's you probably right. 42. So yeah, you're right. So individual income is 42,000. Okay, so
we're calling that broke nowadays, right?
We're not calling. I don't call that broke.
It's a yes or no. We don't gotta get stuck nowhere.
Hey, that's what everybody say, man. They say $40,000 broke, bro. I ain't gonna argue.
So that means half the country is broke. And by your take, they don't want to be. But when I asked you why is it happening, you said, well, that's how economic works. So I'm asking, why punish people for what is inevitable?
Well, no. Well, again, the people at $42,000 don't qualify for government assistance. So now even though we say, no, they don't. No, you don't.
They do.
Well, depending on what state, I promise you don't. As
Well,
an individual.
well, you're saying government assistance, so I'm including all of it. There are some programs they don't, some they do. Go ahead.
So, but if you are a single person without a child at $42,000, in most states you don't qualify for shit.
Yeah, no, that's true.
All right, so that's what we're talking about. So we talking about one person, no kids, whatever. You don't qualify. So, what we're saying is this, right? Even though we colloquially call it broke, by government standards and most state standards, if you're making that much money as an independent person, that's not broke. Okay, it's just it's some things. But the thing is, and the magic happens as to where you go from 42 to 48 to 52 to what's the name, and then like say at 40 for a man, we know most men at 40. I don't know. I think most men at 40 are somewhere average around $60,000, right? I think, or at least black men. I think somewhere like 60, right? So it's the graduation beans. That's what we're talking about. It's not a punishment or whatever, because most people, the same way, like you said, you start at poverty levels or so on and so forth, young, 18 years old. You don't have any skills. You don't have any whatever. You're trying to figure it out through life and make it, right? You graduate, you gradually make more money, and you elevate yourself out of poverty. So even though, and you're supposed to serve as the McDonald's jobs, the checkouts, the service jobs, you know what I mean, until you get your skills up, and now you can create another part, or not create, but fulfill another part of the workforce. Okay, that's how
absolutely. Everybody doesn't do that, and I'm not. Forgive me for making the not everybody argument, because I hate when people do it to me. The majority of people don't do that, and that's the point. Is that what we call successful? The majority of people don't do that. You just saw for yourself what the median income for the entire country is, right? And here's the thing: I would ask this question, and I would pray nobody chooses to be disingenuous. When we talk about what median incomes are we talking before or after taxes?
Oh, median income. I think they do it. I don't know if they do it gross, or they do. I'm pretty sure they do it.
I'm pretty sure they do it gross.
Right?
Right?
I thought it was gross. I think it's
I'm
gross.
pretty sure they do it gross. So if you're grossing 42, what are you really bringing home?
Probably 38, somewhere between 38 and 36.
So here's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, these people do need welfare. Everybody in America pretty much get welfare. Corporations get welfare. Rich people get welfare. Everybody gets welfare. Why are we so keen on cutting welfare for the people who actually really need it and deserve it? Because they're the poor ones, right?
Nobody deserves anything.
Say that again.
Nobody deserves anything.
No, they absolutely do. Right?
They don't. No one deserves anything.
They absolutely do. I can make an argument for them deserving it. I would like for you, since you said they don't, to make an argument for them not deserving it.
No person deserves anything. That's just
not
my
an argument.
General. It's a state. That's what I got for you. Nobody deserves anything. You get what you work for. No one deserves. You don't deserve to be taken care of by your government. I mean, I don't. I initially didn't like the pull yourself up by your bootstraps statement, but are those people doing the things that they have to get themselves out of that situation? Because I know where I came from, a lot of poor people had a lot of nice stuff, and nice stuff is expensive. So it's like, you want the big screen, you want the Jordans, you want the chains, you want this, you want the car, you want the rims, you want all that stuff, but you still living in the same house. So
the families and the people with the most money in this country, do you think they got it because they worked for it, or do you think they got it because
irrelevant.
They took it and it's not?
It is irrelevant. They got it.
See, that's not an answer. You're a conservative, aren't you?
I'm neither.
Yeah.
I just look at life, and that's how what life is.
You don't, because you want to answer.
What difference does that make if I'm conservative or liberal? Like conservative, what does conservative mean?
Conservatives choose not to answer questions a lot of times. Whereas liberals,
I don't even know what conservative means.
With an attitude. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. You're not a conservative. But the fact of the matter is, it's disingenuous to not answer questions. If you ask me one, I'm gonna answer it to the best of my ability. Right?
I'm not giving you the answers that you want me to give.
You're not giving me an answer. You just told me it's irrelevant. How is that not the answer I want?
It is irrelevant. They have the money.
Which is not an answer.
You're telling me everyone that's rich stole it.
So now you just made the everyone argument, right? Which is the one I just apologized for.
So
not
most
all
people
arguments
rich,
are
most
assigned
rich
low
people,
intellect.
some rich people stole it. I don't know which ones.
Absolutely.
I know it's a lot of billionaires out there that have good products that people buy. Apple.
The reason why I asked you that question is because if you look at the most wealthy people in the country and they didn't get it because they worked hard, they got it because they stole and monopolized, then how can you say that's the path to success is working hard?
But because I know a lot of people that are successful that worked hard. You don't have to
absolutely.
be.
You know a lot of people. Are they the most successful in the country?
Do they have to be?
You got it, fam. Okay, so Mr. Fantastic, I'm not doing.
Let me ask a question.
To be the elite is what you're telling me.
You got it, fam.
Success.
Let me ask a question. 60,000. You live okay?
Absolutely.
Depending on the state you live in, yeah.
60,000. You live okay or no?
Absolutely.
Majority wise.
Yeah. Net or gross?
Gross.
Yeah. I still say yeah.
Okay.
As a single person with no kids, 60,000 is solid.
So do you think that the majority of people are in this 60 to 100,000 range, or you think the majority of people are that top, $1 million earners? If the majority are in 60,000, do we think that the majority of the people that are in a livable wage work for it, or were given it?
Work for it.
Well, they work for it, but the majority of people aren't in that range. That's what we just discovered.
Well, the median
income is 42,000.
So that's the middle number. So they're what?
Means half the country makes less than that.
Yep. So that's the middle. So that's the middle number. So
Mhm.
I wonder what's the difference between the 40s and the 50s and the 50s to the 60s. Is it hard work? And if we're saying that 60,000 is a good livable wage, the difference between 40 and 60 being hard work, why can't the majority of people do that?
Because the majority of jobs don't pay that.
So it's not hard work, it's just availability of jobs.
Absolutely. I said this earlier. DJ Vlad said the people who clean my house work 10 times as hard as I do and don't make 10% of the money that I do.
Well, he was wrong. Right. So what he doesn't, he used the wrong verbiage. They work more physically than he does. Right.
Okay.
But if I as my father worked really, really physically, right, his whole life. But that stuff is like he could do that shit with his eyes closed. Right. Now, if he had to type an essay, he'd pay $1,000 for somebody to type that motherfucker. Right. So I think it's about capabilities. When people say work harder, they mean physically.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's harder.
No,
right?
it's more fit.
Like
No,
it's
that's what I'm
harder
saying.
to sling bricks than it is to edit videos.
No, that's what I'm
fact, ain't no
saying.
way around it.
It's more physical. That's what
Yes,
it is. Because
exactly.
because think about this, but it's not harder though, right? It's more physical. I'm saying that very, very intentionally, right? So, like for instance, for me to move stuff around, and I ain't even taking. For me to move stuff around, the majority of people think it's hard.
Right.
For me, that shit is easy. It's just physical.
But that's what hard means. I'm looking at it right now.
What's harder, moving a piano or neurosurgery?
What's harder, moving a piano or neurosurgery?
Surgery.
Neurosurgery. Neurosurgery.
If you know how to do it.
That's the point, Beans, right? That's literally what I'm saying. So I know how to move piano like the back of my hand, but that shit is so I can get it up. I can explain it easy. But you got to be a strong motherfucker. It's just physical. You know.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you that it is physical, but I'm saying that's what makes. So the definition of hard, done with a great deal of force or strength. We accepting that? Yes or no? We can move on.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you that the component that makes it harder is physical, but I'm saying the physicality is what makes it more difficult to do.
Let me see the rest of the definition.
It's more than one, of course, but I'm just saying. Hey,
so
we disregard that one? So we disregard that one? I'm just making the point that what I'm saying
but I answer because I answer. I think that within the context, we apply the definition. Right. And so in terms of work, because there's so many different types of works, right? It's unfair for everybody who works physically saying my job is harder. That's just not fact, which is why the comparison between brain surgery and moving a piano is right and exact in terms of what we're trying to uncover. Asshole.
No, I don't. I still disagree. But no, so but the thing is this though. So what I'm saying is this. The point I was trying to get to, which we escaped from, is that even at 42,000, where like Fantastic made the point that you might not qualify for a lot of things. You should. Like, that's the point. The system itself, in order for you to have these super rich people, you need for this whole other large demographic of people to concede to being essentially poor.
But
right?
Why are you saying they
just class? Hold on, please let me land this, because I want to show the difference between what I'm doing and what Jay is doing, even though I know most of them ain't gonna accept it because they like red pill. But the reason why I could make the argument for the fact that you deserve it is because you're choosing, right, to participate in the system instead of choosing to rebel against it. You're choosing to say, hey, I'll become a worker. I'll become the labor force of the country versus becoming a party that's getting together, a militia that's trying to overthrow the government and all this other goofy stuff, right? I'm not going to participate in all of that. I'm going to accept the terms as set by the Constitution, by all the laws and all this other stuff, and I'm going to become a member of society, a productive member of society, and I'm going to participate in my own way. Yeah, you deserve to be looked out for when you choose to play that part in society and not a more aggressive part in society that can be more destructive. So make an argument.
How you gonna do that by yourself?
I don't even know what that means.
How you gonna buck against the system by yourself? You come into the world, right, and it's already a system established, right? Checks, balances, all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You say, I don't want to buy into this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about your laws. I don't care about nothing. I don't want nothing to do with that. But you're gonna you can go live out in the forest by yourself somewhere, hike up to the mountains. Fair enough. Nobody's probably gonna mess with you.
No,
but if you still gonna be within the system and bucking against it, how can you do that by yourself? You would need everybody else to be on board with you, and that's not gonna happen.
No,
or is
no
she just in a world?
rebellion.
You just in a world of trouble.
No rebellion has ever took everybody. Like
anybody, like a group of 100 people, 1,000 people.
The not all argument is the worst argument that you can make, right?
But I'm asking, how are you going to do that by yourself, though? How are you going to do that by yourself?
Right? Because you have autonomy as a human being to say, nope, not me. People have done it. People rob banks all the time. People commit crimes all the time. People grape women all the time.
I got that, but there's consequences to that stuff.
People choose to operate outside the system all the time. And with those people, we want to put them in jail, right? Or worse. So I'm saying when you have these people who are choosing to forego all of this ambition to try to be top dog and number one and saying, man, I'll just comply. I'll just work within the system. I'll go and punch this clock. I'll go work at the gas station. I'll go work at Arby's. I'll go carry bags at the hotel. I'll go do all of these other jobs. Yeah, bro, they absolutely deserve some sort of cushion. Yeah, they do.
So you're saying it's number one or nothing? Anybody, you keep saying like the top people, the richest people, like these top rich, most wealthiest people, and you keep making that example. I'm asking
I literally wasn't just talking about them. I literally was just talking about the working class. That's literally who I was just discussing.
I just missed when you said about the richest people.
No, I literally just said people who will go work at Arby's, carry bags at the hotel, like all of these places. Walmart. I bring it up all the time. Like these people that work these jobs and they're never gonna make $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year.
Why did you? So I thought I heard Mr. Fantastic saying it. Did you address the matriculation argument?
Which is what? Stop using big words. I'm gonna take it as disrespect.
My bad. The one where they move on, like so they progress in life and go do a different job after that.
Yes. Would you say that the majority of the country progresses with inflation, or would you say that the majority of the country switches job after job after job after job after job till they make it to 100K? People ain't doing that, Hamp. That's never been the norm.
Oh, you saying that?
You just said people had autonomy. So where's their freedom to do that?
Historically, people stayed on jobs for 20, 30, 40 years. So they took the raises that came with the jobs that they had. That's historically what people do. Now you choose your career and you typically stay inside of that field to stay on that job. Maybe you'll switch to another job if you hit a ceiling that you just can't, whatever, get past. Oh, they got me stuck at 55 and it just ain't enough no more. Then when the precipice comes, yeah, people will make a shift. People will go back to school and get another degree. But I'm saying if you poor, if you already broke, if this is where it's gonna be, Kevin Samuels used to say this all the time. No, lady, he gonna make 45K for the rest of his life. The only raises he's gonna get is gonna be based on the raises that the company give out because he's gonna be here, right? That's most people.
So I can't wrap my head around. I understand it, but I can't reward it. See, that the part that gives me cause for pause, saying they deserve something because they're choosing to stay in that job in perpetuity without any increases, and then award given they deserve something. That's the part that I can't wrap my head around.
But you need them there. As a society and as a country, we need them there.
You're doing something that you're supposed to be doing. Beans is working to take care of.
Okay, so why do we reward immigrants for coming over here?
That's because the government gets tax breaks. They're gonna get their money back in the back end from them.
Right. What does that have to do with them receiving their rewards right now, though? Why do we reward them, the immigrants, when they come over here?
I have no clue.
Because for one, the government.
So wait, so it makes sense to reward the immigrants and not our own people?
No, I don't even know. You said it makes. Nobody said it made sense. That doesn't make sense.
But they do it, and that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know.
None of
I
the
don't know
black
why they
conservatives
do
ain't
it.
complaining about that.
But we having a comment. What the immigrants are getting complained about. They be celebrating how they getting deported up out of here.
Oh yeah, well that is true. Yes, that
yeah, they don't like
that
that.
is true. That is true.
I just don't want. Oh, sorry, Aaron. You were trying to say something too. Jay, were you trying to say something?
No. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, just people like I don't believe in the whole deserve thing. You get what you work for, and having a job, a menial job, or one of these 60K jobs for your entire life don't mean you have to be poor. I don't think that's synonymous with that. You don't have to like that. Don't really make sense to me. Like, yeah, somebody has to do those jobs. A lot of garbage truck guys make good money. I used to game with one dude. He was a garbage. He made real good money. Always had money to spend. So I don't think that a physical labor job or a menial job means you have to be poor, even if you do that job in perpetuity.
Absolutely, Jay. Can I ask you a question now? If you can't answer it, it's okay.
I'm gonna try to answer, Beans.
All right, let's see. Jay, do you tip?
Yes, I tip.
Checkmate. All right, let's move on.
What is it?
This shit, it'd be too easy, bro. He just said you get what you work for. They getting paid. Why are you giving them extra money?
That's irrelevant, man, because it's my choice.
See, it's always
my
irrelevant
choice.
when they can't answer my question.
No, it's my choice to tip or not.
Absolutely.
If I get bad service, I'm not tipping.
Right. So
That's what a tip is.
They getting paid. You know that, right?
I know they're getting paid.
So why do they need extra? Why give them extra?
Because that's my choice to do so.
Do you feel they deserve the tip?
If I tip it, I'm gonna tip you according to how I'm gonna tip you according to how I feel you serve me. But you don't automatically deserve a tip. One second. It's not a general question. Do they always deserve a tip? No. If I'm tipping, they deserved it. I feel they deserved it. But does everybody deserve money? No. Everybody doesn't deserve help. You just don't deserve it.
Jay, you know what's killing? You know what's messing you up? You keep
because I said nobody deserves anything.
I think he feels and he's saying they earned the tip.
Yeah, they earned the tip. They earned that tip from me. There you go, Aaron. They earned the tip.
Aaron set you up. It was Aaron, the big nigga.
I know he do that to me. He do that to me on other stuff.
You ain't gonna take my credit away. I'm too good at it.
You don't get that one because you didn't say it.
You
didn't say
it, man. They just be talking, bro.
No, it's not. Y'all
are convinced. Y'all have been convinced.
I'm not a robot, man. I'm not a robot. I'm not perfect.
This is how you're supposed to think. That you're supposed to think. No, don't give none of my money to nobody. Like even with Fantastic is talking, bro. Everybody pays taxes. Everybody. Every single
Thank you, Aaron, for pointing that out to me.
Some money
they earned the tip.
It is what it is. So when we get at this, we paying taxes. Everybody pays taxes, right? And then I pointed it out, which none of them ain't accepted it. They all get welfare. Right? They just don't. Oh no, my welfare different from your welfare because my welfare. No, it's welfare as well.
What do you mean by?
What do you mean by let this go, man?
What do you mean by everybody pays tax? Like you saying, everybody gets taxes taken out their check?
I'm saying everybody pays taxes. When you go to the store and you buy some, taxes.
Okay.
Every time you spend some money, taxes is getting taken out. Every time you get some money now, taxes is getting taken out. Cash App sent me some shit the other day. Hey man, we want to know what your real name is. I said, well, I'm about to stop using Cash App then. I don't know what the hell. Fuck you. Mind your business, right? Like everything is taxed. Every time you spend some money, you get some money. That shit is taxed, right? I asked this question. How much of your life do they tax you? Somebody said your whole adult life, they tax you. So why is it that you don't deserve government assistance for the entirety of your life? They tax you for the entirety of your life. Make an argument.
So the people, okay, so it's a lot of people. Oh, excuse me for being insulted for a menial job, using a word that's in the dictionary. But there's a lot of people that take from the system that don't contribute to the system.
Okay, how don't
there's
they?
There's a lot of people because I know people, man. I grew up in the hood, bro. I see a lot of people that just take. That one kid's mother down the street, she ain't never been to work. You ain't never seen her work. She ain't never been to work. but she fill up them grocery carts, and you know, it's stuff like it's certain not, and it's not the majority, but it's a lot of people that do stuff like that, man. They just take, and it's not us, it's not us, it's a majority of the other that take, and
What
they get a lot
percentage?
of benefits, and I don't know, man, but it's just in sheer numbers by percentage of the population, they take a lot more.
This is
And
crazy, man, that
what-
y'all actually believe this, bro. Like you actually believe
what's not to believe on it? And I don't believe in bailing out larger companies either. Like I think those companies should fail, like giving those companies subsidies and all this stuff. But the thing is, those are the people that hire people. So if you want jobs, you got to bend the knee to those people that got the money to hire people.
Bro, you know what's crazy? I never cared about this. I never, ever cared about this. I never thought about, oh man, welfare, this, that, because I never got it. Right. So I never cared. Now, well, I gotta say I can't say I never got it. But my mom was on welfare for like a year out of my entire childhood. But it's when you start studying stuff and you start understanding, and you like, all these people that's talking, they just talking. They can't make arguments. They can't substantiate none of the stuff that they saying they believe. They can't give you the why to nothing at all. Why are you okay if the budget is $8 trillion, $9 trillion, some crazy outrageous number, and they telling you, yeah, well, you know, $1 trillion of that goes to welfare and another $1 trillion of that goes to the military, and you don't give a shit where the other 6-7 trillion go. And you don't care because they still spending $1 trillion on military. You don't care about that. What you care about is you think something out of your check went to help somebody else eat. What kind of
I still care about that. I was in the military, man. I saw frivolous military spending, and it made me sick. I was disgusted by it.
Some of the most
See,
welfare getting this niggas on the planet is these guys in the military.
What's that like? What's it called? What's the thing called? Disability?
Yeah, the disability shit.
Yeah,
I'm at 80%. I'm almost at 90%. I'm almost at 95%. I'm almost at 100% because I told them my ear be ringing.
Yeah, no, I get that, and that kind of disgusts me too, because I got buddies that came back with real stuff wrong with them, so that's why I never filed for disability for the stuff I had wrong with me.
But nobody don't talk. See, this is what I'm saying. You don't talk about this. Nobody don't talk about them. They only talk about the poor. This is my point. Why you only talk about the people who pretty much deserve it?
Well, we can talk about that too. I was only talking about what we were talking about.
Why we always punch down?
Well,
why you niggas always afraid to punch up?
No, here's what gave me a little bit of cause for pause. Are you saying that you've had conversations about each category and they didn't mind the others, or is this a category that's focused on which they comment on? Because did you ask the military man about disability and how they feel about it?
No. What I'm saying is, in my real life, nobody ain't talking about that. But sometimes people do brag on rag on the poor a little bit, and then in social media, I'll wait for you to show it to me. Any of these guys from our space. I'm talking about the black conservatives. I ain't talking about what white people do. I don't give a fuck about them. I'm talking about black people. You know the liberals ain't doing it because they are the victims, right? So the black conservatives is the ones I'm talking about. So where are the videos at?
Yeah,
right. Where are they having the conversations at about these guys in the military need to stop doing this, man? Y'all know ain't nothing wrong with y'all, man. They ain't having that conversation. Oh, it's a come up.
Yeah. Let me read these real quick. As A was popping, the 20 bucks, the bully raised by a single mom was the aggressor, according to his own brother, and grabbed Carmelo Anthony's bag. Mom said he always handled things.
Brother.
Bro said they told Carmelo to move. 1, the aggressor. 2, Carmelo felt imminent danger for bodily harm. Okay.
Oh, she going on what they said. Okay. Because I'm like, I thought he said Carmelo was the aggressor, but she talking about what he said.
He was actually talking, yeah. So in reality, with the $5 says, it's more about socio-economic status than race in 2025. Niggas need to grow the hell up. Many well-off black people that should be in jail are free. Red Pill Ranger with $2 says, I'd rather be a coon than a locked up nigga. I don't want to be a coon. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, they claim they don't want to be poor, but they do everything to stay that way, and nothing to get better, and they want sympathy and empathy. Ezekiel.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen, dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building who gifted 1 membership. Shalom, whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Ezekiel with the $2 says, hit the like button. That's a fact, though. Aaron with the $2 says, if you don't reward them, then chaos will break out. Truth and reality with the $5 says, if your job not paying you enough, get an education and certifications up. We need to work. We need workers, but since people chose to underachieve, we will never lack them. Truth reality on the food with the $2 says, tips are earned. Nice try, Ninja. Journey with the $5 says, Jay, the word menial is insulting. Crystal Clear with the $5 says, many don't choose to underachieve. Education costs, time, and life barriers matter. Low pay often reflects systems, not laziness or lack of effort.
That's what it looks like to think for yourself.
Reality with the $5 says, we can address that. Let me just read this one. Disability is a government compensation, not government assistance. One is for what you've done, the other is for your inability to do. You need help to live. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Interesting. It seemed like we had a lot of reaction to this. So I will speak first and just simply say, anecdotally speaking, I've seen laziness be a lot of the catalyst for why people didn't get to where they need to go, just based on my anecdotal experience from hiring people to work next to people to trying to be the best at whatever it is I was trying to do. There's guys that I hired at $22 an hour that could not make it to work for some reason, and then complain when they got fired. So just anecdotally, I've seen it work in that way.
Let me ask you something. If you don't want to do something that you don't want to do, is that laziness?
If you don't do something that you don't want to do,
yeah.
Do you need to do it?
I guess not if you don't do it.
No, you might need to. Like, motherfuckers be out of shape. They need to work out.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't do it. They make them lazy.
Yeah, but I would argue that most people want to work out. They just don't. They just don't want to do it. Which would lean to the laziness point that you're talking about. But that's why I'm trying to talk about work. Like, I think more often than not, what I have seen, because I've seen people get up and go to work very unenthusiastically. But then when they got into the position that they really wanted, couldn't tell them nothing. And was knocking it out the park. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody gets to go into the thing that they love to do, right? They say when you do what you love, you never feel like, you was ever at work or whatever that saying is, right? Not everybody gets to do what they want to do. Some people have to do other things that they won't necessarily want to do. And while we pretend like that's going to be, like that won't have an effect on them from an emotional or psychological standpoint, I think it's very disingenuous, or I would also call stupid at this point. We have enough information to know that stress, right, and unhappiness is a cause of a lot of what we see dysfunction, or what we would call mental illness, for a lot of people around the country. It's not the same as it used to be, where it was like 4 things you could do, right? We got 100 things now, and then to the point where what Truth said, oh, you want to make more money, go get a degree, go get this. But that's the point, right? Every time people do start climbing, guess what they do? They move the goalposts. You used to be able to provide for your whole family with a 4th grade education. Then you needed a high school diploma. Then you needed a minimum of associates. Then you needed a bachelor's. Now they arguing you need a master's, right? So this is what I'm saying. This is what the sister was saying. Shout out to Crystal Clear. We just want to look at niggas and demonize niggas because this country was built on anti-blackness. So anytime you're dealing in anti-blackness, it's going to be a lot of fanfare for you, right? But I think I told you this before, Hamp. In 1937, the average income was $1,700 a year. The average rent was $27, which is about 18% of your income. Right now, with the median income for black men being about $51,000, average rent is about 36%, double of your income. So if everybody just got degrees and everything and moved to 100 grand right now, your rent would end up being 56% of your income. And then what you gonna say? Well, just go get another degree. Just switch to another job. At what point do y'all stop letting these white people convince y'all that the people, the citizens, are the problem and not the system?
Aaron with the $2. Let me read these real quick, y'all. Aaron with the $2. It's a reason why we push basket weaving degrees. Why they push basket weaving degrees. Crystal with the $5. Disability is assistance. It's support for those unable to work due to health, not just payback. Everyone deserves dignity, not shame for needing help. Journey with the $5 says military disability can drastically reduce property taxes, which funds school, police, etc. So are they contributing to the struggles in the community? Anybody else wanted to respond to Crystal's initial? Ty was popping. True was popping. Jay, I see you had a response to that super chat. Did you want to respond to it directly?
No, man, it's just, I mean, it's there are certain systems in place, and if you come up in certain communities, whatever like that, the educational system might not be there, the social structure might not be there in the community. You got other stuff to deal with, you know, social economic issues going on. But you know, a lot of people have come out of those without being lazy. It's a lot of it is laziness, man. A lot of it is laziness. You're just not working hard enough. And I'm not saying go and getting more degrees and all this stuff. I don't have a college education. I make good money. So, I mean, you find yourself a skill, be good at that skill, craft your skill. Everybody's not going to do and make money out of what they love doing. But if you want to survive, you're going to have to do what you got to do. You need to make money. And you are right, Beans. We do need to attack the system because they're putting the pressure on us to keep raising these qualifications and cost of living is going up and wages aren't going up. We do need to get together and attack the system, but two things can be true at the same time. People do need to stop being lazy and stop complaining about the small stuff and do the things that you can to get yourself in a better position.
Get your wife. Let me Ms. Williams, do you want to go? And then I'm gonna get True and Ty.
Them two Beans and Jay kind of pissed me off because now I'm thinking that I deserve some shit because I'm raising my niece. I've never gotten child support. Don't get assistance from the state. They put me over. Now I feel like I deserve some shit, but I never thought of it that way. So now I'm kind of pissed off and I'm a little frustrated now. I hadn't thought about that shit, but I feel like I fucking deserve child support.
Talk your shit. True, what's poppin'?
What's going on, Hamp? What's up, family? How y'all doing? How y'all living?
It's goody. How you?
I'm good, man. Gucci. This was my entertainment, this morning. I didn't know you got started so early. Your boy Beans, man, he wild. Like I appreciate it though. We need people like him in society, keep people entertained and whatnot. But I'm just shocked that nobody, kind of hope for him. Beans, how can you speak from such a place of, passion in a country where you're privileged? Like you were born in America, I'm assuming, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, this fair argument, and the system needs to do this. It's not that complicated, man. I think if we're talking about our people, it's not that complicated. We need to learn how to solve more problems. We need to learn how the system works. Every system has rules. Every game has rules. You play the rules, and you play them better, you get rewarded better. But unfortunately, we want privileges that we're not trying to earn the same way. I'm not arguing of the fact that there is disparities. What I'm arguing is that I don't get this whole balance of equality. There is no equality. The numbers are not going to ever match. The fact that you're an American citizen puts you above most global track of productivity. Period. Just period. I mean, you're chuckling. I would love the response. Tell me where else in the world you could be born and you're going to start ahead.
Anywhere where there's rich people at.
Nah, that's not true unless you belong to that rich class.
That's what you're a conservative, ain't you?
No, I'm not a conservative.
You have to be. Well, I mean, you just said tell you anywhere in the world, and I just told you where in the world that could happen, right? Here's the thing. Do you know what they do when flowers aren't growing correctly? Do they change the flower or do they change the environment?
They usually change the environment.
Right. So what I'm saying is this. These same people who y'all talking about, if you take them and put them in another environment, they would thrive just like everybody else. Why do we act like we're shocked that less people overcome in a society under the pressures of certain systems that attack them more specifically? Why do we act surprised by that? To your point, most black people doing their thing. Right? Like that's most black people work their job, got their kids going about their life. They got their vices, they trying to cope however they doing, and it is what it is. Most black people ain't committing crimes, most black people ain't going through all the extra stuff or whatever we call the degeneracy part of society, right? But those that are, why do we act surprised by that?
Well,
Why are we telling them that they should do something that is set up for them not to do? How does that make any sense?
Well, I think that you're speaking to the fact that they bought into something they assumed was the correct way, which I'm not saying is entirely
bought into.
Yeah, they bought into, because the fact that you think that all you got to do is work a job in America and you think you're going to thrive is foolish. It's a fantasy. That's not how it's designed. It's not designed that way. That's just the truth. You can't point to anybody who followed just the rules and did it the right way and is thriving. That's how our system works. We reward competence.
Didn't you just say like
perform at a
Thank
high
you, Drew. Thank you for making my point for me.
How am I making your point? You're arguing fairness. You're saying that as long as you do the bare minimum, you should receive a reward for it, assistance in the form of assistance, correct? That's what you said.
Well, not that, but that's here though.
You ain't
right?
shit.
I wouldn't necessarily argue for that anywhere in the world. I'm just talking about here. I'm saying for what we have going on here, yeah, they absolutely have these things set up in place for people to be able to have these cushions, right? And I think Americans deserve them. For real. A lot of things that we do in the name of America, in the name of the people over here that we don't decide to do. We didn't decide to get into any of those wars that we went and fought. None of them. We didn't decide to bring the racism here. We didn't decide to take all the vocational skills out of the schools. We didn't decide to flood the communities with drugs. We didn't decide to promote the prison industrial complex. We didn't decide to do any of this. So
I think that you're right, but that's not my argument. You know, that's going another direction. I'm arguing from the fear factor. We're assuming that you're a healthy person, right? We're assuming that your mind works well, your body works well, and that you can read. If you're in this country and your circumstances or a series of your choices, good, bad, or indifferent, you cannot sit here and say that the system that is designed to boost people to arrive at a higher place of thrive, they make correct choices, is working against you when you're healthy. There's nothing wrong with you. You got
wait. Say that one more time. The system that is designed to get them to reach higher
is
points of thriving.
working against you. If you're
Right. So give me that mark. What's higher? What's the higher thriving? What's that mark?
If you make correct choices, proper
What's the
choices.
mark? What's the money mark? What is it? What are you saying?
There is no mark.
Well, then that everybody's thriving.
No, well, everybody would be thriving. If you're comparing it on a global scale, everybody would be thriving. That's what my argument when I started it.
Well, why are we complaining?
I'm not complaining. You're complaining. You're saying that we all need to be experiencing in this land. If we're going to isolate it to America, we need to all be experiencing the same thing.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is black conservatives need to stop dogging out other black people. They need to stop riding the bigotry train of white conservatives. I'm saying that when you have a president who's lying about the things he should do, black conservatives should be willing to call that out. I'm saying that in this country, when you choose to participate in the system and you choose not to go against the system, but to participate in it, you make it what it is from top to bottom. From the poorest to the richest, you make America what it is. Yeah, I think it's okay for you to get those people some food stamps or a discount on their damn rent. Like, what are we talking about? Or some Medicaid.
Can I ask a question real quick, Beans? Like, say we did that. Say, okay, we're gonna help everybody. We're gonna try to pull up our communities. What about them people that don't want to buy in and listen to us?
Then you know who they are.
We still, I mean, but that's how it is now.
It's not.
It is.
Like,
when I go back home, to Buffalo, man, and I look around, the same places look the same or worse. And them people been living there because they don't care, and they're in that community. They don't own anything in that community. They don't even take care of their own property. So how am I, if I'm a black conservative, I can't hold somebody accountable if we giving you these benefits?
No.
Okay.
That's their position in the country. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the other day we had an argument about whether or not the drug game benefited America. There were essentially a couple of ways where the drug game actually benefited America, but the people on the panel didn't want to accept that. They just wanted to talk about how bad it was. And this is what we're doing. We're only talking about how it's bad. You saying I got to get up and go to work, so why shouldn't this person? Well, the boy Zuckerberg was a multi-billionaire at 24. Why weren't you? You had the same opportunities as him. You had the same choices as him. You had the same 24 hours in a day as he did. So why aren't you filthy rich? See, the question is rhetorical because the real answer is what? Because everybody don't have the same outcomes. Everybody don't have the same outcomes. But we essentially are acknowledging that we need poor people. So why are you shitting on them for being poor? Let them niggas be poor. If you say, man, when I left the hood, them same people was there. I came back to the hood. Them same people was there. Good. Be glad it ain't the whole poor people.
I think we're looking at poor differently then. I think we're looking at poor differently.
None of the people who was doing better didn't fall down to being poor, right? Be glad it's them same niggas. They playing their part.
I got it. I think we're looking at poor differently though, because my parents came up poor, multiple kids and whatever, sleeping in my dad in the South and small little town, sleeping in the same bed as his brothers. My mom, all the stuff in the projects, all that stuff. They was poor. But if you was to look at them, they portrayed themselves differently.
Right.
When I look at, like, I was just home, some unfortunate things happened. I was just home going through a whole bunch of old photos and stuff like that. Everybody dressed nicely. The house was clean. People took pride in themselves and their appearance, and they was poor. They was rubbing pennies together to the next paycheck, trying to, scraping and scratching to make it. Yep. And now you go into these places and they got large screen TVs, brand new sneakers, a decent vehicle or something like that. And it's like they live like animals, man. You look at like the front yard not taken care of. I look at the old pictures. Everybody took care of their front yard because there was a pride there. So when you're saying poor, I think you're talking about like just the finances. I'm talking about a mind. I'm talking about a mindset.
Yes, but that's a very but if you deal with them, that's a very minority number of people.
It's not though. You go in a lot of our the predominant black communities, like these ones that are on the lower economic scale, and you look around, most people are renting. The doors will be hanging off the front. It's like you don't take pride in your own stuff, even if you rent it. Take pride in it.
Listen to what you just said. You just said they're renting. Yeah. You said they're not taking pride in their own stuff.
Because you live there. It's a representation of you. Yeah.
I'm just showing the caveat, right? Because if I take you to the places where black people own stuff, it don't look like that. Right? If I take you to the places where the black people own it, the same way how the white people own it, it look good. The lawns is cut. Everybody's house look nice. Everybody trying to make sure they're getting the most value for their crib. The kids ain't out all night. They ain't speeding, driving, ain't all over the place. Right. So what that shows you is that it's not about it being black. It's not even about it being white. It's about
I don't care about the race.
Right.
I'm just talking about the mentality of poverty.
So then that means you should understand that it's about the kid. Bro, if America didn't want poor places, there would be none. Trust me. If that's not what they wanted, there wouldn't be any.
But America don't stop you from taking care of your property.
What up, Hank?
Don't stop you from vacuuming your house, from not being a hoarder, from loading all your garbage up in the garage instead of taking it out on trash day.
All right, let me do this. Let me get Ty in. Ty, what's popping?
What's up, man?
What's good? I apologize. I don't got more enthusiasm, man. I'm sick as shit, bro. But
it's all good. It's all good.
But this shit, you ain't been here. I don't think this is your first time up here, right?
Yeah, I'm usually at work during the day.
Oh yeah, okay.
Shit like that.
What's goody?
What up?
Good, talk your shit.
I don't even know where to start now. I popped up where y'all talking about welfare.
So you can start where you want to start. You can go all the way back if you
want. Let me address what Buddy just said real quick. Jay Tillman and Beans. Most black people don't live in the hood. So to frame a conversation around the houses is raggedy, they stuff is falling. It just these conversations are goofy. Most black people do not live in like decrepit hoods.
I
Why
wasn't
would we
just talking
frame the argument like that?
about poor people. I wasn't just talking about black. I never said black people. I'm talking about social economic. I'm talking about poor. I'm not talking about race.
Okay. So we out of race now. All right, back to back to what I heard earlier. Back to what I heard earlier, right? About corporate welfare. That's what I want to get on. Right. Let's talk about corporate welfare. All right. Now here's my spiel with welfare is that it is very much needed, but it shouldn't be dependent on. All right. Now my views on welfare changed a lot over the last 10, 15 years. Well, I did more research. And when you look at something like Section 8, right? It's the landlord that is the recipient of the welfare. The tenant is just the placeholder. Okay. So whenever the landlord gets guaranteed government funds to go into a property that's going to build equity for himself, that's welfare. All right. That's welfare.
Say it again.
Whenever the landlord gets guaranteed funds from the government to build equity in his property for himself, that is welfare.
Oh, so like if you got a Section 8 voucher and I accept it,
right?
You got welfare. You just paying me with the welfare you got.
No, you getting paid
by proxy.
The tenant don't even see the money.
Well, you saying by proxy, right? You saying by proxy.
Exactly.
So what happens is, So what happens is, right? The tenant has a welfare voucher.
Correct.
Section 8 voucher. Right?
Correct. That holds no value.
Well, no, it holds value based on what they allow them, right? So what'll happen is once you tell them a rental cost, they'll say, yes, this voucher is enough to pay, because also when they have a Section 8 voucher, the majority it's a subsidy, right? And I only know this because I rent out, right? So, but that tenant has the voucher. I don't have access to that money unless that tenant lives at my house. So but
what I'm saying is with that voucher, they can't do anything except get the money to you.
To pay for their rent. Yeah. But what it is they're allocated said voucher, right? And they pay me with the government's money.
Right.
No,
Fair
that's what
market
he's saying, though.
rent
They
value.
don't- That's what he's saying. The money goes directly from the government to you.
Yeah, they can't do nothing with that except
Not
pay
like
rent.
they send it to us and then we give you the money. It don't work like that.
Right. It's like the taxpayers are, and so just Section 8 specifically, like, should taxpayers have ownership in the properties that get Section 8? They're just being paid with taxpayer funds.
Say that last part again, sorry.
Should the taxpayers own the property that their money goes towards for rent?
As an example. Are you saying like my house?
As an example, since taxpayers are paying off these mortgages through Section 8, should they have ownership in these properties?
No, but that's not even a good correlation though.
Watch this.
That's a great question.
Why?
I don't give a damn what you say. That's a great question.
Hey, look, see this will let's have the whole welfare conversation, because we didn't even tap into the dairy corporation, beef corporations. We didn't even tap into where welfare actually goes.
Let's go ahead and destroy this one. This one almost dead anyway. Go ahead.
It's bullshit.
It's
one
already
right here, DOA. Watch this. You ready?
Yeah.
Because I'm a property owner and I rent. You know what I pay? Property taxes.
Okay.
I pay taxes on the money that I make from the taxpayers' money, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to ask me now. Here, watch this. You ready for part B? Should the taxpayers have a stake in the property that they're paying taxes on? They can if they leverage their 401ks into rental properties, which you can do because it's an investment vehicle. But do they is the question? No, and they still pay taxes, just like me paying taxes, capital gains tax, property tax on the properties that I'm making money on doing. The question is the purpose. The person that has the voucher for Section 8, what's their contribution to society? Zero.
That's a dead.
Okay, but see, this
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
That shit dead as a doorknob. That shit don't
You
even.
see that? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Even if it's not the tenant, right? I am.
If was a fifth,
right? No. It's not if. I do. I pay taxes. I do.
No.
Should I have ownership? Should everybody else who pays taxes have ownership in the property that's being paid off with government
already?
No,
and plus,
you don't even know that ownership in what you negotiate ownership into. And you have the ability to do that if you have a 401k, which I presume you do have.
Absolutely. I use my 401k.
Or 1099
right,
earner.
but I still pay taxes even though I have a 401k. I still pay taxes.
You said the question was, should you? No. Can you? Yes.
I still pay taxes that go towards government-funded programs, even though I have a 401k.
So the military members should pay taxes because they're tax funded.
You didn't come through. What you say?
Military members of the military, should they pay taxes because who they work for is funded by taxpayers' taxes?
I think of course military workers are like a different situation.
Should they pay taxes?
Oh my God.
No,
yeah, right.
I don't think so.
Should and would. So
All
I'll tell you what. As a veteran, I pay taxes. Now watch this.
Hold on,
As
wait.
you required to go to war because you pay taxes into this military?
Before you do that, let's do this, right? I don't think any military personnel should be paying taxes because of.
You do.
I'm just saying because of the sacrifice. That's what I think. For them to be on the, I think they should be.
Hold on.
The landlord is not the same.
Wait. Well, don't go down that road because that's more of a subjectivity how you feel about it. Stay on what you on.
What?
Well, he's saying I don't think they should because I think this. I'm saying like what he presented about this part. I'm like I like this role. Let's go ahead and this motherfucker is. I don't think the defibrillator gonna help this one. But I think he got a couple more ideas that I want to hear about. Even though I'm sick, this shit giving me energy.
Yeah, because you know he can't present no arguments. That's why you want to hear it.
Thanks for saving me from over pursuing HAMP because I'm trying to erase this should.
Yeah. I don't care. Yo, Ty, I don't care if you got that big ass hat on. You still my man. I don't care what Bean say.
You know he's not presenting no arguments.
All right, go ahead. You got 30 seconds. You listen.
Right, I know you want to convince me because I'm kicking y'all ass. Got you.
No, because you long with it. That's all.
Absolutely. But Aaron said that the person who gets Section 8 is contributing zero, but those people pay taxes too every time they spend some money. Not only that, they contributing to you. Matter of fact, the apartment or house that you renting out, you getting more from it than Section 8 if you would have rented to a regular tenant. Because they're gonna pay you more.
Slow down.
Wait, yes or no, though? Before you try to move the goalposts, is it true?
I'm asking for clarity, Beans. I'm not moving nothing.
Absolutely.
Not all over. You said that these Section 8 tenants are contributing what?
They pay taxes every time they spend money.
What about when they earn money?
Absolutely, they pay taxes then too. Y'all the only ones who think everybody on Section 8 don't work.
Whoa, slow down.
Trying to convince you otherwise.
How much money are Section 8 taxpayers earning?
Say that again.
How much money are these Section 8?
I don't know. What difference does it make? They pay taxes. Yes or no?
I can explain. I can answer your question. What difference does it make? Because I pay the same taxes on purchases that I make that a Section 8 pay. Section 8. You say every time they spend money, they pay taxes. So do I.
Sales tax.
Right. Everybody
I
does.
also have to pay capital gains tax or earned income tax and property tax on the property that I own. These are taxes.
Wait. No, because you're not going to do this. So those things that you saying you pay means that they are contributing zero because you pay those things?
They do not contribute.
They don't have to contribute the same. It's a lot of people who don't
own property.
Right? Yes or no?
Are they making money?
Yes.
How much money are they making?
What difference does it make? They pay taxes.
Now, see, Beans, when you ask questions, you want answers.
Because how do you expect
gotta answer
me to
that
know how
question.
much money a person on Section 8 makes?
I'm not going to do
stop,
this,
y'all,
Beans.
please. How do I supposed to know how much money people on Section 8 make?
You're sitting here trying to make a point. I'm asking clarifying questions, which
And
you
I'm
refuse to
telling you,
answer.
instead of us getting stalled, can we just move past the irrelevant shit? They pay taxes every time they spend money,
You're
and
going to
people
see
on
the
Section 8 have
relevance.
jobs, which means they pay taxes in
the
their income.
relevance when you answer the question, and that's the problem.
Do you pay taxes when you have an income? They do. So it doesn't matter if you pay more. That's irrelevant.
No, how
You
much
said they
do
contribute
how much
zero.
do they pay? What I'm going to outline to you is income to expense ratio. It pays to live. You have to pay to live on this planet, correct?
Absolutely. You said they contribute zero.
If you contribute less to society than it requires to sustain your life, what is your net contribution? That thing you're putting up right there.
No,
Or
so
worse.
here's the thing. So here's the thing. Wait, but here's the thing though. You don't know that. You're making that
You
up.
answer those questions.
How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Look what you
Because
asked me.
you're the one purporting
You
that they're
asking me
not.
how much do people on Section 8 make? How the fuck am I supposed to know?
I can tell you if they could afford to make a zero balance of what's required of them and what they are contributing to sustain.
Right.
If
But
there's
the
a
point is
zero
that
sum
when
there,
people earn money on
if there's
Section
a
8,
zero sum there, they wouldn't need
it's
Section 8.
irrelevant, bro.
No, they wouldn't need
That's what
Section
I'm
8.
saying. You ask me questions, I answer them, but when you ask me questions I don't have the answer to, I
didn't
tell you
finish
that.
the
So it's my turn to
sentence.
ask
I
a couple
said
of questions.
if
Yes or
there
no?
is-
Do you pay taxes on income earned? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't say they contribute zero. You just can't. Because let me make my argument. Because if you have a person sitting on the panel telling you that money out of their check goes to pay for this, and they can't quantify that shit, stop asking me to quantify.
You got a cup. You got a cup. There's a hole in it.
I
that loses
understand the
fluid at a
point,
rate of
Aaron.
a gallon a minute, and you're putting in fluid at a rate of a half gallon a minute.
Aaron, I understand the point. I'm not these conservatives.
There you go.
But you don't have the numbers, so you can't prove that.
I don't
That's
need
what I'm trying to get you to realize. Y'all think that everybody on Section 8 don't have no jobs. That's wrong.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then. So that's my point.
I
If they
said
have jobs, and you're still responsible for 70 or more % of your bills, then it ain't the fucking negative that you're trying to suggest that it is.
What did I say? The cost it takes to keep your ass alive, and the contribution you put into society.
If you're paying 70% of that, is it a
Why
negative?
are you
cost?
cutting me off mid-sentence?
Because I'm not slow, so I understand what you're saying. So if you're
We
paying
have an
70% of that, is it a
needs
negative?
to hear. All right, B.
If you're paying
It's funny how you
70%
don't
of that,
answer
is it a
questions,
negative?
but you want questions answered. Come on, Beans. It's me, bro.
Because I don't take
you
me
know
long
that,
to understand what you're
You
saying.
know
Aaron. I'm not slow.
the intellectual standards through the roof. It's
Yes,
you and me, bro.
maintain it. You're giving me
Let's
an
keep it
equation that you don't have the variables for.
So
You
I
don't
think
have
no. But here's what and
he gonna support this shit.
Well, no. I'm gonna say what I want to say, right? It's mine. So but you guys are being unfair. You gotta let them finish. And two, when you just say 70%, even that's arbitrary, because if they qualify for this, then you also qualify, and if they qualify for SNAP, not SNAP, what's it? Yeah, SNAP and things of that nature, right? So if they're not paying for their own food, then does that 75% go to 65%? Right. Let's go ahead let's just go ahead and present it. Let them clear it up. So Aaron, it seems like you being held to zero when you said they don't contribute anything. Right? Is that what you mean? If that's not what you mean, clarify that point, and then Beans can respond clearly to what the baseline is, because it seems like the baseline is off.
The zero sum contribution is as it relates to the demand you put on society, right? There's a cost and there's a payment. There's a cost to live your life. Somebody has to pay that check. If you're not putting into society the equal amount that it costs to keep your ass here on earth, then you're contributing zero. You're taking more than you're giving, is all I'm saying.
Right, but you're saying that
used to eaters.
You're saying that as a generalized statement
let me-
about a specific demographic of people, and you don't have the variables to substantiate it. That's
Okay,
what I'm
watch
trying to
this.
How about this? Just off the bat, you're wrong, right?
No,
Let me ask you this. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So,
ask me that.
Aaron, here's what is being alleged, right? You're saying they're taking more than they're giving, but how do you prove that?
Okay, easily. What does it take to live? Establish that. What does a life cost?
No, that's not how you establish that. How you would establish that is how much money they are receiving in welfare versus how much money they are putting into the system or earning for themselves. And what I'm trying to get you to realize is that it ain't even close. Here's the thing. When they work, they get taxed the same as everybody else on this panel, which means they're also putting into the system that they're taken out of.
How are you going to sit here and say that what I'm trying to suggest is not valid? I'm trying to establish a cost to keep a person alive in America. That's not a valid number to consider?
Absolutely not, because it's obviously not the same for everybody. If one person is on child support and they paying $500, and somebody else is on child support and they paying $10,000, if one person is on disability and they get $400, and another person on disability and they get $4,000, it ain't the same across the board.
But now reconcile this part though, Beans, because you're saying that it depends on the person, but when you were making your argument, you made sure to say that they're paying 70%.
Right.
No,
that's the part that wait a minute. But that's the part that I heard that it doesn't make sense either, because you can't quantify that. So what do we do? Because what you were doing was using the 30% that people usually pay in rental costs, and then saying they cover the other 70%, but you can't quantify that either if you're saying he can't quantify it because people pay different rates.
You absolutely can, right? He's not saying that. He's saying was the person's individual life work. What I'm saying is you absolutely can look. Are we trying to pretend that we can't get averages? Because when I go get the average,
okay, let's get the average.
Are y'all gonna say, oh no, that don't
do that. This is a good idea. No, you should get the average.
It's a good idea to present for the conversation.
Right. So if it is, then when I told him he couldn't substantiate or quantify that because he didn't have the variables, why nobody didn't say, well, it's a good idea for you to present the variables then, Aaron?
No, I'm looking for the constant. You're saying 70%. I'm saying 70% of what?
Yes. So what I'm saying is for Section 8 specifically, right? So like if you have a job, you have income coming in, usually what they'll do is they'll pay 30%. So if your rent is $1,000, they'll pay $300 and you're responsible for $700. Now that is based on whatever your income is, right? It can fluctuate. It can be more than 30% that they're paying, or it can be less than 30% that they're paying. But what I'm saying is on an average, people are working, and we know that on average, people have specific kind of jobs that pay specific kind of money. We know that you need to earn a certain amount of money or less than that amount of money to even qualify for this. Then we know for a fact, just off that little math in itself, that people are putting in more than they taking out.
Wrong.
It's simple, especially if you're talking about individuals, right? Now, if you're talking about some mama with 5 kids, okay, you got an argument there. That's a little bit different. She got $2,500 coming in every month in food stamps for 100.
He understands the point now.
Shit, you see? So yeah, that's different. But we were talking about individuals.
Beans. 70% of your income goes towards what?
No, not 70% of your income.
Okay,
if
70%.
Your rent is $1,000, then you would pay 70% of that.
Okay, stop right there. Don't go no further. Where's the other 30 coming from?
The government.
Okay, now out of your income, how much are you being taxed?
I don't know. At 1,000. Maybe 14%, 15%.
You're putting in 14, you're getting back 30.
Well, why'd you take the lesser number?
Okay, putting in 15, getting back 30. We can take a bigger number. We'll take a bigger number that you didn't say. We'll put you putting in 20, you're getting back 30.
Right. Now, add in when I go spend my money.
Where are you getting that from?
What do you mean?
Where are you getting the money that you're spending? If 70% of your money went to where?
Oh, no. I see where I messed up at. because you got me stuck on $1,000. Yeah. So it's the rent being $1,000. Remember, that's not your income. See?
And how much sales taxes you spending every time you spend your money?
It depends on where you live at. Well, I'm at
6%.
6%.
It's 7% in
Say
Pennsylvania.
Chicago is 10%.
All right, 10%. 15 plus 10 is 25. 30 is being taken care of. And we ain't talking about snapping EBT yet.
No, but you're talking about 30% of my rent.
It's free.
So again, you're talking about 30% of my rent. So you're talking about $300.
It's coming from taxpayers' money.
Also my money.
You see the math, Pam?
Wait, yeah, we can, but here's where you're bullshitting at. Because it's also my money.
Yeah, but you only putting in 15%. And
Absolutely. What's 15% of 300?
No. You're putting in 15% of what you make.
Absolutely. What's 15% of 300?
Oh, I see where you're going. Now, explain EBT. Explain.
Right. Don't answer the question out loud. Right?
You're right. No, you got me there. You got me there.
At the end of the day, who's realizing is that we're going to
Let's look at this. Let's look at this. So 25. So they were looking at the feed. They were looking at the people making on average between $20,000 and $30,000 a year, right? When they receive the benefit. So 25,000. What's 15? What's the tax? Hold on. Let me get the exact tax rate. Pardon me.
I got the calculator up right now. Just give me what's the number?
Federal
25,000.
Yeah.
25,000 times 0.15 is 3750.
3750.
Is that not more than the 300 already?
Let's get all the numbers out.
Wait. 3750. So that's $3,750, right?
Correct.
And then let's say
yes or no?
3 times 12, right? Is what?
3 times 12 is 3,600.
Okay. And now it's damn near 1-to-1. Now, if you put,
I'm gonna give him his $150 advantage he's got.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So now, when you do the standard deduction, is 12,500, right? So do you count that as getting money back? Where is that counted at?
What standard deduction?
So if you 20,000, you make whatever money you make, you can take a standard tax deduction of $12,500. So if you paid in $3,750, you getting that back.
But you're saying everybody can do that.
Yes.
Right. So
the standard deduction is for everybody.
Because we're not talking about what everybody gets. We're talking about what these specific demographic of people get.
You saying, yeah, but you're saying the money that they paid in as opposed to the money that they're getting. I'm saying you have a standard deduction, and then you have
this is what everybody else is doing, right? Because to his point, he's putting in more than he's taking out.
So we're not. So okay. So it has to be things that are.
But I don't get that. So I don't know if everybody gets that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You got to work. If you work, you get the standard deduction.
Oh shit! I mean, I don't know.
Go ahead.
I only got it when I used kids before. That's the only time I
kids have a tax deduction.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say, what is it safe to say you're going to get half of that back?
I don't know if that's what y'all want to say. I don't know.
You're going to get, let's just say for the sake of argument, you're going to get half of that back. Which you're going to get more, but let's just say you get half of that back. Now, are you paying any kind of property tax?
No.
Okay. Are you paying your utilities?
Yes.
What's the numbers? What percentage? You're paying all of your utilities?
Sometimes, yes. When they got you paying 30% of rent, they got you paying 70% of your rent, you are paying your own utilities.
All utilities?
Yes.
I'm telling you, I have houses that are Section 8 houses, 10 of them to be exact, and the utilities are all up under the Section 8 payment.
Yes, if the payment is enough.
And that's most of the market here in Philadelphia.
Right. If they allot you $1,000, if they allot you $1,000 for your house, and you find a crib that's $700, then yes, you will have a $300 allotment.
They'll give you a 20% variance too.
Right. Yes, correct.
What?
Yes, you're right, Beans. $1,000 and they'll give you a 20% variance. So let's say it was like $1,200 because the utilities went up that much. They'll cover that variance too.
Right.
That's just sweet. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell us. Hey, this is my thing too about.
I'm talking about what happens on a monthly basis, right? What I'm saying is, if you have $1,000, if your rent is $1,000, and or they grant you $1,000 and you find a place for $700, they will allot you $300 for utilities. But what I'm saying is, when you're paying 70% of your rent, there is no allotment. That's what I'm trying to get you to realize. Or why would you be paying the 70% if they still gonna?
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never seen a voucher where they was paying 70%. I ain't gonna hold.
No, they will be paying 30%. But that's what I'm saying. It depends on how much money you're making. And what I'm trying to tell you is people believe that most folks on Section 8 are unemployed. It's not true. But stupid motherfuckers don't want to learn.
They be working. They be working.
The point being made is it's costing for you to live, and your contribution is not equaling that cost by and large.
It absolutely is. Because you're still not even contributing the work.
How did I end that statement?
You said that the cost is not equaling or what you're putting in.
3 more words are missing.
Okay, well, what else?
By and large.
Right, which would mean the majority, right?
Correct. You're telling me
makes it not true.
Okay.
That's the point. See, when we was doing the math and the math wasn't in y'all favor, you tried to run away from it. Right? You already saw just I can't finish the sentence, but I'm supposed to let y'all finish, right? You just saw when we did the math on the income, what happened was the tax in itself was more than the $300 that was being taken out for the rent, right? So, but what I'm saying is this.
But that was off of 30% though, Beans.
Say that again.
So we did it backwards. So that the government pays 70%, the tenant pays 30%.
Not true.
So TCC wrong here?
Yes, absolutely.
No, I've never seen it pay less than this.
By your income. It goes by your income. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It goes by your income, and most people think
I ain't never seen Section 8 pay the least part of it either.
I ain't never seen it.
Yes, because y'all probably ain't never dealt with nobody who actually was making some money. But that's what I'm trying to get you to.
I'm in a nice neighborhood, and they got nice Section 8 out here. Nice Section 8.
Right.
Yeah,
and that has what to do with their income.
Most motherfuckers on Section 8 paying the least amount. Like that's the majority.
Hey, no bullshit. We talking $50. Some people pay $50 a month, bro. Like
that's the majority of them too. Y'all right, man.
That's the point that I'm making. If that's the representation number of your income,
we can't ignore the other 1,500 who getting that.
Yeah,
and that's what we talking about.
Yeah, no, y'all right. Hey,
the other 1,500. I mean, the property owner is definitely going to make money. I'm not saying the property owner is not making money.
Let me say this. I rock with Section 8. I rock with these. I think more people should learn how this stuff works. All right, so you can be on the other side. My problem is when you're mad at the person at the grocery store for getting SNAP and benefits and stuff, but you're not mad at General Mills, the dairy corporations. They already built those numbers into the bottom line already.
Oh no, that's a different conversation. Yeah, you came in here talking about landlords and their relationship with Section 8.
Who is getting the benefits? That's what I'm saying. Yes, who is getting the benefits? It's the same. Who gets the? We always have these conversations saying that the in person is getting the benefits, but the in person is just a placeholder for the other person to collect. That's how it works.
In that case, is the benefits going to the government?
Absolutely.
It's neither the Section 8 holder nor the landlord. The ultimate beneficiary of that relationship is the government.
No, the landlord is definitely getting equity put into his property with government with tax funds. Come on, we can't go around that.
What was the phrase that I said?
We can't go around that. Come on.
What was the phrase that I said?
You said the government
is the ultimate beneficiary in that three-way relationship. They're the winners.
Who benefits the least?
The taxpayer.
Thank you.
Bro, you can't. This shit is
I don't know if I understand the argument, Ty City. I mean, to the standpoint of if we understand how these relationships are started, being in an ownership position in this country is always going to benefit you more. I think we do.
Right. I understand that. Yes.
So-
that doesn't take away from the fact that most of the funds are going to the owner.
Great. But I'm okay.
So that's
great.
where welfare is going.
Okay, great. But I think
that means hold on. That means the beef industry, the dairy industry, all of these industries. This is why nobody votes against food stamps and stuff like that. This is why it's always going to be a bar party. They all in on it. That number, hold on, that number goes right to the bottom line. Like they plug that number in because they know that money is coming back.
that's not my argument. I think what I would love to hear in this conversation is, trying to keep it simple. If we are smart people and understand how this system is work, it feeds on itself. You have to play the game from a place of ownership.
That's my point. I want people to understand instead of pointing at the people who are buying groceries and just having houses.
But to my understanding, just to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, something as simple as purchasing property is a benefit for the individual purchasing a property, but it really is benefiting the bank because banks own everything. So when you play the game, when you open a business account, when you purchase real estate, when you start corporations, you're ultimately absolving the government from ownership on their books, which frees up capital. This is the problem of why I don't think people understand this.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Perspective. You benefit by helping the government, the state, the local government. That's why benefits are higher. So you can't play the game and complain and say, well, all I'm going to do is go get a job, which ultimately is benefiting the person who owns the corporation.
Right. I understand. That's what I'm saying. You're not playing the game. That's my point.
Okay.
That's my point. Like, learn how to get on the other side. You see what I'm saying? But what we do is say that person, but that person is just a placeholder. That person is at the bottom of the totem pole. That person, what he going to get? A roof over his head? That's it. You know what I'm saying? He not getting no equity put into no properties. He can't take advantage of nothing else. That's it. That's it.
Do you know how important a roof is? Without a roof, equity is shit.
No, listen to me. What I'm telling you, that
baseline need is taken care of.
Okay, so who's getting more out of the roof? Who's getting more out of the roof?
Did you hear what was said?
Listen to me. Who's getting more out of the roof? Who's getting more out of the roof?
But I think that's the
now you see how it feels for somebody to ignore what you're saying.
I think
I hear you, Beans.
That's why I came up, because what I was hearing is that we want to make it to where it's fair, and I don't think there ever is going to be a fair.
No, it's not going to be fair. No. And you shouldn't be at the bottom of this process talking about fairness.
You gotta let folks finish, Ty.
Yeah, but I think that again, and I appreciate what Beans was saying, even what you're saying, even what Aaron was saying. It's not a complicated equation. If you want to play the game at the highest level, you need to put yourself in position to play the game at the highest level, meaning you need to own things that are beneficial. You need to be able to control some level of stake in this whole game. If you're not controlling the stake, you don't control the stake by having a job. You just don't. That system's just not designed that way.
True. Can I ask you something?
So let me say something real quick, because I want to respond to what he just said, right? So no matter where you at, even in ownership, you are a recipient of welfare.
I understand how you're framing it.
All right, that's it. No, that's not how I framed it. That's what it is.
Okay, that's good, but that's not my argument.
That's the understanding that we trying to tiptoe around.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Now, we've been here before when I proved that all these niggas get welfare and they didn't want to accept it either. True. Here's my real quick. Hold on, real quick, Aaron.
You got it. No, you got it. You got it.
When you said if you want to play at the highest level, I'm asking you, are you doing that?
I am. I have been for years.
So you're a millionaire?
No, I'm not a millionaire yet.
Oh man, come on, man.
So how are you playing at the highest level?
Because I own assets. I've employed people. I get paid when I'm sleeping. I'm participating in this said system.
You playing higher than a lot of people, than most people.
Right. That's the highest level?
Well, this is the highest level. Yeah, it's one of the highest levels. We're gonna talk about numbers. Yeah, I'm in the top 20%, easy. Top 10% actually, easy. So yeah, it is a high level. You want to talk about how most people are garnering their wages and their income. Most people earn their income through a job. I don't.
But see, this is what I'm saying though. Why do this is the problem with this, True? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, just so you know. The problem is that niggas always set the standard at where they are. So wherever they at, yep, this is it. This is winning.
Can I stop you right there?
But when we start comparing y'all to the people that's really at the top, really the high earner, high thriving, and all that type of shit, then it's like, well, all of a sudden it ain't it ain't fair to compare y'all to them. And I'm wondering why.
I think that would be a fair argument if that's what I did. I didn't do that.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you did. I'm saying what I'm saying is this: you keep setting a standard. This what all y'all do, man. People need to be doing this, and then when you ask them what they doing, is this. Oh, so you're the standard every single time. All of y'all, what y'all doing is the standard, right? No, you know what the standard is? Being able to provide for yourself, and that's enough. That's the standard. The standard is if you choose to have a wife and kids, you can provide for them, and whatever you can do that with, that's the standard.
I don't.
Y'all start realizing everybody don't
let me say this. This is why I disagree. This is why I disagree, especially on this.
Let you respond. Let you respond, and then you go next.
Go ahead.
I can appreciate what you're saying. I'm speaking from a place of I didn't set the standard. I'm not the one that wrote the letter of the law when it comes to how people are performing on a daily basis, the metrics. I didn't. But because of the choice I made, I landed in that bracket, and others have landed in that bracket. If you are garnering a certain amount of resources, you're controlling certain stakes, you do have the right to say, I'm performing at a higher level. Now, if I'm going to try to sit here and compare myself to a Mark Zuckerberg or Mark Cuban or something like that, that'd be foolish because I'm not there yet.
Wait, stop right there. That's the question. Why not, though? Why don't you compare yourself to them? You saying it'll be foolish because you're not there, but why aren't you? You had the same time, the same 24 hours a day, the same resource. You was born in America, the greatest country in the world. You had the same opportunities as them. So why aren't you there? You bum ass nigga. You bum broke. Hold on, you bum broke. Degenerate.
Because the formula to success doesn't only include hard work,
right? And finance.
I think we can agree to that. But Beans, what True is saying,
degenerate. I like saying that word.
But True, and I gotta get tired because I held him back, right? But Beans, remember a conversation we had a while ago when you and Fantastic were going at it, and I said there's a difference in the question: who's on top and who's at the top? Remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one where he was talking about the damn Asians.
Asians in the what? Right. All right. So just apply that kind of thinking to what True's saying. I'm not disagreeing with either one of you because I think both of you are speaking with great merit. I'm just saying if you apply that semantic thinking, that kind of will connect you to more than I think you realize. You know what I mean? Who's at the top?
Absolutely. I'm proud of you, True. Just so you know, I'm proud of you. I respect you. I love you. Hey, you somebody I would say, hey, man, you know, this guy here, man. But what I'm saying is we gotta just I think the brother Ty is gonna bring it home.
Language has to change.
Hey, go ahead, Ty. Watch this. I think he's about to bring it home.
I got a question for Aaron. Are we go ahead, Hamp? My bad.
No, I'm just sneezing this shit.
This his show. Go ahead.
All right, Aaron. I got a question, right? Because we talk about. I think one of your main contentions is people who take more than they get. Right?
No.
People who take out of the system more than they put in the system, right?
Well, no, that's not a contention of mine.
Oh, okay. All right. I misunderstood what you said earlier then.
Oh, yeah. I could see why you thought that, though, but no, that's not what he was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not me. Yeah.
Yeah. He actually made a statement and I contended with it. That's how we got that. We got that, yeah.
Let me read these real quick. Let me see. Cash, what's up, Cash? Hold on. I read this one. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Truth and Reality with the $2 says, wouldn't be a community of country without vets. That shit. Perfect. Cash, what up? Are legacy applicants to universities more deserving than regular applicants with better qualifications? Legacies earned a spot by birth. Wealth is virtue. Poverty is vice. Salute the cash with the 20 ball. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, you get out of life what you put in it, nigga. Truth and Reality Undefeated with the $5 says, Mr. Beast isn't rich because he white or the system. It's because he grinds and make amazing content that he puts 100% effort into every time. I never watched that guy.
You good? You want me to read? You want me to read?
Yeah, you want to read? Is he good?
I got you. Crystal Clear with the $5. Appreciate you. Hard work matters, but so does success, opportunity, and visibility. Many grind as hard as Mr. Beast without the same shot. The system still plays a role.
Yeah, there's one thing I do want to acknowledge with that is I'm sure he's good, right? That's that white dude that wanted to actually do the Bear versus Man thing, right? He got a beast burger. He got a beast burger, right? Like a shop. Yeah. So you guys read this book called Outliers? So essentially it's about right time, right place. There's a thing that always sticks out to me in this book, but I recommend reading it. I might even read it in the Discord. But essentially it's these two players, right? They play hockey, but it doesn't tell you, it just tells you they're both 13. But what it kind of leaves out is the one was born January 2013, right? And the other one was born in like 8 months later, essentially. So they're both playing on the same team because technically they're the same age, but the other boy's 7 months older. So the fact that he's so good is because he's 7 months older too. Because you know what, kids, 7 months is the whole, like a lifetime.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, when you're just seeing them, oh, Johnny's great and Tim isn't. Well, the outlying factor is that Tim is 10 months older, or like a Bill Gates, where if his parents are programmers and they live next to a university and he can walk up there every day and go to the robotics program and everything else, for him to be right place, right time, right circumstances, it's not by accident that he's Bill Gates. So that got to be considered in what Crystal Clear is saying. So, you can't just rule that out. And that's kind of what Beans one of his earlier points. You born here, you're going to die here. like not to laugh, but, a lot of people don't make it out of the circumstances which they're born into quite often. Callie with the $5 says, Aaron basically said you're a bum if you get money back when you file your taxes.
Come on, Callie.
And to basically make it worse. In other words, you ain't shit.
Right.
Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, if you don't work at all on welfare, Section 8, and food stamps, go ahead, Aaron.
You definitely taking more than giving, especially while on it, and some be on it for years. American Tradesman with the $5. Appreciate you, bro. Today's show is sponsored by Beans, who successfully made this a low-income conversation. Red Pill again with the $5. The welfare is going to the applicant. The owner is getting paid for letting someone live in their house! ! Whomever stay there, going to pay for it.
The government don't stay there.
Or going to pay him or her. Gotcha.
All the taxpayers don't stay in that house.
That's an argument. Red Pill again with the $2. I don't have to be the richest to not be a loser.
Oh, we celebrating the second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth place now. That's what's up.
Red Pill again. Happy Memorial Day, vet. $2. The standard is take.
God damn.
YouTube.
My bad. Go ahead.
All right, Red Pill with the $2 for this one. Beans, aka the pastor of poverty. Laugh out loud. The standard is taking care of yourself.
So I'll give y'all a second to extend the show, otherwise we probably about done. I'll give y'all 5 minutes and then we getting up out of here, man. $60 for the cash chat. I'm tired, nigga. Damn. So did everybody get their shit off? Well, I had to walk off for a second.
Yeah. I like it. It's just
their name on the show that they think they just get to end the stream and shit. Like,
I'm right about my brother health, man. He up here coughing and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
hold on. I said they can extend it.
Man, fuck that. Look, this is a holiday. Look, you started early. Play music for
5
niggas.
hours. That's what I'm saying. now the nigga done guilted me. Now I'm like, damn, did I?
We ain't that broke. Man, let people barbecue. I mean, it's your show, but I'm just saying, I'm worried about my brother's health. You got an early start, play music. The extension is,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can I ask a question to Brother Beans?
Yeah, 5 hour mark, matter of fact.
Nigga, bro. What's all that lifting weights for if you just gonna be sick?
Oh, Beans.
Hey, Beans, can I ask you what your definition of success is?
Well, it's subjective, but I mean, like I said, I think the standard is, you doing whatever you got to do for you. But where I'm from, like I said, I asked this question before, Jay. You get taxed all your life. Why shouldn't you get something back from your government all your life?
So you're just not gonna answer my question.
I just did. I just said the standard is you being able to take care of you, whatever that looks like. That's the standard, whatever that looks like. I can't decide that for people, right? I know when I see people that live on the streets, I feel bad for them until I found out that a lot of people choose that. They don't want to have to deal with the rigmarole of 40 years, 40 hours to retire on 40%. They don't want it. Right? The same way how we talk about people, we say all these people be on welfare for all their life. So let me get this straight. Assuming that let's assume they get all the benefits. So they got house, they got light, they got food, they got all this stuff, right? And they getting it in the government assistance. And what you want them to do is give up the government assistance and go to work just so they can maybe be able to afford house, light, and food.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there, and while listening to y'all, it's like just a little perspective, man. That's why I like being on panels like this where everybody has a different opinion, because, and I see what you were saying before, because it's like, how can you expect them if they getting exactly what they want out of the system, and this might be an emotional.
Just happy Memorial Day, everybody.
This might be an emotional response from me, and I can say that because when you coming up and you seeing the people that you love work hard and paycheck to paycheck or whatever like that, and still making things work, and then you see these other people not working and they're still getting benefits from stuff. It's probably more of an emotional response, than it is actual, something. And me, when I see, and to what Ty said, a lot of our communities is not all like that. I understand that. But when you do grow up around that and that's what you see, it does make an impression on you, and it is more of an emotional response. So like, why do people who look like me got to do this? And this is not for looking good for other people. This is like, can't we take pride in ourselves? That's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like, I want y'all to do better, because I know how some of my friends grew up, man. It was like kind of bad situations, man. It's like, well, why it got to be like that? My parents are doing it. How come yours can't? And I understand everybody got their own thing and stuff like that. So I will contest and say it's probably more of an emotional response for me when I address certain things of, the whole pull yourself up by your bootstrap thing or whatever like that, talking points and stuff like that. So I can't contest to that.
With me, Jay, it's just about consistency, right? Like the same people who have a problem with Section 8 don't have a problem with, like I say, the military disability. Right? People could say whatever they want to. We saw the numbers. Like less than 8% of these guys see any action. They be somewhere mopping floors, making soup and shit. They be having They be having regular ass jobs. They ain't holding up no walls. They ain't storming no beaches. Okay, they ain't taking no firefights.
They were shooting at me while I was drinking.
But they want you to value them so much just because they wore the uniform. Well, if you want value for wearing the uniform, then everybody deserves value for being an American. Everybody deserves value for all the years we had to stand up and put our hands on our heart and pledge allegiance to that flag. And for the fact that we all are participating in this greatest country that you want to say that it is. I wouldn't give a shit how much money I made. I would never get to the point. I ain't never looked at my check and thought, man, this is before I'm on Section 8, which is why I can have this conversation. I've been on Section 8 for 2 years, right? But I'm 48. So for the first 46 of my years, I wasn't getting shit, right? So, and I never looked at my checks and thought, man, they taking this money and it's going to these people for food. I never thought that ever once. But you know why I never thought that? Because I'm not a fucking conservative douchebag. I'm not one of these people who stands on the side of right-leaning thinking, bigoted white folks thinking that you got to regurgitate the same talking point because you want to pretend you are financially in the same bracket with the good old boys when you ain't.
But you think that makes somebody a conservative douchebag because they have that thought process?
Absolutely. Because according to them, the liberals don't.
It's right in your face. Because something you tend to see things that's right in your face. So if I'm seeing that all the time, even if the numbers and statistics and everything else, says to the contrary, but that's what I am physically seeing, my anecdotal experience.
Mm-hmm.
And that don't make me a conservative douchebag to be like y'all taking advantage of the system because it's right in my face.
Well, you may be naive, right? So and well, I ain't gonna lie. At this age, I just don't have grace for it. Like I fuck your naivety.
The people who taking the most advantage of welfare are people you would probably perceive as being rich. Like,
right, the small hats. I showed them that too. And
something $1 billion just gets sent overseas every year. $1 trillion since we.
Well, I know that.
I'm gonna just say that. I'm gonna stay out of it. But we start talking about welfare. I'm more offended by that type of stuff.
This is how we know it's problematic.
Emotional response because it's in your face.
To Ty's point, this is what I'm saying. This is how you know it's problematic, and what it's based on is because people who look like us only have a problem with the shit when it's people who look like us.
Well, yeah,
they don't talk about nobody else but us.
Jay is being transparent about it, and I think he's sharing a sentiment that is shared by most. It's tangible, the stuff that we complain about, right? It's almost like out of sight, out of mind with what the Jews get, essentially. So I think that's pretty fair. Go ahead, True. We'll do some final thoughts.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's fair that Beans classify, particularly the military demographic, to say that it's not fair what they may be able to tap into if they made different choices. Like, you don't get to quantify that. That's the whole benefit, I think, of this discussion. Everybody got their choices. That person go this route and it comes with said benefits, or someone goes to college and it comes with said benefits and they get different outcomes. How, if you didn't make those same choices, have the right to place the parameters of what they should be able to receive or get? I don't get that. That just doesn't make no sense to me. You have the time.
Beautifully said, brother. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all be checkmating yourselves for me. How you mad at people for what they qualify for? That's basically what you just said.
But how do you get to determine what they qualify for if they made different choices? Like, they make different choices, so sometimes those choices produce different outcomes.
Absolutely. But you got a brother, I think it's the brother Jay said that he didn't apply for none of the disability money based on what he went through.
That was his choice.
I'll throw some gas on the fire.
That was his choice, though. Like,
I'll throw some gas on the fire. I'll throw some gas on the fire.
Right. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me see.
Money, man. Y'all send his money. We ain't letting him go nowhere.
Yeah, let me see if they threw this gas on this cash. Hold on. I've been up there for 6 hours. The kids just got back, but they got nap time, so I got a little bit more time.
Yeah, you need to take a nap yourself, because when they wake up, it's off to the races. You know what I mean?
Fantastic. Come run the panel.
Get you some soup.
Cam gotta go get his what they call it? What's the purple shit? The medicine.
Preserve.
Right.
Yeah.
He gotta go get his tussin.
Yeah. He's slow mo.
Yeah, get that Vicks rubbed on his chest.
Bro.
Men don't sniffle. My new book coming out August.
I'll throw some gas on the fire.
There's gas on the cash app?
Not yet. I'm giving 5 minutes. Go ahead, Ty, and I'm gonna just hit the end stream button.
Most of the benefits that came through the military shit, man, I got that shit without it. I don't. So a lot of the benefits that people talk about, say come through the military is just like, I mean, I think that was the easy route. You know what I'm saying? So for people in the military to be like, you need to do this, you need to do that, be like, man, stand down, bro. Like, you didn't have a plan, bro. Like,
I just think that
it's not all military, ex-military vets or whatnot. But when they get to talking that shit, I'll just be like, man, fall back, fam. Fall back, man.
It speaks to Bean's ignorance because he's making it seem like in order to serve your country, you have to go to combat. So basically, he's setting a standard for what military service is supposed to look like from his viewpoint. I think that that's incorrect. You can't state, you didn't build the military, so you shouldn't, in my opinion, set the parameter for what it should look like, because there's multiple facets of what the military is, just like any other corporation. That's the part that I was pushing back at. If they didn't go to combat, you're saying that they don't deserve, and I'm like, how do you get to, quantify that? Going to the military is not an easy task. If that was the case, everybody would do it.
True. This is the part I think you failing to realize. I actually really don't care. I'm okay with everybody succeeding however they succeed. What I'm saying is military people need to eat a cock. Shut the fuck up talking about everybody else who also qualifies for their benefits. Just be quiet. Because you don't get to talk shit like you did something so special because you wore the uniform. That's my point. You don't get to make it seem like you're so much more valuable than everybody else. You made a choice to put on that uniform. So nobody don't need to kiss your ass because you did that. The taxpayer shouldn't pay you all this $4,000 a month because you chose to put on the uniform. That's your choice you made. So
you talk about the people taking military benefits from the VA?
Hold on. What I'm saying is true. When you hear how that sounds, I'm saying know that it sounds that way to everybody else. Whatever their situations are,
to me,
it sounds the exact same. You see how it's making you feel away? That's how it makes everybody else feel away when you judge them.
No, I'm just saying, like, when people be like, yeah, I went to the military and I got a house, and I went to the military and I got an education. It's be like, well, you didn't have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that it's more than one way to get a house and an education. Don't require, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, I don't care how you get it.
Years and years of service.
I see you as successful. I ain't never asked you what you do for a living. I see Aaron is successful. I don't know what he does for a living. I just know he's smart as hell. Jay seems successful. Ty, look at his background with the exposed brick on his wall. I think he's successful. I'm happy that these black men are successful. Why do I care how they got there? I don't care. And that's what I'm saying. Why is it that they only talk about people who look like them? To the point that Jay was making that HAMP was mining out for us. It's still a stupid ass position to have in life. We grown ass people. We know damn well the world is bigger than our anecdotal experiences. Come on, man. Right? So I grew up in the projects, Cabrini Green. Guess what? Mostly every single person I knew that lived in the projects don't live there no more. I got 2 aunties out of all the family that was in the projects. 2. So when y'all running around saying, man, all these people stand on it for life, should I be disingenuous and say that ain't happening because everybody I know got out? Or should I just accept it that I know y'all not lying, that it is a lot of people who stay on it for life and hand it down to other family members, right? I'm
Unrelated.
Just saying,
ain't that where Candyman from? Unrelated?
Huh?
Ain't that where unrelated? Ain't that where Candyman from? Cabrini Green?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, man, you got to say yes all fast like that, bro. Like, it's okay, bro. Like,
I was just saying, bro. I don't know. I disagree, though, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That the fact that they even signed up for the possibility to go to war is pretty courageous in my book. I don't give a fuck.
I still count it as a sacrifice. That's why I agree with him about the tax breaks and shit.
That shit ain't just the opportunity is there. Like, and technically we always at war. We occupy in different people's countries. Like, it can happen at any time. I mean, the fact that they even signed up for it is pretty courageous.
So do you feel the same way about the draft?
The draft, like way back when?
Well, we still have that, right? A selective service.
Oh, we're in selective service, yeah, but it's not implemented at this juncture.
No, ain't nobody ready. I wouldn't argue against that point you just made. That's what I'm saying. Outside of them talking shit about other people, I don't have nothing negative to say. You know how many people in my family was in the military? Like I don't have nothing to say about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, but you bees, you like don't act like your shit don't stink, my nigga. Like
that part.
I think your argument would be more solid if we were talking about people who take out student loans that they chose to do and then go get their education and then come back and be like, it should be forgiven. When you took that upon yourself to infer debt, like I would understand that, me personally. I can't get it with the service part because like Hamp said, it is sacrificial. And I just don't understand how
But it ain't though. For
Hey,
92%
I would tell you
of
something.
people. For
My
92%
view-
of the servicemen, it ain't. That's
My views on what people get from the government has changed so much just because I've just looked into different policies and trade deals and all type of different. It's like it's billions of dollars like going to bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So like for me, like even the student loans, I'd just be like, it's got to start somewhere.
Right.
I say start with the billions of dollars being outflowed somewhere else. It's kind of like it's kind of backwards how people look at, say government subsidies and taxpayer funded programs and stuff like that. Somebody trying to get an education is at the top of the priority list with trying to, fix everything. I just think I got a different view on it. I do agree though. Yes, I do agree. Yes, you signed up for that. You did. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like,
do you think, let me ask you a question, Ty. Do you think like when we see or look at different benefits, right? People taking advantage of the system essentially. Do you think we liken or associate like the Section 8 and things like that with people just generally not trying? Is that what you think like scuffs our Timbs the most?
Yeah.
I think that mental association, like yo, late.
It's not. You know what? It's not mental though. That's what I'm saying. This rhetoric came from somewhere, and it came from the right, bro.
Like this guy.
No. I'm saying we associate all of that with laziness. Sorry, I didn't mean like mental. Like it just somebody made it up. I'm saying we associate that. You know what I mean in our minds, and that's why we look down upon it. I guess.
Man, you know how I look at it. I look at it like a nigga hitting the lick, bro. That's how I look at it, bro. Like I don't see it as, I don't see it as, what I'm saying? Dang, man, you get $300 in groceries, man, you out of bounds. I don't look at it like that. I don't think you should depend on my thing. I don't think you should be dependent on it though. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Hamp, I put this on everything. I had a conversation with this dude, right? Young cat. I talked about this on my live stream. This dude trades commodities, bro. He trades cattle, wheat, and commodities. Dude, he trades put options. His puts are government funded. I mean, are subsidized. He got government subsidized put options, bro. You can't fucking lose in some of this shit, bro. Like,
you're right.
Oh, that's a lick.
You know what? When I was
rich, I'm talking about filthy rich. He just became the mayor of a small town in Texas, bro.
Let me hold
Filthy
something.
rich.
Now, True, you could jump in right at this, then we getting out of here. But you know what first woke me up to this as a kid, just listening? Who was the nigga that lost to who did Bush beat?
Cheney.
Bush.
Nah. Bush Jr., the younger one.
Oh, Gore.
He beat Gore, and then he beat who? Was
Quayle?
it Cheney or Romney?
No, his father beat Quayle.
Quayle?
No, his father beat Quayle.
Oh, his father beat Quayle. What was that dude? I know you told me his son.
No.
Kerry.
His father beat Dukakis.
And so they was True and Ty. We was young. What year was that? How old were we? 2001, right? Like sophomores. Or no, freshmen in college, freshmen in high school.
Yeah,
for us, right? Yeah. So they kept on saying, remember they kept on saying Kerry only paid 14% in taxes, and he made like a few $1 billion or whatever. And I'm looking, and that shit like mind boggled me from then. And they kept on saying that nigga he paid. Well, they didn't say that nigga, but He paid 14% in taxes. He needed to pay his part. How the fuck he paid 14%? He made $10 million because he was finding loopholes, and his money wasn't like money earned. It was money off of dividends and shit. And it just blew my fucking mind, like as a kid. And that's how I knew. I like, yo, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Bro, see, and this where we walk the fine line, and where people just it's the dependency. That's my only issue. My only issue is the dependency. Like, I agree, man. Hit every lick you can. That's where I'm at with it, because by the time you start playing fair and everything, man, everybody gone. The cash register empty by the time you start trying to play fair.
But it's all fair.
Capital gains. Thanks, Blaze. That's what I meant. It was capital gains.
It's all fair. If you keep it simple, and if you really understand, and I know we do, something as simple as a bank account puts you in that same system as Carrie was benefiting from. You got to ask yourself, if the bank got the money, why they want to give you money? Why they trying to extend your credit? That it's not complicated, bro. You guys call it cheating. I think it's the people.
I know it's not cheating. Like I said, I call
it's fun to say it like that.
I call it a lick.
Yeah. Hitting a lick. Yeah, it just, we like to jazz shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This shit is
One word. Like that nigga Jesus was telling niggas, yo, turn the other cheek. He's saying, yo, if a nigga talk shit to you, don't go crazy. He got niggas thinking some other shit. I need to talk to that nigga. So yeah, we always jazzing stuff up. You know what I'm saying?
We might as well call it hitting the lick, because once they find out niggas winning, that's when they gonna fix the rules. That's when the rules get changed. That's when regulations step in. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Ty, you know what be just like what True just said, right? If you literally just take your money out your checking and put it in your savings, like, when you get money in, every month the accrual, I mean, even if it's like $1.20, it's just like little shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't even be that rocket science. There's not saying it's not intricate, but little things make a big difference, right? Once you pile them up.
But Hamp, this is the problem. True is accepting of those things that are quote unquote called loopholes and this and that, that's put on paper, these policies that benefit the rich folks. His problem is what the poor is doing.
See, that's what I'm saying, man.
Wait, hold on. Beans, hold on. He hit you with the Macaulay.
Also, legislation, policies. It's the same thing.
Hold on, Beans. He hit you with the Macaulay Culkin. Let's see why he did that. Go ahead.
It's you. I don't understand how you're saying about poor folks, bro. Like, the system benefits those who apply it, who work it. Poor is just literally your lack of application. Honestly, you get the same dollars as those who are quote unquote rich. They don't give you a different denomination. So the only reason why your denomination on the lower end is you're not plugged into something. It's literally just that simple. So I don't know why you're
judging them for being able to get what the system allots. And you don't care that the rich folks can not pay their fair share based on what the system allots, but you care about what the poor people pay.
No. See, you have to pay your fair share. That's why I disagree. Because this still has to work. There is no, you know what I'm saying?
I don't understand the fair share aspect. Yeah. You like, everything comes from something. So if you're participating in the game and you're connected a certain way, you're saying fair based on your perspective. How do you?
No, I'm not saying fair. I'm saying based on your perspective. What I'm saying, I know I'm speaking English, but I know y'all doing this because it's me. What I'm saying is, according to legislation, policy, rules, white people can make a whole bunch of money and not pay taxes like everybody else based on what the system allots for. According to legislation, policy, and rules, poor people can get benefits from the system based on whether or not they qualify for it. Why do you have a problem with one and not the other?
You said white people or rich people?
Well, most of the rich people are white people, so I might have just been referring to them as rich people. But that might have just been force of habit. But that's what I'm saying. Don't get lost in the sauce, right? The fact of the matter is qualifications for the rich, qualifications for the poor. Why do you only have a problem with the qualifications for the poor?
I don't have a problem. I have a problem with you saying that it only benefits one and not the other when it simultaneously benefits both. Wherever you're applying your energy is what you will produce. That's like saying I should be able to work. No, that's just like saying I should be able to work a job at 40 hours or whatever, and then get paid or have the same benefits as someone who has a multitude of properties like Aaron or so on. It's a non-starter. You can't argue what his reach is compared to his choices in ownership. You're playing on one level, that person's playing on 10.
No,
so it doesn't make sense.
I don't care. You're dodging the question, and I understand why you're doing it.
not
What I'm saying is this: why are you not downing the person who, instead of paying all of the taxes they could pay, finds the loopholes to pay less taxes?
Why would you want to pay all the taxes?
You shouldn't. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all keep dodging the question, right? The question is, why would I have a problem with one and not the other? That's the question. I don't have a problem with neither one of them. Once I figured out, shout out to my man Aaron O. Once he taught me, oh no, because I came, hey man, these white people, he like, that's not what's happening, Beans. Once he explained to me, they're not breaking the law, they're using the law. I ain't said another bad word about rich people and how they use the law, because I understand how they ain't breaking it. They just using it.
I want to have
they influencing the law too. That don't leave that side of it.
But shit, they ain't breaking it.
I don't know, bro. I'd rather have I don't know. I'd rather try to figure out how not to pay these taxes than not even have that option, man.
One word: trust.
Shit, let me read these. Reese with the $5. In regards to a 5'5" dude with the height surgery, genes don't work like that. He could have had a taller father or grandparent and pass it on, like in my case. What are you talking about?
Like to his kid?
He's saying that the guy, I don't know if y'all saw the earlier show, but the guy got leg extensions. He got the leg BBL. And
it's a dude at my gym with it. He looked weird.
Yeah, the dude looked kind of weird, but he essentially we was just saying what he gonna tell his girl when the kids come out to be 5'5" like him.
Oh,
I guess Reese windmilling because he 5'8", 5'9", so now he want everybody to know
Yo, duh. What if his DNA change? You don't
That's
know.
what Reese saying. Yeah, I know. Hey, listen, everybody who 5'8" through 5'10" make that argument, so I understand you.
Hey, what if his son come out with the BBL?
If he came out with Wolverine legs,
that's fucked up. Oh shit! What if that shit attach itself to his DNA and now he start producing that shit in his
like alien?
Right. That's
the Will with the 10,000. Amazon, Boeing, Intel, Ford, Tesla are just a handful of companies taking government money. The fuck I care about somebody in the hood getting Section 8 on food stamps.
I'm not so sure about Ford. I know Tesla and Chrysler definitely did. Ford was one of the ones that made it.
Hero talk.
Yeah, I worked at Ford when they refused to take the bailout. They was laying people off like crazy. I had my job for like 2 years. I was a fresh in the tech. They're like, nope.
Hey, Dubwell, now that you hit the panel before and I seen your disposition, I don't like you saying the fuck like that, bro. You're much more polite than that, Dubwell. I don't like that shit at all.
Dubwell, that's the homie.
Truth reality with the $5 is veterans get government assistance, compensation, not government. Oh, veterans get government compensation, not government assistance. Google them. They got a clear, different definition. Shit, not even debatable. Ezekiel bin Israel with the 10 says, get well, go rest. You done enough. Salute. We've been up here for a minute. Salute to the 5 hours and 30 minutes. Salute to the hour. DJing that set was fire. Beans, I got an upcoming rap battle for you. Ty City, my brother. You coming in the Discord? I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, hey, I'll be over there. I shut my channel down. I'm gonna be over here more often too, but I stay in the clouds for like the relationship conversation. I'll let y'all
You there's times. You know what you do? Nah, that's not true. You know what you do? You'll come out the clouds with a 20 ball and be facetious. And go back in the clouds.
Oh yeah. That's just to keep stuff from going nuclear on the panel.
Yeah, you'll be saying, yeah, that nigga said this, but this dumb nigga said that. And then
I'm just keeping the consistency. That's all.
Yeah, now words is born. Any final thoughts?
I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good one.
No doubt. See you in a minute. True, what's popping?
Perfect.
Any final thoughts?
Beans for holding it down with the energy. Beans got energy today, so I respect that for sure. Get some rest, Hamp. Shout out to the holiday and everything, and thanks for having me up.
No doubt. You already. Beans, any final thoughts?
Perfect.
Yeah. True. Is bum broke degenerate. Cause he ain't no gazillionaire, dog. Nah, but salute to the entire panel, including my man Fantastic who left, for a super dope conversation, bro. This one was fire, bro. Fire. I love this. I love these type of conversations. They're very stimulating, man. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all help me get through my day today. Shout out to my man HAMP on the I be sick every third week of the month looking ass. Shout out to my man Big Aaron for helping me get to this point where I am emotionally and psychologically. And shout out to my newfound friend Ty. That boy was cooking, y'all. True about to go cry. Babe. No, because he was dropping science, babe. Nah, but salute, y'all.
JT. Any final thoughts, brethren?
Nah, man, just get better, man. Get you some sea moss, get you some super something, B.
Yeah, no, I got you for sure.
Then just get sick every day, B. You be all right.
My daughter made this tea in this big ass cup, but ain't enough tea in this motherfucker though. I'm just drinking hot water.
Yo, another thing, man. I ain't know Aaron was that dang on big, man. Why you so smart in that dang on big, bro?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ain't no pause to that, man.
Yo, you be wilding with the
I'm gonna say it all, man.
So
big
big shit for himself, and a man's ceiling.
Aaron, any final thoughts?
Shit like that.
Nah, I'm gonna keep it brief, man. Go get you some rest, my G. This is a great panel. I'm fucking with what Bean said. The intellectual standard was high. We went over a lot of pieces, but we did it in an intellectual manner. We presented our cases. Everybody made great points today. I learned a lot. Hopefully, I left a lot. It was a great Memorial Day. So shout out to the KIA, the MIA. But Big Ham, go get you some rest, my man.
Yes, sir. I got you. Reach for the 2000. I'm 5'7" with a 6 foot dad. My brother 6'1" with 5. Oh, they got different dad. Okay, all right. I'm 5'7". My dad's 6 feet. My brother 6'1". His dad 5'5". All right. Salute to all the leg extension niggas. Reese got y'all back. Perfect. Hey man, interesting stream. BBL legs, nigga, is crazy, bro. I think that that shit crazy. I don't got nothing profound to say about that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Control what you can control, man. There's women out here who will accept you. All right. I promise. Just control what you can control. What's the second thing we cover, Aaron?
The kids, the murdering.
Who?
The kids, the black boy, Carmelo Anthony, and then the one up here in Upper Darby.
No, Travis Hunter. Yo, man.
That's right. Yeah, we went Travis Hunter, and then right, and then we went right.
Salute to Travis Hunter, man. Congratulations on taking that step. Here's what I say. There's gonna be a woman out here that's going, for some reason, she gonna do it for you, and it's gonna be a level of something with her that you're gonna have to accept. Like I said earlier in the stream, the woman you love, another nigga got a naked picture of her, B. Okay? Just understand, life be lifing, goddammit. You know what I mean?
I wasn't expecting that take from you. I thought you was gonna go in on him.
Nah, I know what young is. I know what young. I don't even want to call him dumb. I just know how niggas be thinking. You know what I'm saying? But I just want y'all to hear this clearly. The woman you love, another nigga got a naked picture of her. Okay? Before y'all go, not my nigga. Yes, huh? Okay? Yes. In this conversation, I'm gonna let it live in infamy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Luzon, I don't know what it's called, brother. I just know what it is. Okay? All right. Even the one in the camps, my nigga. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Damn, and we out.